World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Ryan Villa. An hour later, Yi Yun, along with Jiang Xiaorao, Zhao Xiaoke and many followers, followed the guide of Jin Longli and arrived at his fiefdom. As a city, Qiandu City directly belonged to the princes of Jingzhou and was the fiefdom of the princes. As for the fiefdoms of the nobles, they were all outside the city. Yi Yun's fiefdom was about 100 miles away from Qiandu City, which was a very good location. When they arrived at the fiefdom, the members of the Lion clan were all amazed. Yi Yun's fiefdom was not a wasteland with nothing. There was a house on this fiefdom. To be precise, it was called a manor. This garden was about a mile in radius. It didn't sound big, but it was spectacular when you looked at it. The houses were lined up one after another, and there were ocarina ponds, waterside pavilions and pavilions. It really looked like the scenery of a Jiangnan garden. Such a large house could accommodate thousands of people, let alone less than 100 people. Yi Yun knew that, if the palace of the mortal kingdom was only a few miles in radius, it could already accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of houses. The eunuchs had to ride horses to light up each house. Although the state scholar is the lowest noble in the Taiya kingdom, the lowest noble is also extraordinary. Yi Yun sighed. The territory of the Taiya kingdom was too large to be measured, so all nobles had fiefs, but the nobles of the Taiya kingdom were not hereditary. The so-called princes only inherited property and would not inherit the title. Without a title, there would be no fief. If the descendants were incompetent, they would have to give up their fiefs soon. Therefore, the descendants of the princes and nobles often put all their efforts into cultivation. In fact, they had more pressure than ordinary people. After all, they were used to a life of luxury and a decent life. Once they could not maintain this decency, it would not only be a lack of material, but also the psychological pain brought by the shame. The front door of this house can accommodate 4 or 5 carriages. The gate is painted red, and the copper ingots on the door are as big as fists. There are 2 big stone lions squatting at the door. Next to the stone lions, there is a stone with flying fish patterns carved on it. Yi Yun led the clansmen into the manor. There are blue bricks and red walls, glazed tiles, 100-year-old trees, pavilions, towers, spacious martial arts training grounds, jade-like ponds. All kinds of scenes are dazzling. The members of the Lion clan were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a house before, let alone heard of it. In Yunhuang, everyone lived in a few thatched houses with walls made of adobe. At most, a house built with bricks and stones is a mansion. But the bricks of Yi Yun's house are made of the best clay, and after polishing, the bricks are not only strong, but also very smooth to the touch. The wood used to build the house is all top quality aged pine. As for snow fir and golden and Mu, Yi Yun's rank is not high enough. It's not that he can't afford them, but his rank is not high enough. The members of the Lion clan don't know the cost of these houses. If they knew, they would be even more shocked. This is the world of warriors. The materials used to build houses by mortals may sound precious, but compared to the natural treasures used by warriors, they are nothing. Yi Yun's 2 weapons, a Xian Kangbo and a Qianjin sword, any one of them is much more valuable than this mansion. For a moment, the members of the Lion clan were like Granny Liu entering the Grandview garden, feeling both curious and excited about everything around them. They really wanted to touch and look at them, but they were afraid of damaging them. So big, so beautiful. Zhao Xiaoke was so happy when she saw the clear pool. She couldn't help but roll up her trouser legs, take off her shoes, and play in the water. Her little feet were so bright that it was dazzling. She chased butterflies in the garden and teased the koi in the pond. She had a lot of fun playing by herself. The other children of the Lion clan were very envious of Zhao Xiaoke. Yi Yun brought many children with him when he migrated this time, because children are the most innocent. Their minds are relatively simple, and it is easy for them to develop feelings for Zhuangzi when they grow up. In fact, Yi Yun didn't care about loyalty, as long as they didn't have any intention of harming others. On the way to the Central Plains, these children were told by their parents that when they came to Yi Yun's house, the little boys had to be servants and the little girls were Yi Yun's maids. They had to understand the rules and couldn't be as casual as in the tribe. According to the rules of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, when they entered the fiefdom of the National Scholar, they were given the household registration of surrendering to the master. Except for Jiang Xiaorao, who was a sister and brother to Yi Yun, all the others were slaves, including Zhao Xiaok. So now, they were all very restrained, and did not dare to play as much as Zhao Xiaok. However, Yi Yun carefully selected these people, but he would not treat them as slaves. When he left Yunhuang, Yi Yun conducted character tests on everyone he took away. Those with problematic character, those who took advantage of others, and those who bullied the weak. Yi Yun left them in the great wilderness, gave them some meat and let them fend for themselves. This was done to prevent some people with bad intentions from sneaking in. Some people are inherently bad, and they will not be grateful, just because you took them out of the great wilderness. When Yi Yun was there, they would certainly behave themselves, but once Yi Yun left, it would be hard to say. Yi Yun joined the Jinlan Guard and was destined to train and fight in the future. It was normal for him to be away from home for several consecutive years. If some evil people with bad intentions were left at home, it would be normal for them to betray themselves, eat into the interests of the manor, and do all kinds of damage. They might even do something to Zhao Xiaok and Jiang Xiaorao, which was a consequence that Yi Yun could not imagine. So in the end, Yi Yun left the great wilderness and took less than 100 people from the Lion clan with him. Yi Yun said, "From now on, you can just treat this manor as a place like the Lion clan. This is our new village, but it's just a prettier one. Play around and don't be restrained." Yi Yun said casually, and the children were still a little scared. Yi Yun smiled and picked a few children he was familiar with and asked them to take the children to play. At first, everyone was hesitant, but slowly they let go and had a lot of fun. They chased each other in the corridor, played hide and seek in the rockery, and played in the pool. The splashes of water were like pearls under the sun. For the children of the great wilderness, everything in this mansion was new, making them extremely excited and unable to let go. Looking at the innocent smiles of the children and the satisfied smiles of the adults, Yi Yun was also very pleased. It was really good to be able to bring happiness to these kind and simple people. From now on, this manor will be called Rayan Villa. Yi Yun said this. Jiang Xiaorao was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Yi Yun. Facing the setting sun, Jiang Xiaorao's face was flushed with an intoxicating blush. Rayan Villa. It sounds nice. Of course, she knew that this Rayan Villa was composed of one character from her and Yi Yun's names respectively. Rayan Villa has clouds and mountains, and the clouds are soft and the mountains are green. It has a unique artistic conception and gives people endless reverie. In addition to the house itself, this manor has thousands of acres of fertile land behind it. These fertile lands can not only grow crops, but also mulberry, hemp, and tea. Next to the fertile land, there is a big river flowing, diverting water to the fish pond, which can be used for irrigation and fish farming. Not far away, there are also animal pens and stables, which can feed the owner's mounts and raise livestock and poultry. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as this manor has some salt and iron in stock, it can be maintained step by step, even if it is completely cut off from the outside world, and it can be self-sufficient in food, clothing, housing and transportation. Yi Yun asked Jiang Xiaorao to preside over the division of the 1,000 acres of land. According to the population, each person has more than 10 acres, and 100 people are probably the optimal ratio for Yi Yun's fiefdom to support. From now on, these Lion clan members brought by Yi Yun will be Yi Yun's tenants. Originally, Yi Yun wanted to take a few percent of their harvest, but Yi Yun will not be limited to this place in the future, and will not pursue the food that these mortals rely on for survival, so he simply did not take any, and all the grain production was at the disposal of these tenants. For this reason, the Lion clan members are grateful to Yi Yun. Where can you find such a master? In the past, in the Lion clan, most of their labor harvests had to be handed over, and they only received very little food from the Lion clan headquarters every month. At that time, the farmland belonged to the entire tribe, but now the farmland of Rayan Villa belongs entirely to Yi Yun. Yi Yun lets them farm for free and provides them with food, clothing and shelter. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for such a master. When the farmland was divided, the tribesmen of Lion's clan could not describe their feelings. Where in the wilderness have they seen such wide and fertile fields? Some old farmers who have been farming for a lifetime were so happy that they burst into tears and knelt down to kiss the land. For farmers, the fields are their lives. They have a deep affection for the fields that ordinary people cannot understand. Having land to plant and food to eat is the greatest gift from God. As Yi Yun's sister, Jiang Xiaorao is the mistress of the house. For such a large manor with hundreds of people, who raises fish and who farms must be planned, the account must be clarified, and the house rules and regulations must be improved. These are all tedious tasks. Yi Yun has to practice and has no time to do them, so the responsibility falls on Jiang Xiaorao. Jiang Xiaorao was very smart, which was totally different from her age. Yi Yun only hired a former housekeeper in the city to teach Jiang Xiaorao for a few days, and Jiang Xiaorao managed everything in the manor in an orderly manner. This made Yi Yun sincerely feel fortunate that he had come to this strange world and had such a sister who cared about him, took care of him, and shared everything with him. After Yi Yun settled his family, he returned to Xiandu city and entered the Jinlongwei camp. Yi Yun was a soldier of the kingdom of God, so he naturally could not stay in the house. He had to continue his military career. Chapter 102 Gun Speed. This sudden thought made Hongzi suddenly stunned. He had seen bone-crushing fist before, recalling that the core of this bone-crushing fist is vibration! Exclamation mark. Vibration. Got this kid. Hongzi's Adam's apple twitched fiercely. Could this kid have mastered the bone-crushing fist? No. Impossible. Although the bone-crushing fist mentioned the vibration of the true essence, it did not say how to practice it. The most critical entry part was missing. The bone-crushing fist with a defect rate of 70% is a ground-level technique. Even gods are powerless. If Lin Ming mastered this, the adjective evil would be pale in front of him. He is simply the reincarnation of a god or a demon. Boy, where did you learn that vibration move you just used? Hongzi's voice trembled a little, and it was obvious that he was in a very uneasy mood. When he encountered such a thing, he could not calm down at all. This meant that a super demon with a super martial arts heart appeared under his command, who had comprehended his own martial arts intention, and possessed a super demon with an incomprehension that defied the heavens. For such a demon, any talent was nothing. What kind of concept was it that such a demon appeared in his hands? Hongzi simply couldn't imagine it. Lin Ming said truthfully, "This is a little skill I learned from the jade slip of bone-crushing fist." He had no intention of hiding it, and in fact, he couldn't hide it. It would always be exposed in the future, unless he never used this trick again. In fact, it was nothing to expose it. Martial arts skills and techniques cannot be taught without jade slips. Many things can only be understood, but not expressed in words, and jade slips can only be written by people who have mastered the skills. So Lin Ming didn't worry about who coveted what he had comprehended. Speaking of bone-crushing fist would only increase his bargaining chips, making the 7 Zuanwu mansions and the crown prince protect him more, so that he would be safer. After getting Lin Ming's affirmation, Hongzi was speechless for a long time. He looked at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a monster. Who the hell dares to talk about Lin Ming's talent again? This Lin Ming is the most perverted genius in the 7 Zuanwu mansion in the past 100 years. Only Qin Xingxuan can compare with Lin Ming, and he may not be able to compare. Peerless monster. Hongzi was speechless for a long time, and finally gave this evaluation. Lin Ming, you are the most talented warrior I have ever seen in my life. Although your aptitude is only middle level of the 3rd rank, you can use the ethereal martial arts to improve your cultivation. If that were the case, you would be just an average 4th or 5th rank genius, and would not attract the attention of the 7 Profound Valley. However, your comprehension is too terrifying, and practicing the exercises will be twice as effective with half the effort. Coupled with your martial arts heart, maybe you can comprehend a 2nd martial arts intent. If that happens, I'm afraid the 7 Profound Valley won't be able to accommodate you. You will become the top young generation in the Xianan continent. Your future is limitless, and what I can teach you is limited. I can only be your teacher now. I was going to teach you some of my experience in gunmanship, but now it seems unnecessary. You will have your own understanding of guns, and I'm afraid that my comprehension will affect you. What I can teach you now is a basic gunmanship and a method of gun cultivation. I just fought with you and found that your gun is very stable. It can be said that your gun is as stable as a cast, but your gun is not fast enough. I fired 2 shots, and you only fired 1. At this speed, you can't catch up with Zhu Yan at all. No matter how stable the gun is, it is useless if it can't catch up with the enemy's shadow. Lin Ming, watch out. Hongzi suddenly punched the tree trunk, and the leaves that had already begun to turn yellow in autumn suddenly fell down. Hongzi's eyes flashed, and the gun in his hand stretched out like a poisonous snake. Swish, swish, swish. Gun shadows filled the sky. With Lin Ming's eyesight, he couldn't even see the tip of Hongzi's gun. He could only use his soul power to catch up with Hongzi's movements. Every time Hongzi stabbed a gun, the tip of the gun would touch a fallen leaf, and then quickly retract it, and stab another gun, and the fallen leaf was strung on the tip of the gun. In the shadows of the guns, the fallen leaves were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Hongzi's gun strung a thick string of fallen leaves. In the end, not a single leaf fell to the ground. Lin Ming had to admire this gun technique. You should know that Hongzi's gun tip is very wide, 4 fingers wide at the widest point. And this fallen leaf is oval. Only the long diameter will exceed 4 fingers, and the short diameter is less than 2 fingers. In other words, only when the gun blade is parallel to the long diameter of the fallen leaf can the fallen leaf be threaded on the gun. If it is off, the fallen leaf will be cut off. Lin Ming looked at the tip of Hongzi's gun. Sure enough, the direction of the dozens of fallen leaves being strung together was exactly the same, as if they were specially arranged. Some fallen leaves were smaller, just 4 fingers long, and Hongzi could actually let the gun tip of the same 4 fingers wide accurately pierce the fallen leaves without cutting off the edges of the fallen leaves. This control of force amazed Lin Ming. Hongzi's gun is not only fast, accurate, and there is enough control, like an arm to use a finger. As the saying goes, 1 month of stick, 1 year of boxing, and a long time of spear training. The difficulty of spear is that when stabbing, because the spear is too long, it is difficult to be accurate and difficult to control the strength. If Hongzi had used a sword to do all this just now, it would be much simpler. The sword is more flexible and more accurate than the spear. However, the power of the spear is incomparable to the sword. Lin Ming can be said to have opened his eyes. Hongzi said, with your current level of cultivation, you should be able to shoot dozens of spears in a few breaths. However, these dozens of spears are not random, but accurate. You need to control the force, and send and receive freely. Using fallen leaves is the most suitable way to practice. These fallen leaves are very fragile. If you stab them off, they will be cut off. If you can string all these dozens of fallen leaves on the spear and not fall to the ground, your spear skills will reach a small level of success. However, don't expect to achieve quick success within a month. Long-term spear training is not a random saying. You don't need to pursue force control now. All you need to do is to increase the speed of shooting as much as possible to catch up with Zhu Yan's sword. I understand. Lin Ming benefited a lot from this contact with Hongzi. Okay, practice by yourself. This is enough for you to practice for a while. I will come to teach you the next move later. Thank you, Instructor Han. Hey, don't thank me. I'm only teaching you now. I guess you won't be able to get in line if you want to teach me in the future. Hongzi laughed and unfolded his body skills. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. After Hongzi disappeared, Lin Ming looked at the yellow leaves on the tree and grasped the Guanhong spear in his hand. His speed of shooting was indeed not good enough. No matter how sharp his spear skills were, it would be meaningless if he could not stab Zhu Yan. Bang! Lin Ming punched the tree, and the leaves fell one after another. Lin Ming aimed at those leaves and stabbed them with the spear in his hand. Crack, 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 crack. One by one, the leaves were stabbed by Lin Ming's spear. It is not easy to string the leaves on the spear and keep the edges unbroken. When the leaves fall, they often rotate and roll. Only when they roll and rotate to face the spear, they can be stabbed in the center and the spear blade penetrates the long diameter of the elliptical leaves. Only then can they be strung on the spear. Lin Ming is far from having this ability now. Lin Ming cut half of the dozens of fallen leaves into pieces, and the other half fell to the ground. Only a few of them were hung on Lin Ming's spear. Maybe I shouldn't practice with small oval leaves at the beginning. Lin Ming felt that the small oval leaves were too difficult for him. He chose another tree. The leaves of this tree are heart-shaped and the size of an adult's palm. If he pierces it with a spear, no matter what angle it is, as long as it hits the center, the leaves will be strung on the spear. This tree is good. Let's practice here. Day after day, Lin Ming went to the waterfall cold pond in the morning to temper his body and experience the ethereal martial spirit at the 9th level of difficulty and the limit of his body. He practiced spear training all day during the day and realized the realm of practicing strength like silk at night, practicing the chaos true yuan ju. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Lin Ming's ethereal martial spirit finally became more and more stable. At the beginning, he needed to push his body to the limit, relying on the dual assistance of high-level Jiu and Danan Zinyu and Stone, to make himself persist in this extreme state, so that he could slowly enter the ethereal martial spirit. Later, Lin Ming could spontaneously enter the ethereal martial spirit, as long as he meditated in the waterfall cold pond for a while. In the long-term practice of ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming's chaos true yuan ju finally entered the 2nd level. His true essence became more condensed, and his strength and speed were also improved. That night, Lin Ming meditated alone in the room for a long time, adjusting his mind to a completely peaceful state, and then he slowly took out the first prize of the assessment day, the red gold dragon marrow pill. The red gold dragon marrow pill is made from the bone marrow of the red gold dragon, mixed with various precious herbs. The dragon marrow of the red gold dragon is even more precious and hard to find, and the other herbs are also very valuable, and the alchemist who refines this kind of pill must be a top alchemist. This kind of alchemist usually comes from a large sect, and ordinary people can hardly see it, let alone ask them to make a move. Even if they do, their fee is amazingly expensive. Therefore, the red gold dragon marrow pill is not produced in Xianan country, and even the royal family cannot buy it. Its value cannot be measured by gold at all. Lin Ming carefully held the red gold dragon marrow pill in his palm. This pill is only the size of a grape, and it is red all over, and it looks very inconspicuous. Then, Lin Ming took out the low-level spiritual medicine talisman that he had prepared long ago. He practiced hard for half a month to draw 2 low-level spiritual medicine talismans. One was already used on the golden snake red ghoul pill, and the other was prepared for the red gold dragon marrow pill. Generally, warriors can only absorb a small part of the medicinal power of the pill, and most of the rest dissipates. However, the inscription talisman printed on the pill by Lin Ming can bind and stimulate the medicinal power of the pill. With it, the dissipated pill can be injected back into the warrior's body, increasing the efficacy of a pill several times out of thin air. Lin Ming crushed the spiritual medicine talisman, and the talisman paper immediately turned into a red light and merged into the red gold dragon marrow pill. After a few breaths, a flame-shaped inscription talisman appeared in the center of the pill. Chapter 103, Training the Organs. The red gold dragon marrow pill is a powerful medicine. If the efficacy is increased several times, it can be said to be a poison that penetrates the intestines. Therefore, although Lin Ming has prepared the inscription rune, he has never taken it rashly. Now, his chaos true essence art has entered the 2nd level, and the impure true essence of the previous golden snake red ghoul pill has been almost refined. Lin Ming feels that it is almost ready to take it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it directly. The pill slid into the stomach and then calmed down without much reaction. Lin Ming knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Once the medicinal power was dissolved and jumped around in his body, that would be the beginning of pain. Lin Ming filled the bathtub with water, jumped in and started to practice the chaos true essence art. Water can help people relax and calm down. After about 3/4 of an hour, Lin Ming felt his stomach begin to heat up. At first, it was just like drinking a glass of strong liquor. After a while, it was like a flame was ignited. The heat flowed along Lin Ming's body. His body was like falling into a furnace. The heat reached the skin membrane and was about to escape through the pores. But at this moment, it seemed that an invisible force bound the heat and kept it in Lin Ming's body. This is the effect of the inscribed medicine talisman. If it weren't for the inscribed medicine talisman, the power of the medicine would have escaped. The inscribed medicine talisman bound them in Lin Ming's body by force, but this also increased Lin Ming's pain. The golden snake red gall pill is as cold as ice. After eating it, the whole body feels like falling into the abyss of the underworld, and the cold is piercing to the bone. The red gold dragon marrow pill is as hot as fire. After eating it, it feels like burning in 1,000 fires, and the burning pain is unbearable. Lin Ming only felt that his body seemed to be burned, and then there was an iron brush brushing on the flesh, brushing him almost unconscious. At first, he could still forcibly operate the Chaos True Essence art, but later, he couldn't even operate the Chaos True Essence art. Such pain is simply unbearable for humans. Even if Lin Ming's martial arts heart is strong, he can't force himself to operate in such a state. The water in the bathtub became hotter and hotter because of Lin Ming. After a while, it began to roll and boil, and a lot of white mist came out. A bucket of water was boiled. However, in such severe pain, when Lin Ming couldn't concentrate at all, countless tiny units in his body began to spontaneously breathe in and out to digest the heat in Lin Ming's body. Their breathing soon formed a resonance of the true essence. In this resonance, the hot air masses accumulated in Lin Ming's body began to be dispersed and absorbed, and Lin Ming's pain began to ease slightly. It's like this again. The last time he took the golden snake red gall pill, the tiny units in Lin Ming's body spontaneously entered the realm of strength training like silk, which dispersed the cold air mass, making it more easily absorbed by the body. This time, it was the same. After taking the red gold dragon marrow pill, it was as if the countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body had formed an instinct to resist external enemies, and did not need Lin Ming's conscious command at all. There is no doubt that this is the benefit of practicing strength training like silk. This Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is really a god level practice. Lin Ming has had such a feeling in his heart for countless times. If it weren't for the realm of strength training like silk, Lin Ming didn't know how long he would have to endure the burning pain brought by the red gold dragon marrow pill. By then, even if Lin Ming finally absorbed all the medicinal power, it might be because the heat poison remained in the body for too long, causing some meridian damage, and Lin Ming would need time to recuperate. But now, with the help of strength training like silk, Lin Ming perfectly refined the medicinal power of the red gold dragon marrow pill just like the last time he absorbed the golden snake red gall pill. The rest is just the process of absorption and consolidation. Time passed by little. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been in the bathtub for 2 hours. During this time, the water in the bathtub was always steaming. As the medicinal power was refined, the true essence in Lin Ming's body went one step further and completely penetrated into Lin Ming's internal organs. The third level of body training and internal organ training was finally completed. Lin Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of hot air. This breath actually stirred the white mist in the room to form a small vortex. The vortex stayed in the air for a few breaths, but there was still no sign of stopping. Inhaling like a snake and exhaling like an arrow is already a sign of the great success of the Zhang training period, but I was able to achieve it only in the early stage of Zhang training. Now that I have reached the great success of the Zhang training period, I can exhale like a whirlpool and inhale like a vortex, which is a step further. In the memory of that great man, those who have truly practiced the Chaos Gang Doujing to the extreme can blow a breath like a storm and shout like a thunderbolt. That is the real great power that can split the sky and split the earth. After the third major success of physical training, Lin Ming naturally did not forget to test his fist strength. These days, every time Lin Ming's cultivation progressed, he would test his fist strength to see how big the gap with Ling Sen was. This time was no exception. It was already 3 o'clock at this time. The force measuring room was empty and there was no one. Lin Ming randomly picked a force measuring stone tablet, closed his eyes, and continued to concentrate, and then suddenly punched out. Bang! With a dull loud noise, the force measuring stone tablet shook continuously, and the light column jumped wildly. It exceeded the 5-foot scale, and was still rising. 5 feet. 5 feet 1. 5 feet 2. Finally, the beam of light stopped at the 5 feet 3 mark, with a force of 5,300 kilograms. Seeing this number, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, finally surpassing Ling Xian's casual attack. The second level of Chaos True Essence Art was broken through, and with the great success of the internal organs training period, Lin Ming's punch force finally broke through the 5,000 mark. When Ling Xian was demonstrating the force measuring stone tablet to the freshman, he punched casually and hit a result of 4,900 kilograms. With Ling Xian's mentality, he probably used 80% of his strength to punch seriously. Ling Xian's ultimate punching force should be higher than my 5,300 kilograms. But no matter what, my current punching force is very close to Ling Xian's. But Ling Xian's advantage is not in strength. His terrifying place is the fighting instinct and killing skills he has trained in Shirawuai, while my advantage is strength. I'm not as strong as him, let alone fighting ability. A warrior who is determined to pursue the ultimate in martial arts will often regard every strong man he meets as his imaginary enemy, analyze his respective strengths and weaknesses with this strong man, and analyze who will win and who will lose if they fight a life and death battle. Lin Ming is no exception. Another 10 days passed. Bang! Lin Ming punched a tree as thick as a man's embrace, and the leaves fell one after another. Lin Ming shook the rainbow spear and made a move as fast as lightning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of fallen leaves were stabbed by Lin Ming in a few breaths. However, Lin Ming could not string the fallen leaves on the spear like Hongzi did. He could control the speed and accuracy, but he could not control the strength. So Lin Ming did not pursue the control of strength, but directly pursued the ultimate destructive power. He stabbed out the spear with the method of practicing strength like silk, and the tip of the precious weapon with vibrating true essence touched the fallen leaves, and directly crushed the fallen leaves. He was able to do this because he had reached the great success of the internal organs training period. His true essence was more condensed, his physical strength was stronger, and his speed was faster. In order to digest the medicinal power of the red gold dragon marrow pill in a short period of time, Lin Ming used up most of the time he had to practice in the 7 killing arrays this month, and now there were only 6 hours left. Not bad. Even Hongzi, who had always been strict with his disciples, had to make such praise. It's only been 20 days, and you've already achieved the 3rd level of physical training. Your ethereal martial spirit is so enviable. Hongzi had been away for 10 days, since he taught Lin Ming spearmanship and asked him to practice his spear speed. After he came back, Lin Ming had already achieved the great success of the Zhang period, which surprised Hongzi. Lin Ming replied, "Instructor Hong, I haven't taken the red gold dragon marrow pill before, but only took the golden snake red gold pill. I took the red gold dragon marrow pill a few days ago, so I made such progress." Hongzi was slightly stunned when he heard this. It turned out that Lin Ming had broken through the 3rd level of physical training and defeated Zhang Kang with only the golden snake red gold pill. Everyone, including him, thought that Lin Ming had taken both pills at the same time. This Lin Ming was really hard to explain with common sense. Hongzi said, "I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that you could break through the internal organs training stage with just one golden snake red gold pill. If I'm not mistaken, your body is very suitable for absorbing natural treasures. Coupled with your ethereal martial arts, your future achievements are really limitless. This is because you are not talented. If your talent can be improved by 2 levels, then I really can't imagine it. Okay, starting from today, for 10 days, I will accompany you to practice spear. Your spear skills have already achieved the most basic, fast, accurate, and stable, but there is still one thing missing. That is, change. Although spear skills are not as weird as sword skills, there are more spear moves than sword moves. The main means of attack of the sword are nothing more than stabbing, chopping, and cutting, while the spear has more stabbing, chopping, pushing, sweeping, circling, dancing, etc. I will not teach you fixed moves and routines, but only teach you to integrate all these basic spear moves and change them unpredictably. Let's start. I will suppress my true energy to a level similar to yours, and I will not show mercy." Hongzi said as he shook the spear in his hand, aimed at Lin Ming's chest, and stabbed him with the spear. Hongzi only said to suppress the true essence, but he did not suppress the strength of the body. With the physical strength of Hongzi, who was in the 6th stage of the condensation of meridians, how could Lin Ming be comparable? The speed of Hongzi's gun was as fast as lightning, and he appeared in front of Lin Ming in an instant. So fast. At that moment, Lin Ming could clearly feel the chill on the gun blade, which made his hair stand on end. Bang! Lin Ming held the piercing rainbow gun in his hand and swept it across, fighting with Hongzi. Even though Lin Ming's physical strength exceeded 5,000 jin, he was also shocked by Hongzi and his tiger's mouth was numb. The strength of the peak warrior of the condensation of meridians is indeed abnormal. If it weren't for the trembling power of the training force like silk contained in Lin Ming's piercing rainbow gun, he would have been defeated on the spot with just this one blow. Chapter 104. The day of decisive battle arrives. However, Hongzi was even more shocked. Although he did not use his true energy in this attack, he used all his physical strength, but Lin Ming was able to block it head on. Hongzi had long known that Lin Ming was incredibly powerful, but he did not expect that after he reached the 3rd level of physical training, his strength would soar so much, probably no less than 5,000 kilograms. This is simply a beast level body. Although he was surprised, Hongzi's movements did not stop at all. While Lin Ming was repelled by a shot, he took advantage of the situation and shot 3 shots in a row. These 3 shots easily blocked all of Lin Ming's evasive routes, and Lin Ming could only raise his gun to block again. Dang. Another hard fight. Hongzi chopped the gun barrel of the Guanhan gun with a gun, and the gun barrel forged with purple black bullet iron was pressed into a bow by Hongzi's great force. Lin Ming's footsteps sank, and his right foot actually sank into the soil. He barely used the Guanhan gun to deflect Hongzi's spear, but Hongzi flipped in the air, and the spear drew a perfect arc in the air, piercing out from under his abdomen, and piercing Lin Ming's throat. The shot came too fast and too suddenly. In addition, Lin Ming had used up all his energy in the 2 previous fights. His blood and ki were boiling. He was unable to block the shot, and was shot in the throat by Hongzi. At that moment, Lin Ming could clearly feel the sharp wind from the gun piercing his neck, but Hongzi suddenly put away his gun in an instant, and the tip of the gun stopped half a centimeter away from Lin Ming's throat, without hurting Lin Ming at all. What a precise control of force. Even though he knew that Hongzi could not stab all the way, when the wind from the gun hit his skin, Lin Ming's breathing was still stagnant instantly. This gun that stabbed like lightning was too scary. 3 moves. Just 3 moves, and Lin Ming was defeated. Hongzi put away his spear and said, Lin Ming, although I suppressed my energy, I did not suppress my physical strength. You can hold on to the 3rd shot, which is far better than the warriors of the same level. Your strength is really against the sky. I'm afraid it's more than 5,000 pounds. 5,300 pounds. Lin Ming answered truthfully. 5,300 pounds. TSK, you have left the same level warriors far behind. Your strength is really suitable for spear training. It would be a waste to practice swordsmanship. However, the 3 moves you took just now were not your best. Your block just now lacked the most important thing in spear moves, momentum. Momentum. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Indeed, his momentum just now was overwhelmed by Hongzi's fierce spear moves. In the duel with Zhang Kang, you use the most basic iron bridge to block the river and dragon out of the sea to break Zhang Kang's falling cloud slash with 1 shot. This is because of the surging momentum in your spear moves. But just now, because my spear moves were too fast, you didn't have time to build up momentum. Yes, although your spear moves are powerful, they have a fatal weakness, that is, they are too slow to launch. Zhu Yan uses a sword. He has a high level of attainment in swordsmanship and his attacks are extremely fierce. If you are suppressed by him, then his moves will be faster than the last one, and your momentum will not be able to accumulate at all. At that time, you will be brought into his rhythm and eventually defeated. Hongzi is worthy of being the instructor of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. He quickly pointed out another weakness of Lin Ming. Indeed, no matter how good the moves are, they are useless if they are not launched in time. Now you have to learn to build up momentum in the attack. Have you ever heard that some martial arts are a complete set, such as the 18 palms of a certain person, the 9 swords of a certain person, etc.? Lin Ming nodded. Hongzi said, a whole set of moves usually starts with the weakest move, and then moves forward one by one, each one stronger than the last. You may ask, Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Why don't you just use the last and strongest move right away? In fact, it's not that they don't want to fight, but that they can't. This is a matter of accumulating momentum. They need to accumulate momentum in the initial moves, and finally burst out completely in the last move. This is accumulating momentum in battle. Lin Ming suddenly understood. I understand. It's easy to learn how to accumulate momentum in battle. Just fight. From today on, except for eating and sleeping, we will fight each other all the time. Let's see how long you can hold on. For 10 days, Lin Ming began the hellish actual combat training. Although Hongzi said that except for eating and sleeping, we will fight each other all the time, he never thought that Lin Ming could hold on. Although the warriors in the Zhang training period have long-lasting blood and strong heart and lungs, it is impossible to maintain such a fierce battle for a long time. However, he soon found that he underestimated Lin Ming again. This Lin Ming is simply a perpetual motion machine in human form. His endurance is ridiculous. His true essence is much thicker than that of warriors of the same level, and it is very pure. It can almost be said to be endless. Even Qin Xingsun, who has practiced the secret book of the Seven Mysterious Valley, is not so exaggerated, right? Hongzi was speechless. He could only attribute this situation to Lin Ming's ethereal martial arts and natural supernatural power. The fierce battle lasted for a full 8 hours in one breath. Even Hongzi was sweating profusely. He had taken off his armor and clothes and thrown them aside. He went into battle shirtless. At this time, Lin Ming was also sweating all over and gasping for breath. The hot air he exhaled could form a small cyclone when it blew into the air, and even the fallen leaves flying close to Lin Ming's body would be blown away. Hongzi naturally noticed this phenomenon. This kid has such a long breath. No wonder his endurance is so good. Is his lung a bellows? Instructor Hong, come again. Although Lin Ming was exhausted, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. In just one day, his progress was amazing. At first, he could only take 3 shots from Hongzi, but now, he could fight Hongzi for 7 or 8 moves without losing. There was even one time when he took 10 moves. This was the attack of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. In such a fight, Lin Ming finally began to gradually figure out how to accumulate momentum in a fight. If Lin Ming had always relied on superior strength and condensed true essence to win against his enemies before, now he was gradually catching up in terms of fighting skills. Okay, come again. Hongzi was also excited by Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's strength was far weaker than his own in this day's battle, he still fought heartily. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Ming fought against Hongzi every day except for eating and sleeping. With the Chaos True Essence art that had just entered the 2nd level and the powerful recovery ability of exhaling like a whirlpool and inhaling like a vortex, Lin Ming was able to persist every day. From being able to hold out for only 3 moves at the beginning, to being able to hold out for more than 20 moves later, Lin Ming's use of momentum became more and more proficient. When he thrust out a spear, the momentum was released along with the spear. Even when the spear moves were old, the momentum was still there. He could also continue to accumulate in the next spear move, becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Ming's body movement had also made great progress. Basic steps was not some profound light skill. Its movements were very simple. However, Lin Ming relied on his strong body to gradually catch up with Hongzi's movements. Boom. After accumulating momentum for 20 moves in a row, Lin Ming slashed out with a spear, with the momentum of a surging river, slashing at Hongzi. Wherever the spear wind passed, sand and rocks flew. Good spear. Hongzi raised his spear to meet the attack. Although he blocked the spear, he was shocked back a step by the powerful momentum and vibration contained in Lin Ming's spear. This was the first time that Lin Ming repelled Hongzi. The internal organs training stage repelled the meridian stage. Even if Hongzi suppressed his true essence, this result was enough to shock people. What's more, Hongzi is not an ordinary warrior in the condensation meridian stage. Lin Ming, I won't be surprised by anything that happens to you now. Hongzi laughed and put away his spear. That's 10 days. If it's a month, I'm afraid I'll have to use more true energy in my spear moves to defeat you. Although Hongzi praised him so much, Lin Ming was not complacent. He knew that for a warrior, the higher the level of cultivation, the more important the true energy is. There is a big difference between using the true energy and not using the true energy, especially for warriors in the condensation meridian stage. All the meridians in the body are opened up, and the true energy flows unimpeded. The true energy attack is their strongest means of attack. If Hangzi uses all his strength, he will definitely die within 3 moves. He said, I'm far behind the instructor. If Instructor Han gets serious, I can only block 1 move and that will be my limit. Hey, you kid, you still want to rely on your strength in the Zhang training stage to fight against a warrior at the peak of the condensing vein stage who is going all out. It's already very good to be able to shock a warrior in the condensing veins stage who has suppressed his true essence, and you are still not satisfied? Hearing Hangzi say this, Lin Ming also laughed. Indeed, his current cultivation is too low, 3 realms lower than the condensing vein stage. Moreover, the realm of a warrior is more difficult to break through, and the gap in strength will be greater as time goes by. Hangzi said, tomorrow is your duel with Zhu Yan. Let's stop here today. You should have a good rest and adjust your state. If you lose, I will not forgive you. Lin Ming smiled and said, at first, I was not sure when I challenged Zhu Yan, but after practicing with Instructor Han for so many days, I'm much more sure. Hey, it's not in vain that I taught you. Lin Ming's strength is now at the great perfection of the Zhang training stage, and he is facing Zhu Yan who has just entered the Yijin stage. It was only half a realm difference, but in a battle between top talents, a half realm difference was already incredible. Not to mention that Zhu Yan had stayed in the 7th profound martial palace for 2.5 years longer than Lin Ming. During this time, he had used the 7th profound martial palace's 7 killing formations for a long time. Zhu Yan was definitely a formidable opponent. He represented the 7th profound martial palace's top talent after Ling Sen, Tuoku, and Zhang Guanyu. Time passed, and soon it was a month later. This was the 64th day since Lin Ming came to the 7th profound martial palace. Today was also the day when Lin Ming and Zhu Yan dueled, and the battle took place at the 7th profound martial palace's martial arts arena. In the 7th profound martial palace, some places involving the secrets and inheritance of the 7th profound martial palace, such as the book collection pavilion, the 7 killing formations, the 10,000 killing formations, the Linglan Tower, etc., were all forbidden areas, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. At the beginning, the 10th prince and the crown princess people were able to enter the valley where the 10,000 killing formations were located to watch the ranking battle, and it was also because of their strong background that they could watch from afar. Apart from the above places, other places in the 7 profound martial palaces were not strictly controlled, such as the public lecture hall, the martial palace square, etc. At the beginning, Lin Ming borrowed a lecture pass to enter the public lecture hall of the Qin Palace to check the information. Places like these can be entered with a pass or noble status. The martial arts arena is also included. The disciples of the martial palace occasionally hold martial arts competitions, and people often go to the martial arts arena to watch. But today, the martial arts arena is full of people, each of whom is a remarkable figure. They are either geniuses of the 7 profound martial palaces, heroes of the Xianan Kingdom's martial arts world, or princes and nobles of Xianan City, major families, and political figures. Chapter 105, The Attention of All. Today, the martial arts arena was full of people. Each of these people was a remarkable figure. They were either geniuses from the 7 Zuanwu houses, heroes from the martial arts world of Xianan country, or princes and nobles from Xianan city, as well as influential figures from major families and political circles. Lin Ming was a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in the 7 Zuanwu houses. This aura was enough to attract the attention of most warriors, and Zhu Yan was a first-class master from the 7 Zuanwu houses. He represented the top 10 geniuses who would enter the 7 Zuanwu houses in the future. The fight between these two people symbolized the top fight of the younger generation of Xianan country. If that was the case, this battle would not have attracted the princes and nobles from Xianan city and influential figures from the political arena. They did not belong to the circle of warriors. No matter how strong Lin Ming and Zhu Yan were, it had nothing to do with them. They paid attention to this battle because of the political significance behind it. The fight between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had spread a long time ago. Everyone knows that the mother of the 10th prince, concubine Rong, is from the Zhu family of Qingsang City, and Zhu Yan is very likely to become the helmsman of the Zhu family. Zhu Yan is undoubtedly the 10th prince's man. As for Lin Ming, he rejected the 10th prince's solicitation a month ago, and was slightly biased towards the crown prince. According to reliable information, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan don't have a good relationship. Instead, he is a close friend of Mr. Mu Yi, the current crown prince's teacher. Based on this, Lin Ming will most likely be the crown prince's man in the future. This battle is a contest between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, and it also symbolizes the contest between the crown prince and the 10th prince. Over the years, the crown prince and the 10th prince have fought many battles, and the crown prince has almost always lost these battles. Although most of the battles will not really hurt the crown prince's vitality, they will undoubtedly weaken the crown prince's momentum. Everyone knows that the 10th prince wants to seize the throne. The crown prince is repeatedly frustrated in this situation, which will give people a hint that the crown prince is not as good as the 10th prince. In this way, the people who support the crown prince will inevitably panic and become fewer and fewer, while the 10th prince, on the contrary, will become more and more powerful. Many princes and nobles came to watch this game today, not to watch the contest between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, but to watch the contest between the 10th prince and the crown prince. A new emperor has new ministers. Whoever can predict the ownership of the dragon vein as soon as possible can get the greatest benefit in the fight for the throne. Because of the presence of these princes and nobles, the martial arts field appeared with expert guards who were dedicated to maintaining order and protecting the safety of the big shots. Because there were too many important people, the disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansions were squeezed far away, which made them complain. Lin Ming had already arrived. He stood quietly in the empty martial arts field, his body straight as a rainbow spear, facing the gazes from all directions, and so many important people. Lin Ming closed his eyes and meditated, his heart as calm as water. In a battle, when the strength of both sides is similar, the state of mind during the battle becomes very important, and can even affect the outcome of a battle. The best state for a warrior is to be calm and free of distractions before the battle, but it is easier said than done. A battle often involves great significance. How can an ordinary warrior really calm down? Coupled with the interference of various factors, few warriors can achieve a calm mind. However, Lin Ming has comprehended the ethereal martial arts, and it is easy for him to do this. At this time, there are still 2/4 of an hour before the agreed time. At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. It was the unique voice of the eunuchs in the palace. The prince has arrived. Everyone was shocked, and Lin Ming in the center of the martial arts field also opened his eyes. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has also come. With the sound of clack clack of horse hooves, several snow dragon horses appeared in the sight of the crowd. The young man in the lead wore a purple gold crown, a brocade dragon robe, and unicorn boots. He had starry eyes and beautiful eyebrows, a full forehead, a face like a crown, and an innate noble aura in his every move. This man was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. On the side of the Crown Prince was an old man in a green shirt. He had a warm smile on his face, but he gave people an unfathomable momentum. This man was the Crown Prince's teacher, Mr. Mu Yi, a guest official of the Marshal's mansion. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Mr. Mu Yi. Seeing these two influential figures in the court and the public coming together, the people present immediately felt awe and made way for the two. Mu Yi looked at Lin Ming and nodded with a smile. Lin Ming also smiled in return. Lin Ming always had a good impression of Mu Yi. Coincidentally, half a quarter of an hour later, the 10th prince, Prince Yun, arrived. Prince Yun looked somewhat similar to the Crown Prince, except that he looked more resolute, with sword-like eyebrows slanting down into his temples. Above his forehead, there was a faint purple aura, hidden under his skin. This was the legendary purple aura coming from the east, the aura of a king. Beside Prince Yun was a slender young man in brocade clothes, who was none other than Zhu Yan. The 10th prince laughed when he saw Lin Ming. Little brother Lin, you're here really early. It's our first meeting. Nice to meet you. His voice was full of energy, but not arrogant, and sounded very comfortable. Lin Ming thought to himself, this 10th prince is quite a character. I rejected him at the beginning, but he didn't bear a grudge. On the surface, he still talked and laughed with me, as if the previous things had never happened. Brother Lin seems to have some misunderstanding with Zhu Yan. The warriors of our Xianan country have always resolved hatred by fighting. I think that both of you are heroes. No matter what misunderstandings and unhappiness there are, why don't you sit down and talk after today's battle? Maybe you can turn hostility into friendship? Turn hostility into friendship? I'm afraid Zhu Yan would like to eat my flesh and sleep on my skin, right? Lin Ming understood that the 10th prince said this just because he didn't want to be his enemy. He bowed to the 10th prince and said, I didn't expect that His Royal Highness Prince Yun would also come to watch my game. I'm honored. Lin Ming's words were neither humble nor arrogant, but he did not respond to the 10th prince directly. The 10th prince just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Zhu Yan turned over and dismounted, and slowly walked onto the martial arts arena. As early as when he saw Lin Ming, he confirmed at a glance that the other party had made another breakthrough in this month. The third major achievement in physical training. Zhu Yan felt the pressure, but he was not surprised at all. When Lin Ming set the challenge period to 1 month, Zhu Yan expected that Lin Ming would make amazing progress in this month. He obviously understood some kind of martial arts. Zhu Yan walked to the other side of the martial arts arena and faced Lin Ming from a distance. At this time, there was still a quarter of an hour before the decisive battle. Lang Yunai in the crowd looked at Lin Ming and Zhu Yan standing on the stage from a distance. Her heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors overturned, and the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty all surged into her heart. She was the person who was most reluctant to see this battle. No matter who won or lost this battle, it was like a knife in her heart. Zhu Yan's words a month ago seemed to still echo in her ears. He asked me to divorce you. She didn't dare to think about the life she would face in the future if Zhu Yan lost, but she had no chance to regret it. Although Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had already arrived, the battle did not start immediately. Zhu Yan closed his eyes and adjusted his state. To him, Lin Ming was a formidable opponent. He had to adjust his mentality to the best before the battle and exert his full strength. Just half a year ago, Lin Ming was still an insignificant little person. Even if Lin Ming defeated Wang Yigao, the son of the lord of the Wang army, by crossing the level, it was not worth mentioning in Zhu Yan's eyes. In Zhu Yan's eyes, Wang Yigao, such a useless playboy, was not worthy of being called a warrior. Zhu Yan had never thought that there would be such a day when he and Lin Ming would stand in a martial arts arena and fight in front of so many important figures in Xianan City, even including the Crown Prince and Prince Yun. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength had grown to the point of threatening him. So much so that he had practiced hard for a month for today's battle, and even took some precious pills that quickly improved his strength despite his unstable foundation. When facing the battle, he had to calm down and take a quarter of an hour to adjust his state, as if facing a great enemy. This was a battle he could not afford to lose. The outcome of this battle not only concerns Zhu Yan's future, but also his dignity as a warrior and as a man. The shadow of the sundial pointer gradually shifted, and when the time reached the third quarter of noon, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Time is up. Zeng, with a long groan, the rainbow spear came out of the box, like a purple dragon, and fell into Lin Ming's hand and trembled. At that moment, Lin Ming had not yet fought, but his momentum had been released. Everyone present, even those with higher cultivation than Lin Ming, actually felt an invisible pressure. This momentum, is it really released by a warrior of the third level of physical training? This Lin Ming is too strong. Just the momentum makes people feel a little breathless. The disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Palace were all shocked. Lin Ming's strength was too fierce. After a month of absence, he has reached a new level. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and slowly drew out his sword. The sword in his hand was a top-grade human-level treasure. It was called Qian, and had been with him for many years. He and the sword had a spiritual connection. Facing Lin Ming, he could not expect his opponent to be weak. He could only hope that his strength would be stronger. Whoosh, with a light sound, Zhu Yan's sword actually ignited a flame visible to the naked eye. The materialized true essence is only one step away from the true essence of a warrior in the condensing vein stage to transform into a physical form. Generally, only a warrior in the bone forging stage can achieve this step, and Zhu Yan, who has just entered the Yijin realm, has already done it. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan have not yet fought, but just a few casual movements have already demonstrated their powerful strength as top talents. This is a fight between dragons and tigers. Thousands of people in the entire martial arts arena were silent, and a pin drop could be heard. People held their breath and stared at the two figures in the arena, fearing that they would miss something. Chapter 106, Gathering Strength. Layers of crimson waves of air emanated from Zhu Yan's sword. Zhu Yan's true essence, like his name, possessed the characteristics of fire, so Zhu Yan's sword moves were often related to fire. With the characteristics of his true essence, the fire-attributed martial arts were even more powerful. As the crimson waves surged, the originally cool autumn martial arts field suddenly blew up a scorching wind, and Zhu Yan made a move. True essence infused the red flame sword, and Zhu Yan's sword light instantly formed a large net in the air, like a burning fire cloud, covering the sky and the earth. Martial arts, red clouds all over the sky. The whirring heat wave came over, and the temperature of the entire martial arts field suddenly rose. Some nearby disciples suddenly felt forced to retreat, while those big shots, the masters and guards around them, all held up the true essence barrier to protect their masters. This Zhu Yan did not even try at the beginning, and started with martial arts, and went all out when he attacked. Facing the red flames that filled the sky, Lin Ming's breathing in small units was adjusted to the same frequency, and his whole body's true essence vibrated spontaneously. This was the condensed true essence that Lin Ming cultivated after reaching the second level of chaos true essence art. Such a condensed true essence vibrated, just like the vibration of the 820 Jin Guanhang spear, with a terrifying killing power in its calmness. The vibration became stronger and stronger, faintly merging with Lin Ming's momentum, turning into a whistling gale, scattering and impacting. The red flames came over, Lin Ming stood still, his right hand sank, and suddenly stabbed out with a gun. Bang! The deafening sound of the gas explosion. The momentum of this gun was like a mountain collapse. The flames in the sky seemed to be swept by a tornado, and in the center of the flames, it twisted into a vortex of gun light, and this vortex rushed straight towards Zhu Yan. Puff! The vortex pierced Zhu Yan's body like a rotating cone. Before everyone could exclaim, the Zhu Yan pierced by the vortex turned into a distorted light and shadow, and gradually dissipated. After image, it's the divine shadow step. This Zhu Yan has actually mastered such a body movement. Zhu Yan had not made a move in front of people for 6 consecutive months. The disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Palace only knew Zhu Yan's strength through the ranking on the ranking stone, but they could not see how Zhu Yan fought in the 10,000 killings formation, so naturally they did not know what kind of unique skills Zhu Yan had. Zhu Yan disappeared like a ghost and appeared on Lin Ming's side in an instant. No, to be precise, it was not Zhu Yan who appeared first, but his sword. He drew his sword 24 times in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The sword light in the sky wove a dense and airtight net. Zhu Yan's swordsmanship had already reached the level of perfection. Zhu Yan was famous for his swordsmanship in Qingsang City when he was 14 years old. He then served in the army for a year and practiced hard in the 7th Profound Martial Palace for 2.5 years. In the past 3 years or so, he has even gained his own understanding of swordsmanship. His sword seemed to have merged into the void. Only the sword light could be seen, but not the sword. How could he fight when he couldn't even see the trajectory of Zhu Yan's sword? Even the top 40 disciples of the 7th Profound Martial Palace and even the master guards of the bone forging realm brought by the big shots felt a chill down their spines when they saw the sword light. If they were to go up and be enveloped in such a sword light, they would have already lost. Lin Ming's body movement was only the basic steps. How could he dodge? This thought just flashed through everyone's mind. In the blink of an eye, they had no time to think about it. At this time, Lin Ming had already drawn his gun. The piercing rainbow gun rushed out like a black dragon, and the vibrating true essence rushed out like a surging tide as the gun was stabbed out, rushing straight into the sword light that filled the sky. Ding 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 ding. In just a moment, Zhu Yan's sword collided with the Guanhang spear countless times. At that moment, Zhu Yan felt as if his sword had slashed against a mountain. The true energy attached to Lin Ming's spear brought a heavy and steady vibration, just like a mountain shaking in an earthquake, and it shook his sword light apart. He couldn't shake Lin Ming's spear at all. If he didn't put away his sword, he might have stabbed Lin Ming, but he felt that if he was half a second slower, his body might be torn apart by this violent vibration. This strange vibration greatly affected Zhu Yan's sword, as if he was a fish trapped in a quagmire. Seeing that even his body was about to be restrained by this vibration, Zhu Yan forced a breath of true energy and retreated violently. Dong 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 dong. Zhu Yan staggered to the ground and retreated several steps. He no longer had the light and graceful body movement he had before. What happened to Zhu Yan? What happened just now? Zhu Yan threw out so many swords in an instant. How could he be forced back by Lin Ming's gun? Why didn't he stab? His sword is not even a shadow of the speed. It should be faster than Lin Ming's gun. Almost no one present could understand the mystery contained in Lin Ming's gun. In their opinion, with Zhu Yan's body movements and sword speed, he should have avoided Lin Ming's gun and stabbed Lin Ming. However, the fact is that Lin Ming's gun forced Zhu Yan into a state of embarrassment, but he stood on the stage as steady as a mountain, without moving a step. Even those guards in the bone forging stage couldn't understand what happened just now. Hearing these people's discussion, Hongzi chuckled and thought to himself, Lin Ming is really a demon. He integrated the bone smashing fist into his spear technique. If you don't experience this spear technique yourself, you won't understand the feeling. I suffered a lot from this technique before. This time, let Zhu Yan have a taste of it. Zhu Yan finally suppressed the turmoil in his heart and broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt that the rhythm of his heartbeat had changed and the blood circulation in his body was blocked, as if it was going against the flow. What on earth was going on? He looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was holding the piercing rainbow spear, with the spear shaft extended diagonally, the spear tip pointing to the ground, and he himself stood straight. It was this posture and figure that seemed unfathomable in Zhu Yan's eyes, so he didn't dare to attack for a while. Fear? Zhu Yan was shocked. He actually had a sense of fear in his heart. Fear is a taboo for the heart of martial arts. The first level of the illusion level is to test the courage of the warrior, and this fear actually came from Lin Ming. This brat. Zhu Yan's heart surged with an inexplicable anger. He couldn't accept that his pride was trampled by a small person whom he had always regarded as an ant. A cold light flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. The anger made him instantly shatter the fear in his heart. He rushed out, and his body dragged out a series of afterimages. During Zhu Yan's sprint, his sword ignited a 3-foot red flame. This flame was the flame phantom formed by Zhu Yan infusing a large amount of true energy into the sword. Since quick moves don't work, Zhu Yan wants to win by force. Zhu Yan shouted angrily, jumped up, held the sword with both hands, and slashed down. It's Falling Star Slash. Falling Star Slash of the middle level of human rank. A martial art stronger than red clouds. The crowd exclaimed just a few words, and Zhu Yan's sword had absorbed all the fire essence around. The power of this sword was like a meteorite burning with fire falling down. Lin Ming's mouth curved up into an arc. He liked head-on confrontation the most. Lin Ming waved his hand, and with a series of sparks flying, the piercing rainbow spear drew an arc on the ground, and a full moon pattern appeared on the hard ground of the martial arts arena. Lin Ming aimed at the tip of Zhu Yan's sword and stabbed it with a spear. It was not easy to stab the tip of the opponent's sword in the lightning-fast fight between masters. However, many years of bone dissolution and a month of crazy spear training had enabled Lin Ming to practice solid basic skills. He could use the spear as easily as his arm. Even if a flying needle or hidden weapon flew over, Lin Ming could stab it down with the tip of the spear. Ding. Lin Ming's spear stabbed the tip of Zhu Yan's sword. How could the 3-foot-long red flame sword compete with the 820 Jin piercing rainbow spear? There was a series of teeth grinding metal deformation sounds. The red flame sword was bent into a full moon due to the huge pressure of the collision of the weapons. At the same time, Lin Ming's vibrating true essence collided with Zhu Yan's falling star slash, and the intense shock caused Zhu Yan's blood and ki to surge again. Bang! The red flame sword was bounced back, and Zhu Yan also flew backwards. After all, falling star slash was a human-level mid-grade martial art. Lin Ming was also forced by the heat wave and momentum to retreat 3 steps. This is the first time Lin Ming has retreated. Not just retreating, this is the first time he has moved since he came on stage. Everyone naturally noticed this detail. Lin Ming had not moved a step before. You can't say that. Lin Ming's momentum is as still as a mountain. If he moves, it proves that Zhu Yan has affected his momentum to some extent. There were still some old disciples present who didn't want to see Zhu Yan lose. An old student was defeated by a freshman, and they felt a sense of sympathy. Brother, do you think that the battle between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan is very similar to his previous battle with Zhang Kang? Zhu Yan was obviously not stabbed, but he was greatly affected. At this time, in a corner of the martial arts field, Tuoku said to Ling Sen, while watching the game, "Well, there are mysteries in Lin Ming's spear moves. I have read some classics before. It is said that a martial artist who has mastered the spear skill can comprehend the great trend of heaven and earth, the laws of all things, and infuse them into the spear, which can form spear momentum. Swords and knives also have similar artistic conception. Such masters do not need to use weapons when facing the enemy, but can kill the opponent by relying on momentum. Lin Ming's spear skills remind me of these records. Brother, the more you talk, the more mysterious it is. Lin Ming is so young, how could he comprehend the spear momentum? Of course he can't, otherwise he would not need to use his gun. To deal with Zhu Yan, he could kill the opponent with just a thought. However, Lin Ming's spear did not touch Zhu Yan at all, but still affected Zhu Yan. This is very similar to the spear momentum. While Ling Sen and Tuoku were talking, Zhu Yan fought with Lin Ming again. Zhu Yan no longer used martial arts, nor did he use gorgeous sword lights. He only used the simplest and most straightforward sword moves. However, even so, he still felt that his sword seemed to be entangled by an invisible force and was restricted everywhere. On the other hand, Lin Ming became more and more courageous in this fight. He was gathering strength. Chapter 107 A stunning shot. This is the biggest gain that Lin Ming has learned from practicing spear with Hangzi for so many days. That is, use one move to make it last and keep the momentum. In the battle, accumulate the residual momentum of each move and burst out with the last shot to sweep everything. Lin Ming's spear seems to be much slower than Zhu Yan's. Zhu Yan shoots 3 swords and Lin Ming shoots at most 1 shot. But what is incredible is that Lin Ming's 1 shot can block Zhu Yan's 3 swords. This is an extremely contradictory feeling, so some people who are not deep in martial arts can't understand the mystery of the two people's fight at all. They will feel that Zhu Yan seems to be doing useless work, and his 3 sword moves may not have one useful move. In the VIP seats, a well-maintained hereditary noble in his 30s saw the fight between Zhu Yan and Lin Ming and shook his head. This Zhu Yan seems to be just so-so. His sword moves are too fancy and only have a good appearance, but not many of them are practical. These sword moves look good, but they only increase the flaws when used in combat. Wei, what do you think? This noble himself has a 2nd grade martial arts talent. He is now in his 30s and has just entered the 3rd level of physical training. He thinks he has some insights into martial arts, so he said this to his guard. My lord, Zhu Yan's sword has indeed lost its light feeling, and I'm also very surprised. However, the sword light that Zhu Yan displayed before was indeed sharp. Even if I faced that sword light, I was not sure I could take it. This guard was also in his 30s and had just entered the 5th level of physical training. However, after seeing the moves that Zhu Yan had displayed before, he had to admit that if he were to fight against Zhu Yan, he would only have a 30% to 40% chance of winning. You can't take on this kind of sword light. The hereditary noble smiled casually, disapproving in his heart. You are too self-deprecating. In recent years, except for Ling Sen, Tuoku and a few others in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The others have been getting worse and worse. In the past, it was as easy for the warriors from the 7 Zuanwu mansion to fight against each other as it was to eat and drink water. But look at this Zhu Yan. If I remember correctly, he is a disciple ranked in the top 30 on the stone, the sword in his hand. Just as the hereditary noble was about to elaborate on his insights on martial arts, the smile on his face suddenly froze. On the field, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had already fought to the edge of the ring. Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun, and Zhu Yan dodged. Lin Ming's gun stabbed into the air, and stabbed into the thick pillar at the edge of the ring. He retracted the stab, and at this moment, an incredible scene happened. The thick rock pillar was shattered from head to toe, after being stabbed by Lin Ming's gun. With a rumbling sound, countless pieces of rubble rolled down like beans, and finally turned into a small pile of rubble, which was completely broken. It was as if the pillar was simply stuck together with tofu dregs. What's going on? The hereditary noble's eyes were straight, and even he saw clearly that Lin Ming's shot, because he didn't pierce, so he just stopped. However, this shot that withdrew part of the power, like a dragonfly touching the water, made the 2-meter high pillar explode into a pile of rubble, and the largest piece of rubble was only the size of a fist. Not only the hereditary noble, but everyone present, including Ling Xian, Tuoku, Mu Yi and other masters were stunned. Some people even rubbed their eyes subconsciously, almost thinking that they were seeing things. Was this really caused by the shot just now? It is easy to smash this stone pillar. Many masters present have this strength, but a shot on the stone pillar, so that the stone pillar is completely broken into small stones the size of a fist. No one present can do it. Even Mu Yi couldn't do it. Although he could send out countless sword lights in an instant to smash the stone pillar into pieces, creating almost the same effect, he couldn't create such an effect with just one sword. Even the usually steady prince lost his usual composure when he saw this scene. Teacher, what kind of spear technique is this? The prince also had a certain understanding of martial arts, but he had never seen this kind of martial arts. Mu Yi also shook his head and said, Your Highness, I don't know either. As the last piece of rubble stopped rolling, the entire arena was silent, and everyone was shocked by the scene. However, several masters of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, such as Ling Xian, Tuoku, and several older deacons, saw the rubble on the ground, and had a vague guess in their hearts, a guess that was reasonable, but they didn't dare to believe it at all. Could this move be? Zhu Yan looked at the pile of rubble, his right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to excessive force. Body crushing fist. You have mastered the body crushing fist. Zhu Yan had gone to the library to look at the martial arts selected by Lin Ming, so he suddenly realized that the reason why Lin Ming could restrain him everywhere was because he had mastered the body crushing fist! Exclamation mark. He was able to block Zhang Kang's knife with his bare hands and repel Zhang Kang with only the wind of his fist, also relying on the body crushing fist. Zhu Yan suddenly realized that it was the vibration of the true essence described in the jade slip of the body crushing fist that caused his internal organs to lose their normal rhythm, and the blood in his body seemed to be flowing backwards. How could this Lin Ming master the body crushing fist? Body crushing fist? The people present were slightly startled. For most of them, the body crushing fist was a set of unknown skills, and the name sounded very vulgar, and it didn't seem like a powerful martial art. However, for the disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, the name of the body crushing fist shocked them. Before Lin Ming became famous, most of them didn't know about this incomplete martial arts. However, since Lin Ming defeated Zhang Kang and won the 622nd place in the 10,000 killings formation, the martial arts that Lin Ming chose also became famous. The two martial arts that were usually ignored, basic spear technique and basic steps, suddenly became popular martial arts, and this bone-crushing fist would certainly not be left behind. People inevitably wanted to see what this martial arts was like. It was a low-grade earth-level martial arts. The missing rate was 70%. Just seeing these 2 points, even Lin Ming's fanatical fans would not be crazy enough to choose this martial arts. The so-called low-grade earth-level bone-crushing fist was because the beginning part of bone-crushing fist was missing, and the level could not be determined. The elders who were responsible for reviewing the martial arts gave the level assessment. No one knew what level it was in reality. You know, the higher the level of the martial arts, the harder it is to practice. Even if this bone-crushing fist was complete, it would be much more difficult to practice than Zhu Yan's falling star slash and red clouds all over the sky. Without the comprehension of a demon, it is pure dreaming to want to master the earth-level martial arts in the physical training stage. What's more, this martial arts is incomplete. Not only incomplete, but also incomplete at the beginning. For ordinary martial arts, if the latter part is incomplete, the former part may be mastered. But if the beginning is incomplete, this martial arts has no value at all. Otherwise, how could the 7 Profound Valley put a set of bone-crushing fists suspected to be an earth-level martial arts in the outer pavilion of the 7 Profound Martial Mansion as garbage? Everyone saw that Lin Ming chose the bone-crushing fist and they all disagreed. Even those fanatical fans of Lin Ming did not think that Lin Ming could comprehend anything from this set of martial arts. But Lin Ming, under such circumstances, relying on his 3rd level physical training, really mastered this set of bone-crushing fist that even those mysterious and elusive innate great powers in the 7 Profound Valley could not figure out. Is this still a human? And it seems that he not only mastered the bone-crushing fist, but also integrated this martial arts into his gun skills. This Lin Ming has the most terrifying comprehension in the history of Xianan country. No, maybe in the entire Xianan continent in the past 1000 years. This guy is simply the reincarnation of a god or a demon. No wonder Lin Ming can make such amazing progress in just a few months. With such a godlike comprehension, any qualifications are nothing. The entire martial arts field was silent for dozens of breaths. Hongzi had expected this kind of reaction from people. He was also completely shocked when he learned about this. He touched his chin and sighed in his heart. This little guy will definitely shock people more and more in the future. As long as he doesn't die halfway, he will definitely be recorded in the history books in the future. Haha, if that's the case, I will also be considered a teacher of saints. I just don't know if these historians can give me a small role when writing history. At this time, the 10th Prince Yun had already learned from his subordinates what kind of boxing this bone-shattering fist was. Without his subordinates explaining, the 10th Prince, who was quite accomplished in martial arts, already knew what it meant to practice such a boxing. He looked at the figure of Lin Ming in the center of the arena. His face was terribly gloomy. He didn't expect that he still underestimated Lin Ming. This young man was so terrifying. The 10th Prince had a vague premonition in his heart. If he and Lin Ming really became enemies, and he couldn't eliminate him before Lin Ming grew up, Lin Ming might become the biggest obstacle on his way to succession. At this point in the battle, winning or losing became secondary. It can be expected that even if Lin Ming lost to Zhu Yan in the battle, his reputation would be even louder, spread throughout Kyoto. Facing this Lin Ming who was like the reincarnation of a god or demon, Zhu Yan completely lost the courage to fight him, even if he had a strong heart for martial arts. Zhu Yan knew very well that, even if he could beat Lin Ming today, he would be surpassed by Lin Ming in a few months. He had provoked an enemy that he couldn't afford to provoke at all. Kill him. This idea suddenly came to Zhu Yan's mind. Killing Lin Ming before he grew up was the only solution. However, it is too difficult to assassinate someone in the 7 Xuanwu mansion, and once discovered, no matter who it is, the 7 Xuanwu mansion will make him pay with his life. On the contrary, accidentally killing someone in a fight, although it is a serious violation of the regulations of the 7 Xuanwu mansion, it is not a capital crime. After all, in a challenge between two people of similar strength, deaths do happen occasionally. Chapter 108, Searching in the Surging River. Although I will be severely punished for this, it is much better than being killed by Lin Ming in the future. Besides, a dead genius is no longer a genius. The 7th Xuanwu mansion will not kill me for a dead genius. With the secret help of the 10th Prince, I may end up being expelled from the Wu mansion and sent to exile. And exile is nothing to Zhu Yan. As for expulsion, although it is a pity, it is definitely worth it to kill Lin Ming. This is his only chance to kill Lin Ming. But, can he really kill Lin Ming? Zhu Yan was unsure. I still have one most powerful martial arts move left, but this move puts a great strain on the body. Normally, I can only exert 60% of its power. If I exert 100% of its power recklessly, it may damage my body's meridians, making it more difficult to open these meridians in the future, and becoming an obstacle for me to break through the condensation meridian stage. But now, I can't care so much. Zhu Yan's face flashed a trace of ferocity. He pushed his body's true energy to the extreme, and the red flame sword in his hand made a shrill hum. Zhu Yan is going to go all out. What a terrifying true energy. I'm afraid that even a warrior in the bone forging realm doesn't have such a terrifying true energy. Since learning that Lin Ming had comprehended the bone shattering fist, no one doubted Zhu Yan's strength. It was already remarkable that Zhu Yan could fight with such a demon Lin Ming for so long. Feeling the faint murderous aura on Zhu Yan, Lin Ming's mouth curved up. Are you going to fight to the death? I'll accompany you to the end. From the beginning of the fight to now, Lin Ming has been accumulating strength. Although he used all his strength in every attack, he held back in terms of momentum. The moves are old, but the momentum is endless. This is the key to accumulating momentum in a battle. Now Lin Ming poured all his momentum into the piercing rainbow spear, waiting for this final blow. Today's battle is the first important battle in my life. Zhu Yan is also the first important opponent in my life. The illusion level and the passion level of the test of the heart of martial arts in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion are the flaws in my heart. Today, I will defeat Zhu Yan when he uses his strongest killing move to complete my perfect heart of martial arts. Lin Ming took a heavy step forward, and the hard floor tiles exploded under his feet. Lin Ming stretched out his right arm, and the piercing rainbow spear was lying horizontally, showing the simple and unpretentious iron bridge blocking the river style. However, even with such a simple starting move, Lin Ming gave people a sense of vastness and richness after performing it. The purple-black piercing rainbow spear was as steady as a cast. It was like an iron chain in a surging river. No matter how turbulent the river was, it could not shake it at all. No matter how strong he is, the iron bridge blocks the river. It's the iron bridge blocking the river, the opening move of the basic spear technique. Oh my god, I finally saw senior brother Lin Ming's iron bridge blocking the river again. A little girl who was half a year younger than Lin Ming and barely entered the Hall of Humanity clenched her fists excitedly, her face slightly flushed with excitement. To many low-level disciples of the Hall of Humanity, Lin Ming and his iron bridge blocking the river style are a legend. Many low-level disciples of the Hall of Humanity are from common people and have meager wealth. As low-level disciples in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, they cannot choose any decent martial arts. Although they also have the halo of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion disciples, they do not have much hope for the future. However, Lin Ming, who was also from a common people, relied on a set of basic spear techniques to defeat Zhang Kang, a master of the whole of Earth, with the iron bridge blocking the river style. This is a miracle. The simple and unpretentious iron bridge blocking the river style, in Lin Ming's hands, became as steady as a mountain and unstoppable. Any gorgeous martial arts, just one shot to break. One force breaks 10,000 tricks. Lin Ming is the only one in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion who can use the basic spear art to counter Zhu Yan's ultimate move. Facing Lin Ming's iron bridge blocking the river style, Zhu Yan's face became more solemn than ever. This was the most important fight in his life. He would never look down on Lin Ming, just because he used the basic spear art. For such a person with a demonic understanding, any skill in his hands could turn decay into magic. How? Zhu Yan shouted violently, and the silk clothes on his upper body were scorched by the scorching air brought by the condensation of the flame attribute of the true essence, and fell into pieces. Zhu Yan tore the clothes on his upper body like a piece of paper, revealing a body of toned muscles. Because of the high load of the true essence, his flesh showed a strange red color. The red flame sword in his hand burned, and Zhu Yan could feel that the undeveloped meridians in his body were damaged by the flame true essence, and the pain was like a needle. However, this pain brought Zhu Yan bloodthirsty excitement. Go to hell. Zhu Yan's body suddenly rose from a state of extreme stillness. The whirring flames turned into a phantom in the air. Zhu Yan held the sword in both hands and raised it high above his head. His spine was bent backwards, like a taut bow. The flame essence gathered behind Zhu Yan and turned into a blood red lotus, which quietly bloomed in the air. Red Lotus Purgatory. The space seemed to go dark in an instant. This strange red lotus seemed to have swallowed up the light. It not only contained the fire of essence, but also gathered the heat of the sun. Facing Zhu Yan's fatal blow, at that moment, Lin Ming's heart was as calm as water. His ears seemed to have lost all the external sounds, whether it was the burning sound of the flames or the cheers of the audience. In his field of vision, there was only Zhu Yan, and in his heart, there was only the piercing rainbow gun. He poured all the gathered momentum into the piercing rainbow gun, and the thick essence vibrated violently. Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun, as if a mountain had fallen down. Boom. Lin Ming's gun and Zhu Yan's Red Lotus Purgatory collided violently, and the deafening explosion sounded like thunder. The fierce collision of true essences caused a fierce shockwave. With the sound of crackling, the hard ground of the martial arts field exploded, and large pieces of floor tiles were blown away. Bang! A figure wrapped in red flames flew out like a cannonball, and slammed into a pillar near the martial arts field. With a crackling sound, the rock pillar was broken in half. This figure was Zhu Yan. He was covered in blood and fainted on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lin Ming was not feeling well either. He was injured in the horrible collision just now, and his body flew back more than 10 feet away. However, he used the piercing rainbow gun to stabilize his body in the air, and finally landed on the ground with the gun barrel. His blood and ki surged in his body, and a stream of reverse blood almost rushed out of his mouth, but was suppressed by Lin Ming's chaos true essence art. What a powerful attack. If I hadn't learned to accumulate momentum during a fight, and save all the momentum for the final attack, I would have been defeated by that attack just now, or at least both Zhu Yan, and I would have been injured. The aftermath of the collision alone broke through the protection of the vibration of my true energy, and I almost vomited blood. This is because my true energy training has been completed, otherwise the collision just now would have damaged my internal organs and seriously injured me. Zhu Yan's last move seems to have been desperate and overdrawn. His injury this time must not be light. Zzz. Sporadic flames burned by themselves, and the whole place was dead silent. A battle at the pinnacle. Even if two warriors at the peak of the bone forging realm fought, it would not be so fierce. This Zhu Yan is already an extremely talented person, but Lin Ming still jumped half a level and defeated him. Is Zhu Yan dead? Zhu Yan was definitely fighting for his life with the last move. Red Lotus Purgatory was not something Zhu Yan could use. He overdrew his true essence. Zhu Yan was determined to win this match even at the cost of overdrawing his true essence and damaging his cultivation. His determination is really deep. But even so, Zhu Yan failed. This Lin Ming is really terrifying. There were many experts present, so they naturally saw the situation of the two's final fight. Even several elders of the Wu mansion saw that Zhu Yan had murderous intent in his final attack. I'm really surprised. Even if Lin Ming has good comprehension and poor talent, he can't make such rapid progress. His cultivation has jumped a whole level in the past 2 months. How did he do that? It seems that it's because Lin Ming has comprehended some kind of martial intent. Martial intent? What is that? Well, I also heard about it. I don't know what it is specifically, but it should be very powerful. The low-level disciples of the Two People's Hall were talking unintentionally, but their conversation was heard by an old disciple who ranked in the top 50 of the ranking stone. He suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say just now? Martial intent? Lin Ming comprehended martial intent? Yes. The low-level disciple looked confused. Who told you that? The disciples of the Heavenly Palace suddenly became excited, which scared the low-level disciples. Facing the top 50 disciples of the Heavenly Palace, they still felt some pressure. This seems to be said by senior brother Zidong, who guards the cold pond of the waterfall. Zidong. The shy and sea mansion disciple swallowed his saliva. Although Zidong had not reached the condensation phase, he had been a steward in the 7th profound martial mansion for so many years, and had a wide range of knowledge. It was impossible for him to be aimless. This Lin Ming actually comprehended the martial spirit. He had a savage understanding, a superior martial arts heart, and a martial spirit. It was really terrible. At this time, the medical staff of the 7th profound martial mansion hurriedly came on stage to apply medicine to Zhu Yan, while Lin Ming walked down the martial arts arena. After the previous battle, his true essence was exhausted. Now, his combat power dropped several levels. I'm afraid that ordinary third level martial artists could not defeat him. However, the hidden powerful aura of Lin Ming, as well as the powerful strength and savage understanding he showed, made everyone feel pressured. This is the fear of the strong. When Lin Ming stepped down, people nearby stepped aside. Even those martial artists who had been famous for a long time respectfully made way for him. The low-level disciples who idolized Lin Ming became even more fanatical in their worship of him. Mr. Lin Ming, congratulations. Crown Prince Yang Lin stood up from a distance and greeted him enthusiastically. In his words, he also used just the right amount of respect, which showed his respect for the strong and wise without compromising his status. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Rising Fame. Your Highness, Mr. Mu Yi. Lin Ming smiled. Haha, little brother Lin, your growth is getting more and more amazing. Mu Yi was filled with emotion. He originally thought that he had overestimated Lin Ming enough, but now he found that Lin Ming was still beyond his expectations and creating miracles again and again. Mr. Lin Ming, if you don't mind, you can come to my house for a gathering. I have prepared a banquet for you to welcome you. Yang Lin said enthusiastically. Lin Ming exhaled lightly and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was exhausted in the battle just now. I need to recover for a while. Moreover, I have some insights in the battle and want to go back to digest them. I appreciate the good intentions of the Crown Prince. I will definitely visit you in a few days. Well, that's good. When Mr. Lin Ming is interested, just send a sound transmission to let me know. I'll be waiting at any time. While the Crown Prince and Lin Ming were talking, the 10th Prince Yang Zhen watched from afar with a gloomy face. At this time, Yang Zhen's subordinates used their true essence to transmit the message. Your Highness, Lin Ming has accepted the invitation of the Crown Prince. Yes, Your Highness, Zhu Yan is too seriously injured. Do you want to take out the 1000-year-old stone milk you brought this time? Otherwise, Zhu Yan may have hidden injuries that will affect his future cultivation. The subordinate looked at Zhu Yan, who was being treated by the medical staff. His last move had overdrawn his true essence, causing damage to his body and destroying some of his undeveloped meridians. In addition, he was knocked away by Lin Ming, so the extent of his injuries can be imagined. The medicine used by the medical staff of the 7 Zuanwu mansion is naturally good medicine, but it is not the best. The 10th Prince shook his head and said, no need. He had long expected that this battle would be extremely fierce. Because Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge, they would definitely not hold back in this battle. It was normal for someone to be seriously injured, so he specially brought the 1000-year-old stone milk, a holy medicine for healing. This is the stone milk that flows out of some stalactites in the 1000-year-old cave that contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It takes more than 10 years to gather a small bottle, and each drop is worth nearly 10,000 taels of gold. This stone milk not only has the effect of resurrecting people and whitening bones, but also has certain benefits for the cultivation of warriors. The 10th Prince originally planned that if Lin Ming was seriously injured enough to affect his future cultivation, he could use this 1000-year-old stone milk to win over Lin Ming. He believed that Lin Ming would not refuse. After all, the only one who had a grudge against Lin Ming was Zhu Yan. The 10th Prince and Lin Ming did not have any deep hatred. The 10th Prince always believed that the most solid relationship between people was not family, friendship, or love, but a pure interest relationship. But now Zhu Yan was seriously injured. Not only that, Lin Ming also showed his unprecedented evil comprehension, which gave the 10th Prince a headache. He didn't know how to deal with Lin Ming at all. Assassination, dare not kill, and it's not easy to kill. Winning over, can't win over. Showing goodwill, the other party doesn't appreciate it. Moreover, Zhu Yan also made the 10th Prince feel very difficult. If he continued to use Zhu Yan, then there is no doubt that he would stand on the opposite side of Lin Ming. This is what the 10th prince absolutely did not want to see. Qianxue country is a country that advocates the use of force. What Lin Ming represents is not only his personal future power, but also a kind of prestige and aura among warriors. The title of a genius that appears once in 100 years in the 7 Zuanwu mansion is too important among warriors. If the warriors of Qianxue country see this kind of person surrender to the prince, what will they think? If he can exchange Lin Ming for abandoning Zhu Yan, the 10th prince will definitely be willing. However, the key is that, even if he abandoned Zhu Yan, Lin Ming may not help him. This gives the 10th prince a headache. This Zhu Yan has caused him a big trouble. After leaving the prince, Lin Ming immediately visited Hongzhi. Hongzhi's teaching was crucial for him to win against Zhu Yan this time. If Hongzhi hadn't taught him the training method of piercing leaves, his attack speed would have been even slower. If he didn't have the method of accumulating momentum in the battle, he might not be able to withstand Zhu Yan's last blow. This battle was fought beautifully. Hongzhi did not hesitate to praise him. Thanks to the instructor's teaching. Haha, this is not the credit of my teaching. If you had a different instructor, you would still be able to win. I just heard that you have a new understanding? Yes, about the heart of martial arts. Good. You have achieved today's results. Your heart of martial arts is crucial. Go back and comprehend it quickly. Don't tell me useless things here. Okay, instructor, I'll leave first. After Lin Ming left, the people gathered in the martial arts field began to disperse. Some martial artists were excited about the battle just now. A gun pointed at a stone pillar as thick as a man's embrace, and the stone pillar several feet high was turned into stone slag from beginning to end. Using the basic gun art against the Red Lotus Purgatory, he actually defeated the opponent. These are enough to make martial artists excited. The third major achievement of physical training has the strength of the bone forging realm. What if Lin Ming can reach the bone forging realm again? The most important thing is that he is only 15 years old. It has only been 2 months since he entered the 7th Zuanwu mansion. Lin Ming was born as a commoner before, and he didn't have many resources to use. If he had the focus of cultivation by the 7 Zuanwu mansion, his future achievements would be unimaginable. If he continued to grow at this speed, it would be really amazing. In the past, some people also paid attention to Lin Ming. After all, he was the first among the freshmen. However, at that time, most people thought that Lin Ming was just lucky and had eaten some natural treasures. Now, they know that Lin Ming has an unprecedented understanding. With only the 3rd level of physical training, he has practiced the earth level skills, and the skills are still incomplete. With the birth of such a genius, plus Kinzingson, a 6th grade talent, this generation can be regarded as the heyday of the martial arts world in Qianxue country. The warriors are excited, and those dignitaries are more concerned about the political significance represented by Lin Ming. There is no doubt that Lin Ming is going to rise, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes a supermaster. And a supermaster has a pivotal weight in Qianxue country. Take Mu Yi for example. He is a guest official of the marshal's mansion and the prince's teacher. He has an extraordinary status in Qianxue city. Even the emperor has to show respect to Mu Yi. Not only does he not need Mu Yi to show respect, but he also asks him to sit down. Although it is impossible for a postnatal master to kill 100,000 troops by himself, they can enter and exit the heavily guarded dragon pools and tiger dens as if they were in an empty space. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is no postnatal master in the palace, then the emperor may not be far from death, because the wars between countries are frequent, and the emperor may be assassinated by the enemy's masters one day. Lin Ming is likely to become such a person in the future. This is the object that all the dignitaries present must win over and please. Many of them are already thinking about how to show their favor to Lin Ming. As the crowd dispersed, the news of this battle spread quickly. Lin Ming not only became the most dazzling new star in Qianxue city, but also spread throughout the country. Halos such as a genius that appears once in hundreds of years in the 7 Zuanwu mansions and the future Qianxue kingdom's #1 master were overwhelmingly bestowed on Lin Ming. At the age of 15, he ranked among the top 30 of the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Qianxi mansion. With the third level of physical training, his combat power is comparable to that of a warrior in the bone forging realm. He completed the incomplete earth level martial arts alone and integrated them into his own spear moves. It is even rumored that Lin Ming has comprehended an extremely rare martial spirit. Each of these achievements can become a legend, but Lin Ming has gathered all the legends in one. His prestige in the martial arts world of Xianan Kingdom is at its peak. Storytellers from all over the country have compiled stories about Lin Ming's rise to fame. In these stories, the storytellers improvised and exaggerated, even saying that, when Lin Ming was born, the sky was shining with red clouds. He went up the mountain to fight tigers at the age of 7, and went to the sea to catch sharks at the age of 9. Although the exaggeration was outrageous, the audience listened with great interest. After all, the more exaggerated the storytelling, the more fresh it would be for the listeners. For a time, Lin Ming became the idol of countless young warriors, especially those from civilian backgrounds, who said that you can't practice martial arts without money. Lin Ming is their role model and their goal. In Qianxue City, the Lin family was in an uproar as a piece of sound transmission talisman was passed in. In Xianan country, families attach great importance to honor. A family that has produced heroes will be respected by the world, even if it has declined. For example, the family of Qin Zhao, the national marshal, even if the Qin family fell into decline hundreds of years later, they are still an ancient family that has produced heroes, and the blood of heroes flows in the bones of the family members. Of course, the Lin family is also like this. There is no family that does not hope that the family will be carried forward in their hands one day. Lin Ming's previous first place in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion freshman was already a great honor, just like those countries where the literary style is prevalent and the top scholar is honored. However, compared to the miracle created by Lin Ming this time, the title of the first freshman in the 7 Zuanwu Mansions is not worth mentioning. The peerless genius of the 7 Zuanwu Mansions for hundreds of years, such glory is enough for the Lin family to be written into the history of Xianan country. If Lin Ming becomes a legend in the future, then the Lin family will become an ancient family that has produced heroes and be admired by the world. Moreover, the person Lin Ming defeated was Zhu Yan, the first genius of the Zhu family, which also made the Lin family, which has always been suppressed by the Zhu family, proud. On that day, the Lin family hung up lights and held a banquet to entertain guests from all directions. To celebrate the most important day in the history of the Lin family, the head of the Lin family bathed, burned incense, and prayed to the ancestors. All the rituals and ceremonies were more grand than the new year. The servants of the Lin family received a heavy red envelope, and the tenants who rented the Lin family's fields were also exempted from rent for 3 years. These people naturally knew why they received such a gift from the Lin family. The name Lin Ming had already spread throughout Qianxue City. At this time, on the jade platform of the 7th profound martial palace, Lin Ming was completely unaware of all this. He was immersed in the perception of the heart of martial arts. After the battle with Zhu Yan just now, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts has been further improved. Chapter 110. Passion. With Lin Ming's current influence in Xianan City, naturally there are many forces that want to show goodwill to Lin Ming. However, due to the rules of the 7 profound martial houses, unless Lin Ming leaves the martial houses, or he takes the initiative to contact them, these forces are not allowed to disturb the practice of the disciples of the martial houses. The lake below the stage is quiet and green, like a huge piece of jade. It is late autumn now, and the weeping willows by the lake are already golden. When the autumn wind blows, the withered willow leaves fall down like golden moths. However, what is surprising is that none of these leaves float into the lake. The jade platform where Lin Ming sits cross-legged is the illusion array, where the 7 profound martial houses test the heart of the martial arts. Except for the 2 examinations at the beginning of spring and the beginning of autumn every year, this place has never been open to the disciples of the martial houses. However, Lin Ming's current status is special, so he is allowed to comprehend the heart of the martial arts here. During the entrance examination of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, Lin Ming passed through the jade platform illusion. His state of mind was broken at the passion of desire. At the passion of desire, Lin Ming saw Lan Yu 10 years later. She was dressed elegantly, humming nursery rhymes, and coaxing her and Lin Ming's child to sleep. At that time, Lin Ming saw this scene, and almost lost himself. Although Lin Ming knew that he had no connection with Lan Yunai anymore, and he would not have any intersection with Lan Yunai in the future as he pursued the peak of martial arts, Lan Yunai's betrayal was a knot in his heart. The so-called knot is the place where the mind is not accessible. The way of martial arts is not only to cultivate the body, but also to cultivate the mind, and pay attention to doing things at will, and to be happy with enmity. Otherwise, if you practice hard day and night, endure the loneliness and pain of practicing martial arts, but have to endure everywhere in life and suffer bullying, then what is the use of practicing martial arts? It is better to be immortal. Warriors have pride. A defeat in a not so important competition will not dampen their pride. However, some things, such as Lan Yunai betraying Lin Ming and following Zhu Yan, severely hurt Lin Ming's pride. Even if his heart for martial arts is strong, it is inevitable that there will be a knot in his heart. This is what mortals often call ki. When the ki is smooth, the thoughts are clear, the mood is comfortable, the true essence flows naturally without obstruction, and the meridians are easy to pass through. On the contrary, when the ki is not smooth, the thoughts are blocked, the mood is depressed, and the true essence not only does not flow, but accumulates in the body, forming a mouthful of liver fire. The so-called anger attacks the heart, not only does not help to practice, but also hurts the body. Those who are too proud may even die of anger. When the thoughts are not clear and the heart is uncomfortable, the martial arts practice is often restricted. Even when breaking through the ki bottleneck, this knot will turn into a demon in the heart, making the warrior lose his will, forever immersed in illusions and obsessions, and eventually go astray and become an idiot. There is only one way to solve the knot, that is to use your own powerful strength to destroy this knot, and cut off the inner demon. Let the thoughts flow, the breath flow smoothly, and the true essence flow unimpeded. For example, in this competition, Zhu Yan was defeated by Lin Ming. His dignity was lost, he was seriously injured, his meridians were damaged, and his breakthrough of the condensation meridian stage in the future would be affected. This incident seriously frustrated Zhu Yan's pride. He wanted to turn over, and it was useless to hire a master to assassinate Lin Ming. One day, he must defeat Lin Ming with his own strength, so that he can get rid of the inner demon. However, this is impossible for Zhu Yan. Not to mention, that he was seriously injured this time, which seriously affected his future cultivation. Even if he was fine, he would only be further and further away from Lin Ming in the future. On the contrary, Lin Ming defeated Zhu Yan in his strongest state this time, which was regarded as getting rid of this knot in his heart, and his martial arts heart was perfected again. Although it was not perfect, the time he took to pass the illusion level test this time was shortened again, and it only took half an incense stick of time. This time is only half of Ling Essence. After waking up from the martial arts illusion, Lin Ming had a strange look on his face when he recalled the experience of the passion level. He really didn't dream of Lan Yunai again, but he still dreamed of Qin Xingsun, and even dreamed of several girls that Lin Ming didn't have much impression of, such as Wang Yuhan, the genius girl in inscription art that he met at the Inscription Master Guild, and the unruly senior sister that he met when he was looking up information at the Qin mansion of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. However, these two girls only flashed in Lin Ming's dream. Lin Ming knew that the women who appeared in the passion level were not necessarily the ones he liked in his heart, but they could also arouse the potential desires in his heart. Passion not only includes love, but also desire. The essence of human beings is animals. Animals exist for only two purposes. One is to survive, and the other is to reproduce. To survive, you need to eat and reproduce, which is lust. Therefore, the Holy Book records, food and sex are human nature. This is the instinct written in everyone's bones, and it has evolved into a variety of potential desires in the heart. Some desires completely shatter the moral bottom line. The lust barrier can infinitely magnify these originally insignificant lusts, and eventually make the examiner lost in it. As the saying goes, a 1,000-foot-high wall stands firm without desire, but people are not the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth, and it is impossible to have no desires. Many people practice martial arts to satisfy their desires. Because of the obsession with desires, they practice martial arts by leaps and bounds. However, later, because their desires were satisfied, the motivation for practicing martial arts suddenly dropped. This is originally a contradictory process. Some martial arts masters even castrated themselves to overcome lust, so some magical skills books would write words like, if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself at the beginning. When this kind of skill is perfected, you often have to overcome lust, and if you have lust in your heart, you will go crazy when overcoming the inner demon, sink into the illusion of beauty, and become an idiot. Because of these principles, some eunuchs in the palace made rapid progress in martial arts training because they had no desires, and their essence was locked in their bodies, all transformed into strength and true essence. Lin Ming also understood these principles in his heart, and no longer obsessed with this lust. From ancient times to the present, he has never heard of anyone whose martial arts heart is not flawed. Sitting quietly on the jade platform, Lin Ming practiced the chaos true essence technique and soon entered the ethereal martial spirit. His body entered a state of unconsciousness. The true essence in Lin Ming's body began to circulate on its own, and the speed of operation became faster and faster, and the operation line became more and more perfect. Lin Ming was completely a bystander, feeling the flow of true essence in his body, and the speed was a few points faster. Lin Ming was delighted, because the perfection of the heart of martial arts, his ethereal martial spirit was further improved, and the speed of cultivation was improved again. If this continued, he would not be far away from the second level of the chaos true essence technique. After letting his true essence run for 3 hours in one breath, Lin Ming opened his eyes. It was already late. He remembered the invitation from the Crown Prince, so he let a sound transmission note and sent it to Mu Qianxue City, Crown Prince's mansion. At this time, the sun had just set. The front of the Crown Prince's mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. Luxurious carriages formed a long line. Celebrities from Qianxue City dressed in their best clothes gathered at the Crown Prince's mansion. The ground was covered with hundreds of meters of red carpet. Hundreds of maids dressed in cool clothes shuttled among the many guests with exquisite food, snacks, and fruits. Beautiful and timeless music flowed casually to every corner of the hall. Today, Crown Prince Yanglin held a grand banquet at the Crown Prince's mansion. Although the Crown Prince's mansion said that this banquet was just a simple party, everyone with a discerning eye knew that this banquet had great political significance, and the protagonist of this banquet was Lin Ming, who was the most popular person in Qianxue City today. The prince's mansion had obviously been carefully cleaned for this banquet. The garden in the mansion had just been repaired, the bluestone floor tiles were cleaned spotlessly, and the spring in the mansion had also been replaced with clean water. Under the moonlight, the water was sparkling and beautiful. Nan Wuhao has arrived. With a report, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe and slightly fat walked into the main hall of the prince's mansion with his entourage. Although this man looked bloated, he walked steadily and breathed evenly. His slightly lazy eyes occasionally revealed a gleam of light that made people's heart palpitate. This middle-aged man was Nan Wuhao, one of the 10 generals of Qianxue Kingdom. Qianxue Kingdom had a total of dozens of generals, but there were only 10 people who really held power and had great prestige in the army. All of these 10 people were conferred titles of Duke and Marquis, and Nan Wuhao was the youngest of the 10, now 69 years old. Nan Wuhao, he is here too? Yang Lin was overjoyed when he heard the report. Although he sent the invitation to Nan Wuhao, it was just a courtesy. He never thought that Nan Wuhao would really come. Although Yang Lin was the crown prince in name, his power in the court was not as strong as that of the 10th prince Yang Zhen. Now that the throne was changing, when the old emperor passed away, no one could say who would take the throne. This was the key time to stand in line. If you followed the right person, you would be rich and prosperous in this life and rise to prominence. If you followed the wrong person, you would fall into the abyss and never recover. However, those who really had a clear attitude were often only the confidants of the 2 princes, or families like the ZHU family, that had long been tied to the 10th prince and were inseparable. Most other people who already had enough status would adopt a moderate attitude. They had already risen to prominence, and did not need to rely on the change of the throne to make a fortune. It was the wisest choice to follow the golden mean, and not be biased towards any party, so that no matter who came to power, their status would not be affected. Especially the military, this is even more so. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne, if the military intervenes, it will become extremely sensitive. Therefore, the 10 generals generally do not attend the banquet held by the prince, because there will be spies reporting the banquet situation that night. Although the 10th prince will not conclude that all the people who attend the banquet are biased towards the prince, he will remember these people. In the future, if there is a real struggle for the throne, even if these people do not intervene, the 10th prince will not reuse them. After ascending the throne, the emperor has his own ministers, the positions are limited, and there are many talents, who would not reuse his own confidants. So the fact that Nan Wuhao came today was really a pleasant surprise for Yang Lin. However, the prince also knew that Nan Wuhao came to the banquet today mostly with the intention of getting to know Lin Ming. Nan Wuhao was also a disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. When he was young, he was a martial arts fanatic. Of course, he wanted to get to know someone like Lin Ming. This Lin Ming has such appeal, even before he grows up. If he is willing to help me, I think my succession will be much smoother. Regarding the update time, there will be no more updates in the early morning. Before noon and before 8 PM, there will be at least 2 chapters. If there are additional chapters, the time is uncertain. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. The update will not disappoint you. Thank you Behad for the 10,000 yuan reward. The 10,000 yuan reward at this time is very precious. Thank you very much. Chapter 111 Grand Banquet. This Lin Ming has such appeal before he grows up. If he is willing to help me, I think the succession will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Yang Lin was a little worried. Before, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had a bad relationship. He was afraid of being framed and assassinated. Maybe he would have to rely on him as a backer. But in this month, Lin Ming's strength has grown too fast. With his increasing influence and the support of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, no one dares to touch him easily. He will definitely become a hot figure in the future. With such capital, he does not need to rely on anyone. Haha, I will see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Nan Wuhao smiled heartily after seeing Yang Lin, and then bowed. Although he could ignore the invitation of the Crown Prince, if he met the Crown Prince, according to the rules, he still had to salute. Nan Wuhao was only a marquis, and above him was a duke, and above him there were princes, and the status of the Crown Prince was even higher than that of the prince. Although the rank is so different, the title is just a title. Without real power, it is empty. A person's influence in Xianan Kingdom has little to do with the title, but depends on the position, power and military power. This Nan Wuhao has a great influence in the army, and Yang Lin has to be polite when he sees him. Yang Lin hurriedly helped Nan Wuhao up and said, "Nan Wuhao is too formal. This is a family banquet. Just be casual, no need to be polite." Nan Wuhao is one of the top 10 generals of my Xianan Kingdom. He has reached the stage of breaking through the condensed veins. I have long wanted to get to know him. This time Nan Wuhao's visit has surprised me and surprised me. Haha, I was busy with military affairs a few days ago, so I had no choice but to decline your invitation. Nan Wuhao explained casually. Yang Lin would not pursue it and warmly invited Nan Wuhao to take a seat. Here comes Lord Wang, the commander of the Xianan City Guard Army. As the master of ceremonies announced again, Yang Lin raised his eyebrows. Wang Qian, the commander of the Xianan City Guard Army? This old sly guy, he is here too? Yang Lin was very surprised. Wang Qian's arrival surprised him more than Nan Wuhao's. He hadn't even sent an invitation to Wang Qian before. He came uninvited, and at such a sensitive time, with so many spies watching him. How dare Wang Qian come to the banquet? Wasn't he afraid that Yang Zhen would remember him? In fact, among today's guests, Wang Qian's status was not too noble. The position of military leader was below that of generals. There were dozens of generals in Xianan Kingdom, and there were nearly 200 military leaders. Moreover, Wang Qian did not have a title, and was not a noble. It sounded like Wang Qian's status was not prominent, but in fact, Wang Qian's status among the many military leaders was one of the top ones, even more important than some generals at the bottom of the ranking. This was mainly because his position was too important, the military leader of Xianan City Guard. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne has been very sensitive. When the military intervenes, and the Imperial City Guard is even more sensitive. Almost all palace coups were achieved through the Imperial Palace Genii and the Imperial City Guard. Because of this, the Xianan Kingdom's Imperial City Guard has no generals, but only 4 military leaders, who are in charge of the Xianan City Guard in the east, west, south, and north. In this way, power is dispersed, and the 4 military leaders can check and balance each other. Wang Khan is the military leader of the East Army. He certainly knows the sensitivity of his identity, so he has always been cautious and keeps a balanced distance from any prince. Anyone who can sit firmly in this position should be an old sly. The military leader of the Xianan City Guard is different from Nan Wuhao. Even if the prince fails to succeed to the throne, Nan Wuhao can still be his general. With his prestige as one of the 10 generals of Xianan Kingdom, the 10th prince dare not easily touch him, but Wang Khan is different. He is just a small military leader, and he is in charge of the Imperial City Guard. If things go wrong, the 10th prince will remove him, or even kill him for a crime. Wang Khan is here. Even if he wants to get to know Lin Ming, he shouldn't. I remember. Yang Lin then remembered that 2 months ago, on the day of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion exam, when he casually helped Lin Ming with a sound transmission note, it seemed that the one who framed Lin Ming was one of Wang Khan's sons. At the time, Lin Ming was just a nobody. This matter was just a casual thing for Yang Lin, and he didn't take it to heart at all, so he forgot about it. So that's how it is. Wang Khan must be feeling bad these days. Thinking of this, Yang Lin smiled secretly in his heart. Wang Khan has indeed been suffering these days. When this person is unlucky, he will be shot even when lying down. When he learned that the person who had a conflict with his son was Lin Ming, who is now in the limelight of Xianan Kingdom, Wang Khan was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Who did I offend? 2 months ago, during the 7 Zuanwu Mansion exam, his son framed Lin Ming. The prince sent a sound transmission note to the security mansion, which only made Wang Khan feel a little unhappy. After all, it was just something done by his useless son, and the prince should not implicate himself in the matter. But he never expected that the problem would come from Lin Ming. This guy suddenly became a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. He would definitely be a powerful figure in the Xianan Kingdom in the future. If he wanted, he could definitely make him a duke and a general. When Lin Ming grows up, it would be easy for him to get rid of him. Wang Khan knew that the conflict between his son and Lin Ming was definitely not as simple as a fight. It was to the extent of killing or maiming people. Wang Khan asked himself, if he encountered such a thing, he would never give up. So, how could he not be afraid? He had hardly slept well these days, but Lin Ming was in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. Because of the rules of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, he had no chance to contact Lin Ming at all. Not to mention him, even the princes and nobles could not see him. Therefore, the only chance he could see Lin Ming was at the prince's banquet. He really wanted to strangle his son to death. So on the day when he learned the news, Wang Yagao, who had been punished by Wang Khan for 6 months of confinement, was dragged out by Wang Khan and beaten up. Speaking of Wang Yagao, he was almost mentally collapsed these days. The first time he was defeated by Lin Ming was when Lin Ming beat Wang Yagao's servant. At that time, Lin Ming was just an ant in Wang Yagao's eyes. If he was bitten by an ant, of course he would step on him to death. So Wang Yagao brought a large group of drunkards who thought they were good at martial arts to deal with Lin Ming, and the names of those who were beaten were written upside down. He was punished to be confined for 2 months, and he couldn't drink alcohol, eat meat, or go to brothels. It almost killed Wang Yagao. He wanted to take revenge when he came out, so there was another scene on the assessment day of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. At that time, Lin Ming was at most a cockroach in Wang Yagao's eyes, a little stronger than an ant, but he could still be stepped on to death. However, in fact, Wang Yagao was beaten even worse this time. Not only did he hit someone, but he also hit his face. What was even worse was that after he returned, Wang Yagao was punished by Wang Khan's family law and was locked up for another 6 months. Gradually, Wang Yagao had almost gotten used to this life without wine, meat, women, and reading martial arts books every day. However, Wang Yagao was inexplicably dragged out and beaten again. This time, the beating was really fierce, and Wang Yagao almost fainted. Finally, he learned why he was beaten. The name Lin Ming has now completely become Wang Yigeo's nightmare. Even if he has 10,000 courage, he dare not do anything to Lin Ming again. The family law of the big family has always been strict. Wang Qian must beat Wang Yigeo. In fact, he is protecting Wang Yigeo. He wants to give Lin Ming an explanation. Wang Yigeo wanted to kill Lin Ming at the beginning. If he doesn't beat him harder, Lin Ming may not expose this matter. I'm here to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I have come here uninvited. Please forgive me. Wang Qian bowed deeply, looking a little terrified. Haha, you are so polite, Lord Wang. I'm very happy that you can come. Please feel free to do as you please. Yang Lin did not say much. He knew that Wang Qian came to see Lin Ming today. Thank you, Your Highness. As time went by, one prince after another came to the banquet. This time, the Crown Prince's banquet was unprecedentedly grand. Celebrities from all walks of life, wearing gorgeous dresses, holding wine glasses and talking quietly, their every move showed the etiquette of the nobility. These people are all influential figures in Xianan City. Sister Jingyan, you are here too. Mirengzi found Beijingyan in the crowd. Her face, which was originally a little impatient because of the entanglement of some dandy boys, suddenly changed into a happy smile. She moved her feet and appeared beside Beijingyan in an instant like a small fish. Even though she was wearing a gorgeous and complicated dress, it did not affect her movements at all. In such an elegant banquet, her movements did not seem abrupt, but gave people a kind of elegance. Sister Mireng, I didn't expect your Mireng family to come too. Mirengzi and Beijingyan were the two proud daughters of the 7 Zuanwu mansion that Lin Ming had seen in the last assessment of the 10,000 killing formation. Mirengzi was 17 years old and ranked 28th on the stone, while Beijingyan was 18 years old and ranked 22nd on the stone. The two women were collectively called 7 Zuan Shuangjiao. They can be said to be women who have gathered thousands of favors. At this time, the two women gathered together and immediately attracted the attention of many men. The two of them were like proud peacocks, standing out in this hall. I remember that your Mireng family rarely attends the prince's banquet. Beijingyan paused for a moment, then smiled and whispered, are you here to arrange a blind date for you this time? Go. Sister Jingyan, you are teasing me again. None of these playboys are decent. Mirengzi really has the capital to say so. Her talent and strength, coupled with her appearance and temperament, looking at the entire Xianan city, the only one who can compare with her is Qin Xingsun. There are indeed not many young men from noble families who are worthy of Mirengzi. Zhang Guanai who has good looks and talents, but he is famous for his philandering and lust, and he has practiced the Hehuan Gong. So far, I don't know how many women he has played with. As for the 10th prince and the crown prince already has a wife. With Mirengzi's arrogance, it is naturally impossible for her to be a concubine. Besides, the fight between the crown prince and the 10th prince is still unclear, so the Mireng family naturally dare not rashly form a marriage. Haha, of course I'm not talking about them. The person I'm talking about is. Beijingyan was just saying this when the voice of the host suddenly came from outside the door. Master Lin Ming of the 7th Zuanwu mansion has arrived. Chapter 112. Hehuan sect. Of course I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about. Beijingyan was just saying this when the voice of the MC suddenly came from outside the door. Master Lin Ming of the 7th Zuanwu mansion has arrived. With this announcement, almost everyone in the hall looked towards the door, and many people had already started to move towards the door. Led by two beautiful maids, Lin Ming slowly walked into the hall. Although he changed into a decent outfit today, it was much more ordinary than the gorgeous and complicated aristocratic costumes of the nobles in the field. However, because of the sharp momentum accumulated by Lin Ming's practice these days, even if he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was particularly dazzling in the crowd. At this time, Lin Ming was thinking about the announcement of the MC just now, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Master Lin? It really sounded strange. Lin Ming had no official position or title, just a commoner. The only identity he could say was that he was a disciple of the 7th Zuanwu mansion. But the MC didn't dare to call Lin Ming by name, so he added the title of master. He is Lin Ming. He is indeed a handsome man. He is only 15 years old. Wow, he is amazing. Lin Ming is undoubtedly the protagonist of this banquet, and the object of attention for all of them. Brother Lin, you are finally here. Prince Yang Lin stepped forward and supported Lin Ming before he could salute. Brother Lin, no need to be polite, come, I will introduce you. Yang Lin knew that many people at this banquet wanted to get to know Lin Ming, so he naturally had to introduce them one by one. The first person to be introduced was naturally Nan Wuhao. Brother Lin, this is Nan Wuhao General Wu, one of the 10 great generals of Xianan Kingdom. He guards the southern border of Xianan Kingdom. He is a warrior in the condensation vein stage and has made great military achievements. Nan Wuhao's name is Wu Yuanxin. Because of his repeated military exploits in the southern border, he was granted the title of Nan Wuhao. Lin Ming meets General Wu. Compared to Lin Ming, these frontier generals who are in the highest position are all high-ranking figures, and he always has to maintain the necessary etiquette when meeting them. Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince doesn't accept your courtesy, so how can I accept it? Actually, Brother Lin and I are brothers in the same school. It has been more than 40 years since I graduated from the 7 Profound Martial Palace. Time flies. Nan Wuhao spoke in a loud voice, and everyone present could hear it clearly. Brother Lin is young and promising, and his reputation has spread throughout the Xianan Kingdom. I have long wanted to get to know him. After meeting him today, I find that he is really a dragon among men. With such a cultivation at the age of 15, his future is limitless. General Wu, you are too kind. Lin Ming still has a long way to go. Lin Ming was not used to such compliments, so he said a few polite words. Haha, Brother Lin is really modest. Speaking of which, Brother Lin has already entered the Heavenly Palace. After entering the Heavenly Palace, he can receive some military missions. If Brother Lin is interested, he can come to my southern border army. With Brother Lin's strength, he will definitely make great achievements. After listening to the words of Nan Wuhao, Lin Ming's heart moved. Indeed, after the disciples of the 7 Zuanwu Palace entered the Heavenly Palace, they could receive military missions. After completing the mission, there would be rewards. This reward would not only come from the 7 Zuanwu Palace, but also from the court. All missions would be awarded according to military merits, so some disciples of the Wu Palace had been conferred titles before graduation. Lin Ming was not interested in titles, gold, etc., but the rewards of the 7 Zuanwu Palace were quite generous, such as true essence stones, high-level treasures, top-grade elixirs, and the practice time of the 7 killing formations. Needless to say, the practice time of true essence stones and the 7 killing formations was essential for practice. If there were high-level treasures and top-grade treasure guns, Lin Ming would also be tempted. As for the top-grade elixirs, they are even more precious. If Lin Ming wants to improve his strength quickly, he must have top-grade elixirs. However, this kind of elixir is in short supply in Xianan country. Even if Lin Ming can receive many gifts from big shots now, he can't get this kind of elixir. So Nan Wuhao came to see me to win me over to complete the military mission. This is not bad. My previous battles were just competitions, but there were few real life and death battles. Completing military missions can improve my strength, and there are awards to be won. Why not? Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, thanks to General Wu for thinking highly of Lin Ming. If there is a suitable mission, Lin Ming will definitely go to Nanjiang. Haha, that's great. Brother Lin and I hit it off right away. Come, let's have a drink. While Lin Ming was talking to Nan Wuhao, Beijing Guan and Mirengzi were still continuing their conversation about blind dates. Here, the blind date I'm talking about is him. Beijing Guan signaled with her eyes. She was talking about Lin Ming before. Him? Sister Jingyan, what are you talking about? Mirengzi blushed slightly. He is younger than me, how is it possible? Mirengzi was 17 years old, but Lin Ming was only 15 years old. Beijing Guan chuckled. From what you said, sister, if he was not 2 years younger than you would have agreed? Mirengzi twisted her mouth. How could I say that? Sister, you are making fun of me again. If you do this again, I will be angry. Sister, if you are not like Miss Kinzingson, who vowed to pursue the illusory innateness, or even a higher realm, you will always have to get married in the future. We warriors have a long youth, let alone a few years difference. Even a difference of more than 10 or 20 years is nothing. Pursue the innate realm. Mirengzi was slightly startled. For the mortals of Qian'an country, the innate realm is indeed a bit far away. Although she was a proud girl in Qian'an city, she knew that she had no hope at all when it came to pursuing the innate realm. Even the core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion might not have hope. However, Qin Xingxuan is different. His 6th grade talent is truly astonishing. Then maybe Lin Ming will also pursue the innate, Mirengzi said. Maybe, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan are two different geniuses. Qin Xingxuan's cultivation talent is too monstrous, while Lin Ming is a monstrous in everything except cultivation talent. It is hard to say who is more talented. If we talk about the combat effectiveness of the same level, Lin Ming is naturally stronger, but if we talk about the future cultivation achievements, I'm afraid that Qin Xingxuan has a better chance of reaching the innate level. After all, Lin Ming only has a 3rd grade cultivation talent, and this talent defect cannot be compensated. I think Lin Ming is more likely to stay in Qian'an country and make achievements. He may become the next national marshal. The next national marshal? Mirengzi was a little absent-minded for a while. That is a person with more prestige than the emperor. Many people in Qian'an country don't know what the emperor's name is, but no one doesn't know the name of the national marshal Qin Zhao. Even with Mirengzi's status and position, she also has respect for leaders of Qian'an country like Qin Zhao. When Mirengzi was in a trance, Beijing Gan suddenly smiled. Sister, look, Lin Ming has been surrounded by many girls. If you don't go, you will have no chance. Mirengzi looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, many noble ladies had approached Lin Ming intentionally or unintentionally, and were talking happily. Master Lin Ming, I heard that the gun you used weighed more than 800 kilograms. Is it true? A girl blinked her watery eyes, and looked at Lin Ming with some anxiety. These girls who took the initiative to approach Lin Ming were not necessarily out of utilitarianism. After all, they were still young, only 15 or 16 years old, and their minds were still simple. Some of them came here under the suggestion of their parents, while others came here out of pure admiration for Lin Ming. After all, Qian'an country is a martial country. The title of the 7 Zuanwu mansion Centennial Genius is extraordinary. It is a public idol. Yes, 820 kilograms. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Wow, it's amazing. How did you lift it? Can I see your hand? Okay. Lin Ming stretched out his hand helplessly. At this time, another young girl came over and said, Master Lin Ming, your palm is really good. I can read faces. The girl said, blinking her beautiful eyes. Can I read your palm? Before Lin Ming could think of how to refuse, the girl gently pinched the tip of Lin Ming's hand and looked at it carefully. The girl's hand was cool, with a unique feminine softness. You actually took action directly, Beijing Gan said with a smile. Humph, a bunch of crazy people. Mirengzi curled her lips in disdain and drank the fruit wine in the crystal glass by herself, like a noble peacock who admired her beauty. Beijing Gan laughed in her heart. She knew that with Mirengzi's arrogance, it would be impossible for her to put down her reserve and get together with those girls. It would be too cheap. Sister, if you don't take the initiative, you won't have any chance with this kind of boy. Then why don't you go? Mirengzi pouted. Me. Beijing Gan's smile gradually faded when she heard Mirengzi's question. She was silent for a while, sighed and said, I can't decide my marriage. Huh? Why? Mirengzi couldn't understand. Although in Qian'an country, children's marriages must be decided by their parents, she and Beijing Gan were of extraordinary status. Their strength and talent determined their right to speak, and they could decide their own marriages. Sister, you are too submissive. If you say you don't want to get married, how can they control you? Beijing Gan smiled bitterly. It's not as simple as you think. The man who took a fancy to her was a direct disciple of the elder of the Hehuan branch of the Seven Profound Valley. Not to mention their Bei family, even the royal family of Qian'an City had no right to resist. The 7 founders of the Qixuan Valley left behind 7 kinds of inheritance, that is, 7 branches, such as the Sword Sect, the Qin Sect, the Array Sect, etc. The Hehuan Sect is also one of the 7 inheritances. The sect studies the way of yin and yang, and all the skills are basically related to the affairs of men and women. Marrying a disciple of the Hehuan Sect is likely to jump into a fire pit. Mu Qianxue felt that Beijing Gan didn't want to say it and didn't know how to ask. At this time, the master of ceremonies announced again, Master Mu Yi, the prince's tutor, Miss Kim from the marshal's mansion is here. Mu Yi and Qin Xingxuan? Lin Ming was slightly startled. He hadn't seen Qin Xingxuan for a long time. Thinking of some illusions about Qin Xingxuan he saw on the jade platform, Lin Ming showed a strange look on his face. This jade platform just magnified the desire in his heart infinitely, not that Lin Ming really had lustful thoughts about Qin Xingxuan. Chapter 113 7 Mysterious Orders. Today, Qin Xingxuan wore a white and elegant evening gown. Compared with most evening gowns in the venue, this evening gown was much simpler. The chest and back were not cut too low, only revealing Qin Xingxuan's delicate shoulders. Although her figure was not plump, it could also outline a moving curve. The hem of the evening gown was dragged very long, like a clear spring flowing freely on the ground. This was the first time Lin Ming saw Qin Xingxuan in a gorgeous dress. He was slightly surprised. This girl seemed to always be able to taste different flavors. When he met her in the open classroom, she had the pure and immature air of a female student, but now seeing her at the banquet, she naturally exuded nobility and elegance. I wonder what it would be like to see her in a military uniform in the future? Qin Xingxuan's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the sensation Lin Ming had just caused could not compare to it. However, although the young masters of the noble families present kept their eyes on Qin Xingxuan, no one approached them out of their own ability. Qin Xingxuan was too far away for them. It would be better to go after the princess than to go after her. Teacher. Yang Lin immediately went to meet him. Haha, I'm late. Mu Yi smiled slightly and swept his eyes through the crowd. Haha, little brother Lin, we meet again. Mr. Mu Yi. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Mu Yi. In this way, those noble ladies would naturally not come forward again. Mu Yi glanced at those noble ladies and smiled meaningfully. Is it not disturbing you? Lin Ming said helplessly. Mr. Mu Yi, please stop teasing me. Haha, although the tradition of Xianan country is to get married at the age of 18, there are many men who become fathers at the age of 16. You will be 16 in a few months. You should consider it. I don't plan to get married so early. Since breaking up with Lan Yunyu, he has been obsessed with pursuing the ultimate in martial arts and has no plan to get married too early. Unexpectedly, Qin Xingxuan smiled slyly and said, Lin Ming, you are not saying what you mean. I remember that, when you passed the illusion level, you stayed in the lust level for a long time. I wonder which girl you dreamed of. Qin Xingxuan mentioned this matter intentionally or unintentionally. In her opinion, if Lin Ming had a girl he liked, as long as he asked, even the princess would agree. Qin Xingxuan's question made Lin Ming's face blush rarely. Which girl did you dream of? This? It's really hard to say. Okay, Xingxuan, stop teasing brother Lin. Well, this is the case. After the banquet is over, the prince wants to see you. Oh, okay. Lin Ming did not refuse. This was expected. Since he came to the banquet, it meant that he had no intention of rejecting the prince's invitation. Lin Ming talked with the two for a while. Because of Qin Xingxuan's presence, no girl came forward. Not to mention ordinary noble girls, even Mu Qianxue had no confidence in front of Qin Xingxuan. At this moment, the master of ceremonies suddenly announced, General Manager Wang Gonggang has arrived. Wang Gonggang? The prince was slightly startled. Why did Wang Gonggang come? Generally speaking, Wang Gonggang rarely left the palace. When he left the palace, he basically conveyed the imperial edict. Could it be that his father wanted to convey the imperial edict to confer the title of Emperor Lin Ming? The prince was wondering. Wang Gonggang had already walked into the hall. He was wearing a yellow brocade robe, holding a whisk in his left hand, and his right hand was slightly raised. In his palm, he held a golden token with 3 words written in seal script on it. Qixuanling. Qixuanling? A eunuch from Qixuan Valley? The prince was shocked. This was a eunuch of a higher level than an imperial edict. Although Wang Gonggang was the general manager of the palace, he was also responsible for some things in Qixuanwu Mansion. Wang Gonggang entered the palace at the age of 6. Because of his outstanding martial arts talent, he was later sent to Qixuanwu Mansion. He was a eunuch himself, pure and desireless, so his martial arts progress was good. Now he has reached the peak of condensed veins. He is the chief eunuch and a master of the inner palace who guards the palace. Generally, the 7 mysterious orders given to the royal family by the 7 mysterious valley were passed on by Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang looked at Lin Ming with a smile and said, "Little brother Lin is blessed." The lord of the palace applied for the core disciple status for little brother Lin yesterday. The 7 mysterious order just issued by the main sect today stipulates the content of the assessment. The lord of the palace is not in the Wu palace, so he asked me to pass the order. I just found out that little brother Lin was attending a banquet at the prince's palace, so I rushed over. I wonder if little brother Lin is interested in becoming a core disciple of the 7 mysterious Wu palace. When Eunuch Wang said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Core disciple. Although it was expected that Lin Ming might become a core disciple, no one expected it to be so soon. A core disciple born and raised in Qianxue country has great significance. Once he asks to be sent back to serve as the lord of the 7 mysterious Wu palace or the 7 mysterious envoy in the future, he will be equivalent to the emperor of Qianxue country. However, this core disciple assessment is not so easy to pass. At the beginning, even Ling Sen failed. This Lin Ming, whose talent is even worse than Ling Sen, can he pass? Everyone was unsure. Lin Ming was a genius in every aspect except his talent, and the 7 profound valley valued talent the most. Lin Ming answered without much hesitation, "I'm willing to become a core disciple." If he wanted to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, he had to go through the sect, otherwise he would not be able to get any resources, not to mention the 7 killing arrays, true essence stones, and top grade elixirs. Just to go from the acquired to the innate, he needed the heavenly pill to clear the acquired turbid key in his body. This kind of thing was only available in the big sects. In the secular world, its value could not be measured in gold. Very good. Eunuch Wang smiled and said in his shrill voice, "Then I will announce the content of the 7 profound orders. Lin Ming, listen to the order. From now on, you will officially enter the core disciple assessment of the Wu Mansion. If Mr. Lin can reach the peak of the 4th level of the Yijin realm of physical training at the age of 16, he will pass the core disciple assessment. Or, if he can reach the initial stage of the 5th level of the bone forging realm of physical training at the age of 18, he can also pass the core disciple assessment. Otherwise, the assessment will fail. In addition to the assessment content sent down by the head sect, the palace master also promised Mr. Lin some rewards. From now on, if Mr. Lin can enter the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation within 3 months, he can get a human level medium grade treasure spear made of heavy mysterious soft silver. If you can defeat Zhangguanai within 4 months, you can get a 500-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. If you defeat Tuoku within 5 months, you can get a green spirit pill. If you defeat Ling Sen within 6 months, you can get a bottle of body purifying spirit liquid. All the above rewards can be stacked. Lin Ming, do you understand? Eunuch Wang took the 7 profound orders and asked Lin Ming with a smile. A human level mid-grade treasure spear of heavy Zhu and soft silver, 500-year-old blood Ganoderma, green spirit pill, and body purifying spirit liquid. Even though everyone present knew that the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion had a deep foundation, they still gasped after hearing these rewards. Take the human level mid-grade treasure spear for example. It is obviously not the top among these rewards, but even so, it is priceless in Qianxue country. Ordinary human level mid-grade treasures, such as swords, cost 10,000 or 20,000 gold each, and this human level mid-grade treasure spear, the value has increased several times, and it is still in short supply. Spears, bows, and sticks, which require both rigidity and elasticity, are the most difficult to make. It is even more difficult to make treasures. Even some generals do not have treasure spears, but like Lin Ming, use spears made of purple black bullet iron. Some generals use treasure spears, but the spear shafts are not elastic, and the power is greatly reduced when used. Although most people have never heard of this heavy mysterious soft silver, just because there is a word soft in the name, it should not be a hard gun, but a bullet gun. It is difficult to imagine the value of a human level medium grade treasure bullet gun. Besides, the 500-year-old blood Ganoderma, most of the blood Ganoderma will die if it is not picked after 300 years. The 400-year-old blood Ganoderma is already very precious. The 500-year-old blood Gynoderma is almost impossible to find in the mortal world. Only the big sects have the secret method to cultivate it. This kind of blood Gynoderma can replenish the blood and ki in the body, making the warrior's blood and ki vigorous, and even the strength will increase. It is a holy medicine that warriors who pursue strength dream of. As for the green spirit pill and the body cleansing spirit liquid, most people did not know what they were, but they could be ranked together with the blood Gynoderma and the medium grade treasure spear, which must be a priceless treasure. But, although the treasure is tempting, no one present is jealous of Lin Ming, because the difficulty of obtaining it is beyond imagination! Enter the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation within 3 months. Defeat Zhangguanai within 4 months. Defeat Tuoku within 5 months. Defeat Lingxun within 6 months. These tasks are extremely difficult, and each one is more difficult than the last. The first one is relatively the easiest, but it is already a myth in the eyes of everyone. Lin Ming has only been in the 7 Zuanwu mansion for 2 months, and 3 months plus is only 5 months. If someone said such a thing before, everyone would think that this person is crazy. You know, the higher the ranking, the more intense the competition, and the harder it is to move forward. The top 10 and the top 30 are completely two different concepts. Can Lin Ming really do it? If it is said that he can enter the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation within 3 months, some people who believe that Lin Ming will become a great man in the future feel that there is a little hope. However, defeating Zhangguanai within 4 months, defeating Tuoku within 5 months, and defeating Lingxun within 6 months. This kind of thing is too far-fetched. You know, these 3 people are completely different from the other disciples of Qianxue Mansion. Zhangguanai and Tuoku are both strong men in the bone forging realm, while the 4th ranked person is only at the peak of Yijin realm. The difference in strength is too great. Zhangguanai is known as the fastest of the 7 Zuanwu palaces, and Tuoku is known as the strongest. Ling Xian is the most terrifying. He is an all-rounder. It is impossible to defeat Ling Xian within half a year. Those present are not ordinary people. They know a lot of intelligence, and are very familiar with Ling Xian's situation. It is true that Lin Ming has martial intent, but Ling Xian also has martial intent. Chapter 114 Wang Khan's Plan. It is true that Lin Ming has martial intention, but Ling Xian also has martial intention. In the case of both having martial intention, Lin Ming's talent is only the middle 3rd grade, while Ling Xian's talent is the lower 4th grade, and Ling Xian is 5 years older than Lin Ming, and has practiced in the 7 profound martial palace for 5 more years. If Lin Ming catches up with this gap in half a year, how is it possible? Ling Xian has the strength close to that of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. If Lin Ming wants to defeat him, it is equivalent to reaching the strength close to that of the condensation vein stage within half a year. This is still without considering the improvement of Ling Xian's strength, but how could Ling Xian, such a genius, not make progress in half a year? Some people even know the specific situation of Ling Xian's participation in the 7 Profound Valley Core Disciple Assessment. The 7 Profound Valley required Ling Xian to reach the peak of the 4th level of physical training at the age of 17, while Lin Ming reached the peak of the 4th level of physical training at the age of 16, or entered the bone forging realm at the age of 18. Obviously, Lin Ming's assessment is more difficult than Ling Xian's. This is probably because Lin Ming is not as qualified as Ling Xian, so the 7 Profound Valley has set a higher threshold. What others have thought of, Lin Ming naturally wants to think of. In this series of tests, only the first ring is the core disciple test given by the 7 Profound Valley, which is to reach the peak of the 4th level of physical training at the age of 16. This goal is not difficult for him. The real difficulty is the other 4 rings, which are the rewards promised by the Lord of the 7 Profound Martial Palace. These 4 rings are just extra rewards. Whether you can get them depends on your ability, and it does not affect your becoming a core disciple. Of course, if there are these rewards, Lin Ming will complete the goal of the first ring earlier. Among the 4 rings of rewards, the most difficult one is to defeat Ling Xian within 6 months. If you can achieve this ring, the other rewards may have been obtained long ago. Defeat Ling Xian in 6 months. I'm afraid the Lord of the 7 Profound Martial Palace didn't expect me to complete this ring. Lin Ming knew very well that with only his ethereal martial arts, Silt-like strength and those basic spear skills, it would be impossible to catch up with Ling Xian within half a year, unless he took another top grade elixir. However, he now took 2 top grade elixirs in a row, which required a consolidation and refining process, otherwise it would cause the true essence in his body to be impure. When a new student enters the Heavenly Palace, a pill will also be issued, but this pill is much worse than the golden snake red gall pill, and it will not have any effect. While Lin Ming was thinking, Eunuch Wang smiled and said, starting tomorrow, Brother Lin can use the 7 killing formations of the 7 profound martial palace for 10 full days each month, and can receive 20 yuan stones each month. This is the palace master's personal promise. The palace master is quite optimistic about you. Brother Lin, if you have no objection, just accept the order. The 7 killing formations can be used for 10 full days each month. Lin Ming was delighted. This is a treatment that only the top 3 in the 7 profound martial palace can enjoy. 10 full days, that is, 120 hours, can be practiced almost at will. Eunuch Wang, I have no objection. Well, okay, then I will leave first. Please continue. Everyone, have fun. Eunuch Wang shook his whisk, took the 7 profound order, and left the hall, leaving everyone in the hall still discussing the assessment just now. It is really not that easy to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial palace. Sister Jingyan, I think this assessment is too harsh. They actually let Lin Ming fight against Ling Xian and the others. It's too difficult. Lin Ming is so young, and Ling Xian, Tuoku, Zhang Guanyu and the others are all 20 years old. How can they win? Mirengzi said somewhat unfairly. In her opinion, Lin Ming's talent was already against the sky. If the 7 Profound Valley didn't accept such a person, then who did they want to accept? Beijing Gan said, who said I was deliberately making things difficult for me? The assessment does not require Lin Ming to defeat Ling Senator. As long as he reaches the peak of Legion, when he is 16, he can become a core disciple. Lin Ming is only 15 years old now, and there is still more than a year. If his martial arts will is good enough, it may not be impossible for him to improve 1 level a year. Why are you so anxious for him? Mirengzi curled her lips and said, why should I be anxious? If he becomes a core disciple, he and Qin Xingxuan will be a perfect match. Beijing Gan was stunned when Mirengzi said this. Indeed, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan seemed to be a perfect match, and their ages were also suitable. Although Lin Ming's family background was a bit ordinary, if he had enough strength, his family background would not be worth mentioning. At this time, the prince laughed and said, I knew that Brother Lin would become a core disciple sooner or later. I didn't expect that the 7 mysterious order would come down so soon. This prince proposes that everyone drink a glass to celebrate Brother Lin's miracle again. The prince raised his glass and drank it all. The guests present raised their glasses one after another. Because of the arrival of the Eunuch Wang, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a new climax. Lin Ming's status became more and more popular. If he could not become a core disciple, Lin Ming would be granted a title of nobility and at most become a figure like Qin Zhao. However, after becoming a core disciple, Lin Ming would have the possibility of becoming the next 7 mysterious envoy or the lord of the 7 mysterious martial palace, which is comparable to the emperor. He can call the wind and rain in Xianan Kingdom and do everything. The guests present became more and more eager to Lin Ming. The princes and nobles all wanted to be brothers with Lin Ming, and the noble ladies were looking forward to being favored by Lin Ming. In this regard, Lin Ming was a little overwhelmed. At this time, a middle-aged man in a long gown and a top hat came to Lin Ming and respectfully called him Lord Lin. Who are you? Lord Lin, I'm Wang Qian, the commander of the Xianan City Guard Army. Wang Qian said, bowing and saluting. Although Lin Ming was in a high position, he was still a commoner and a junior. Wang Qian was the commander and a man in his 40s. With his status, there was no reason for him to salute Lin Ming. He did so just to show his humility. Wang Qian, the commander of the Xianan City Guard Army. Lin Ming was slightly stunned and immediately thought of Wang Yagao. Lin Ming would not forget this playboy who had argued with him several times. However, although Wang Yagao was weak at the beginning, he had the power background of the commander's mansion. Lin Ming was restricted everywhere. If he had not met Mu Yi earlier, he would not be able to enter the door of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Unexpectedly, this man turned out to be Wang Yigao's father. Lin Ming had no good feelings towards Wang Qian. If he was a good father, how could he raise such a son? Lin Ming did not believe that Wang Qian did not know what Wang Yigao did. If he was just a poor man, even if he was killed in prison by Wang Yigao, Wang Qian would probably just pretend not to see it. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's face darkened slightly and said, I know you. I have experienced your son's methods a few days ago. You came here today for your son's affairs, right? As the saying goes, if a son is not taught, it is the fault of the father. I think it is impossible that Lord Wang is completely unaware of your son's tyranny. Lin Ming's tone was unkind, with obvious reprimands. Even though Wang Qian was ready to fight today, he still felt embarrassed to be reprimanded by Lin Ming. After all, he was in his 40s, while Lin Ming was still a child. But he could only respond repeatedly, Lord Lin is right. I have already punished that evil son with half a year of confinement, and have also dealt with him according to the family rules. Now the evil son has. Okay, no need to say more. Lin Ming could probably guess what Wang Qian wanted to say. You came here today, just to let this matter go, right? Lin Ming and Wang Qian's voices were not loud, but there were many masters present, and some people still heard it. Wang Qian was really depressed today, and he had lost all his face. Wang Qian lowered his voice and said, Lord Lin, I already know what that bastard did to you before. The assessment at the Wu Mansion was completely instigated by Zhu Yan. I know best how capable my bastard is. As for the 2 previous incidents, I have beaten him so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for several months. Lord Lin is a dragon among men, and my bastard is a waste in this life. Dragons don't live with snakes, and tigers don't fight with dogs. Lord Lin doesn't need to bother with a useless playboy. If Lord Lin is still angry, I will hand that bastard over to you. You can beat him to death, or maim him as you like. In addition, I have prepared 60 true essence stones as a small gift. I hope Lord Lin can accept them. After Wang Qian's words, Lin Ming had to admit that this old timer in the officialdom always had some tricks. He praised him and then made the final concession. He also gave him a gift of 60 true essence stones. Moreover, Lin Ming believed that if he really refused to give in, Wang Qian would definitely hand his son over to him for disposal. Forcing this kind of person into a dead end would only create an enemy for himself without any benefit. He had no intention of killing or maiming Wang Yigao. With 60 true essence stones, Lin Ming didn't mind giving up. Okay, I won't be pretentious. I'll take the UN essence stones and let this matter be written off. Lin Ming was very straightforward, and this sentence surprised Wang Qian. He certainly knew the value of 60 UN essence stones to a warrior, and it cost him a lot to collect such a large amount of UN essence stones. However, most warriors, especially geniuses like Lin Ming, often pretend to be noble. They clearly want to take the UN essence stones, but pretend to refuse. In the end, they reluctantly accept them after much push and pull. However, Lin Ming was quite straightforward. Although it was just a small matter, it gave Wang Qian a new understanding of Lin Ming. It is said that Lin Ming's heart of martial arts is superior to others. After seeing him today, I found that Lin Ming is casual in dealing with people, not hypocritical, not humiliated, not arrogant, but proud, open-minded, and stable in his heart. He is very suitable for martial arts training. After Wang Qian thanked him, he looked at Lin Ming deeply and said goodbye. He got on an inconspicuous carriage and quietly rushed to Prince Yun's mansion. He knew very well that the list of today's banquet would be placed on Prince Yun's desk within a few minutes. Wang Qian was a staunch neutral. He came to the banquet today and had to explain the reason to Prince Yun. Otherwise, he might be regarded as a dissident by Prince Yun in the future, which would be very bad. While explaining the reason, Wang Qian also wanted to clear his son of any involvement, pointing out that Zhu Yan was the mastermind behind the incident on the beginning of Autumn Day, and his useless son was just used as a gun. Chapter 115 Crazy Zhu Yan. Avoiding the eyes and ears of the crown prince, Wang Qian came to the Yunqin prince's mansion in many ways. Today, he wrapped himself in a cloak and walked into the back door of the Yunqin prince's mansion. With his status, he came to explain to the Yunqin prince the reason for going to the crown prince's banquet. At the same time, He did not please the 10th prince by reporting Zhu Yan's evil deeds. However, Wang Khan had his own explanation. He did not directly explain why he went to the crown prince's mansion for the banquet. Instead, he took advantage of the 10th prince's status in the army to first report the military affairs to the 10th prince, and strongly recommended a father and son who had repeatedly made military achievements in the army to the 10th prince. Then, he talked about the father and son fighting in the battlefield, lamented that his family was unfortunate, and gave birth to an unfilial son, pretended to be helpless, and mentioned that a few months ago, his useless son annoyed Lin Ming, and then pretended to mention Zhu Yan unintentionally. How could the Yunqin prince not hear the meaning of Wang Khan's words? When he heard Wang Khan mention Zhu Yan, the 10th prince's face sank slightly. He did not know that Lin Ming and Wang Khan's son had such a conflict on the assessment day, and he did not know that this matter was instigated by Zhu Yan. You've worked hard, Commander Wang. Go back and rest early. Prince Yun said expressionlessly. Yes, I'll take my leave. Wang Khan's goal had been achieved. As a middle-level general in Qianxue City, whose position was neither big nor small, but extremely sensitive, Wang Khan had always been careful to protect his black gauze hat and his head, and he had always done a good job. Qianxue City, Zhu family branch, Zhu Yan, wearing a white suit and trousers, leaning against the bed with disheveled hair, looked out the window absent-mindedly. His eyes seemed to pass through the layers of buildings, and saw the brightly lit prince's mansion. He knew that a grand banquet was being held in the prince's mansion today, and the protagonist of this banquet was Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming, Zhu Yan's hands, which were originally placed on the bedsheet, clenched into fists. The fine brocade bedsheet was actually torn by Zhu Yan. He was seriously injured in the battle a few days ago. Red Lotus Purgatory was originally a martial art that overdraws the body and damages the meridians. In addition, Zhu Yan's cultivation was seriously insufficient. It was already a huge burden on his body to use it with difficulty. Then it was bounced back by Lin Ming's long-prepared shot, which caused even greater damage to Zhu Yan's body. Physical injuries can be easily cured with panaceas, but the damage to the meridians is difficult to make up. This kind of injury will become an obstacle for him to break through the condensation meridian stage. Damn it. Bang. The velvet pillow under Zhu Yan suddenly exploded, and countless snow-white velvets flew all over the room like snowflakes. Ah. Lan Yunai was startled and covered her mouth and stepped aside. Zhu Yan's mood swings made her feel insecure. He was quiet the moment before, and suddenly turned into an angry beast the next moment. Lan Yunai's scream made Zhu Yan suddenly look at Lan Yunai. When she met Zhu Yan's gaze, Lan Yunai's breathing stagnated. That gaze made her feel cold all over. She felt that Zhu Yan was going to kill her now. Do you regret it? Zhu Yan asked suddenly. Regret? Regret what? Lan Yunai was a little flustered. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her voice. You know what I mean. Lin Ming's current success is countless times more dazzling than Zhu Yan's. In the future, his achievements and status will undoubtedly surpass Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan believes that with Lan Yunai's utilitarian heart, she must regret it very much. The prince's mansion is holding a banquet. He is inside. If you regret it, you can go to him. At that kind of banquet, all kinds of social celebrities gather. The noble ladies inside are dressed luxuriously and have elegant manners. Isn't that what you want? You can go now. Zhu Yan's voice was calm but cold. Lan Yunai was frightened. She knew that Zhu Yan was on the verge of going crazy today. If she really said regret, he would do something in anger. Lan Yunai was on pins and needles at this moment. She bit her lip and said, I no longer have the qualifications to regret. Zhu Yan sneered, revealing his cold teeth at the corners of his mouth. You are very honest. At least you didn't say you didn't regret it insincerely. Very good. You really don't have the qualifications to regret it. In that case, take off your clothes. What? Lan Yunai was shocked and subconsciously grabbed her collar. Zhu Yan, we haven't gotten married yet. Get married? Lan Yunai, you don't seem to understand your own status and identity. Do you think you are a princess who should be held in high esteem? I don't touch you, because I respect you, and you, at least, should be worthy of my respect. Has your heart ever been with me for a moment? Now, prove it to me. Take off your clothes. Zhu Yan, you. Lan Yunayu's heart was lifted up, and she subconsciously leaned towards the door. Before this, although Zhu Yan was gloomy and full of danger by nature, he had never laid a hand on Lan Yunayu. In fact, he was a gentleman most of the time. But today, Lan Yunayu had no doubt that Zhu Yan would rape her. Because of the defeat on the battlefield and the setback in his future, he was like an angry beast. Zhu Yan saw Lan Yunayu's little action and said in a deep voice, although I'm injured, it is enough to deal with you. I advise you not to move towards the door. If you take another step, I don't mind doing it myself. Zhu Yan. Lan Yunayu bit her lips tightly. Tears already appeared in her eyes, and her knuckles, that grabbed the collar, turned white because of excessive force. She trembled and said, you lost to Lin Ming on the battlefield, and you thought about humiliating and raping the woman that Lin Ming once liked, to vent and take revenge on Lin Ming. Is this your heart of martial arts? Zhu Yan, is this how you get psychological comfort and vent your anger? What did you say? Zhu Yan's face completely sank. Lan Yunayu's words were heart-piercing and hit his sore spot. He wanted to touch Lan Yunayu today because he was suppressed to the extreme and had to vent and take revenge. He hated Lin Ming, hated everything about him. He desperately needed to find a way to be better than Lin Ming, such as completely possessing the woman that Lin Ming once liked but never got, so as to vent his anger. However, Lan Yunayu pointed out his thoughts, and Zhu Yan felt extremely pathetic for finding a sense of superiority in women. Therefore, he was furious. He was about to rush over when he was about to knock on the door. At this moment, the door was knocked, and the voice of the old servant sounded outside. Master, the 10th prince is here. Zhu Yan frowned, and the breath of Zenyuan that had been raised gradually calmed down. Lan Yunayu, who was already extremely nervous, let out a long breath when she heard the voice. She leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. Sweat had already seeped out of her back. A month ago, the name of the 10th prince was almost her nightmare. His words at that time almost made Zhu Yan cancel the engagement and divorce her. But now, hearing the arrival of the 10th prince made her feel relieved. Zhu Yan stood up silently and put on formal clothes. He would naturally dress neatly in the hall to meet the 10th prince. Unless he was seriously injured or seriously ill, they would meet in the bedroom. However, just as Zhu Yan put on his clothes, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. The door was pushed open, and the 10th prince stood at the door with several followers. His face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Your Highness. Zhu Yan bowed and saluted. Lan Yunayu also stood up, saluted and retreated to the corner of the house. In theory, when a minister saluted the prince should say something to excuse him, but the 10th prince said nothing, and Zhu Yan kept bowing. Do you know Wielded? The 10th prince suddenly said something that made no sense to Lan Yunayu. Zhu Yan immediately understood that the 10th prince was referring to the incident on the beginning of autumn day, otherwise the 10th prince would not have suddenly mentioned a small figure like Wielded. Obviously, because of Lin Ming's fame, Wielded was held accountable by his father and betrayed himself, and then the news reached the ears of the 10th prince. Yes, Zhu Yan admitted. He knew in his heart that Lin Ming would lean towards the prince, probably because of that incident. He did not take the initiative to say it at the beginning, but now, the 10th prince still knew it. Very good. I wonder why Lin Ming was so easily won over by my third brother. Do you know that it was my third brother who saved Lin Ming from Wielded? How can adding icing on the cake be compared to sending charcoal in the snow? In the past 2 years, since you joined my army, you have not made any contribution, but you have given my third brother a great gift. Do you know that tonight, the 7 Mysterious Valley has begun to test Lin Ming as a core disciple. As long as he passes, he will be a core disciple. Zhu Yan's heart twitched fiercely. A core disciple. This was something he dared not even think about. In the entire Xianan kingdom, there was only one native core disciple, Qin Xingsun. As for the others, they were from a mysterious martial arts family. Zhu Yan, do you know the value of a core disciple of the Wu Fu to me and my third brother? The 10th prince looked a little ferocious. the core disciples of the Wufu would enter the Qixuan Valley. In the future, they would either stay in the Qixuan Valley or be sent back to be appointed as the Lord of the Qixuan Wufu or the 7 Zuan envoy. It would be fine if Lin Ming stayed in the Qixuan Valley, but if he was sent back to become the Lord of the Qixuan Wufu or the 7 Zuan envoy, that would be incredible. As a subordinate country of the Qixuan Valley, the Lord of the Qixuan Wufu and the 7 Zuan envoy of Xianan Kingdom had a higher status than the emperor. If Lin Ming was appointed as the 7 Zuan envoy or the Lord of the Palace, and publicly supported the prince, then he would have no hope of winning the throne. And if he failed to win the throne, he might pay the price of his life. Zhu Yan clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into the flesh. A core disciple? How is it possible? If Lin Ming becomes the Lord of the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion or the 7 Zuan envoy one day, then crushing himself to death is like crushing an ant. Thinking of this, he felt deeply desperate. Can this revenge be avenged? Lan Yunai leaned against the wall blankly, her face full of confusion. A core disciple? Lin Ming, he is going to be a core disciple. In the future, he will become the Lord of the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion of Xianan Country, or the 7 Zuan envoy. To her, such people are simply illusory legends, too far away from her. The 10th prince also noticed Lan Yunai at this time. He thought Lan Yunai was a maid, but noticed the exquisite clothes on Lan Yunai, and it was obvious that he had made a wrong judgment. You are Lan Yunai? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The 10th Prince's Decision. The 10th prince also noticed Lan Yunai at this time. He thought Lan Yunai was a maid, but after noticing the exquisite clothes on Lan Yunai, he realized that he had made a wrong judgment. You are Lan Yunai? Lan Yunai suddenly came to her senses and bowed to the 10th prince. I'm Lan Yunai, a commoner. I meet His Royal Highness Prince Yun. The 10th prince looked Lan Yunai up and down and snorted coldly. What a pitiful and pure look. No wonder Lin Ming is fascinated by you. It's a pity. If Lin Ming still had feelings for you, you would be of great use to me. But now, seeing you only makes me feel upset. The 10th prince spoke mercilessly, which made Lan Yunai's face pale slightly. How could a girl stand being told that? You can go out. The 10th prince waved his hand at Lan Yunai. Lan Yunai bit her lip, holding back the tears in her eyes, and bowed to leave. After Lan Yunai left, the 10th prince asked his attendants to leave. In the end, only the 10th prince and Zhu Yan were left in the room. The 10th prince glanced at Zhu Yan and said coldly, "Do you want revenge?" Zhu Yan remained silent, but his fist, which was already bleeding due to the nails digging into the flesh, had already answered the 10th prince. Very good. Lin Ming is about to become the core disciple of the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion. You should know what the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion means to the Xianan Kingdom. Your chance of revenge is very slim. However, slim is also a chance. Lin Ming can't stay in the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion all the time. As long as he comes out, there will be a chance to assassinate him. If your strength is not enough, you can find a strong man. I will secretly provide you with convenience and money and treasures. As long as the reward is enough, some free strong men will be tempted. These free strong men have no fixed place to live, and their identities are difficult to check. The 7 Zuan Valley can't do anything to them. But I will cut off all contact with you openly, and the Zhu family will also expel you from the family. Zhu Yan, I hope you can understand that the Zhu family has been tied to me. I must inherit the throne, otherwise both me and the Zhu family will suffer a catastrophe. Zhu Yan's heart twitched fiercely, and he drew a clear line with the 10th prince, and was even expelled from the family. Of course, he knew why the 10th prince did this. It was risky for him to assassinate Lin Ming. Once the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion knew about it, the 10th prince would be finished, and the Zhu family would be finished. So cut off the relationship. In this way, even if he failed to assassinate Lin Ming, and was known by the 7 Zuan Wu Mansion, it would have nothing to do with the 10th prince and the Zhu family. Moreover, the ZHU family and the 10th prince did this to show goodwill to Lin Ming on the surface, and expelled himself who was hostile to Lin Ming. Such a cruel move was seen as a concession by the ZHU family and the 10th prince in the eyes of the outside world. In order to show goodwill to Lin Ming, the hero cut off his arm. In Lin Ming's view, it might not be good to continue to be an enemy of the 10th prince. Even, the 10th prince can win Lin Ming over from the side of the crown prince, at least not let Lin Ming completely surrender to the side of the crown prince. Two-pronged approach. What a wishful thinking. However, his political future was ruined. Without the family and the power, he was nothing, just a wandering avenger. And once he failed, he would pay the price with his life. But he had no power to choose. For the family, sacrificing him as a bastard in exchange for the family's interests was something that did not need to be hesitated at all. ZHU Yan, this is the only way out, now that things have developed to this point. I can't give up, just because of Lin Ming. I must fight for the throne, and the ZHU family must also save themselves. But Lin Ming, he is too terrible. If he really becomes the 7th profound envoy or the lord of the palace, I don't have any hope. Lin Ming must either be won over or eliminated. I have already told my mother about your affairs, and she agreed. You can set off tomorrow or tonight. You can safely prepare the assassination plan. I hope you won't let me down again. If you succeed, and don't leave any evidence, then after I ascend the throne and the situation stabilizes, I will give you what you want. Give me what I want? ZHU Yan sneered in his heart. I'm afraid that, when that time comes, you will kill people to silence them. The rabbit dies, and the dog is cooked, the bird is dead and the bow is hidden. What's more, the 10th prince is suspicious by nature, and doesn't trust anyone except himself. How can he tolerate himself holding his evidence, to stay by his side, and be unable to sleep and eat? Assassinating the core disciples of the 7th profound palace. This crime is enough for the 10th prince to be sentenced to death by the 7th profound valley. Failure, I'm dead. Success, I'm also dead. You have deprived me of my wealth and glory, ruined my future, and are going to take my life. Yang Zhen, you are so cruel. And my good aunt, you also participated in this idea. In order to fight for the throne for your son, you are so cruel to your nephew. Very good. I, ZHU Yan, have to control my own destiny. A cold light flashed in ZHU Yan's eyes. He vowed to kill all those who plotted against him and offended him. Power, I want infinite power. Kill Lin Ming. Kill Yang Zhen. Dominate everything. Control the life and death of all living beings. Bang. The 10th prince and his guards pushed open the door and strode out of the ZHU family branch. Lan Yunyu sat in the hall, watching the 10th prince's people leave, at a loss. The door of ZHU Yan's bedroom was ajar, and the gap left was like the grinning mouth of a beast. Lan Yunyu had no courage to step into that room, but she could not leave, so she could only wait blankly in the hall. About a quarter of an hour later, ZHU Yan came out of the room, and Lan Yunyu stood up reflexively. ZHU Yan casually threw a thin piece of paper towards Lan Yunyu. Lan Yunyu subconsciously took it, and saw that it was their engagement contract. Tear it up. ZHU Yan said casually. What? Lan Yunyu's hand froze there. Our engagement is cancelled. From now on, I'm expelled from the ZHU family. Expelled from the ZHU family? Lan Yunyu was completely stunned. How could this be? ZHU Yan said, you got engaged to me because you were attracted by my status, power, and money. Now, I no longer have these. It is meaningless for you to follow me. This engagement contract is just a joke. After ZHU Yan finished speaking, he flicked his fingers. With a snap sound, the contract in Lan Yunyu's hand was cut into pieces by the true energy. At that moment, Lan Yunyu's mind was blank. In Cheyenne country, it was a shame for a girl to be divorced after being engaged. It would affect her remarriage. A wealthy family would never marry such a woman. Even if they took her in, they would only make her a concubine. You can go now. ZHU Yan had completely calmed down. He turned and left without looking at Lan Yunyu again. At this time, his heart was full of hatred. The original ZHU Yan was dead. How could he care about Lan Yunyu's feelings? After leaving the ZHU family branch, Lan Yunyu walked on the street in a daze. It was over. It was completely over with Zhu Yan. She suddenly found that she didn't feel the sadness and despair that a girl who was abandoned should have. Instead, she felt relieved. With the broken marriage contract, the extremely depressed and exhausted days also came to an end. The night wind in late autumn was heavy with dew, blowing on the body and making it cold. The night of Xianan City was still prosperous and noisy. In the brothels full of luxury, red lanterns were hung high. In the dim lights, the scent of rouge from the beautiful women could be clearly heard 10 feet away. Looking at this noisy world, Lan Yunyu suddenly smiled, a smile that was almost relieved. She remembered the bamboo dragonflies she played with Lin Ming on the grass when she was a child, and the days when they went out to pick wildflowers together on rainy days and walked across the stream on slippery stones. Their white feet were immersed in the cool stream water. If they got a little muddy, there would be small fish swimming on the back of their feet and gently biting them, which made them feel itchy. Because he grew up in a restaurant, he could cook delicious meals when he was very young, catch pheasants, pick wild vegetables, pick wild fruits, and cook all kinds of unique delicacies in earth-fired pottery pots. When she was sick, he would run a few miles to get the clear spring water from the mountain to boil medicinal porridge and send it to her. However, it was all gone. Lan Yunyu didn't know when her face was full of tears. She regretted it, not because Lin Ming had become the most dazzling new star in Xianan country, and she missed the opportunity to become the marshal of the country, or even the wife of the 7 mysterious envoys, but because she regretted that she had thrown away the simplest and purest happiness for luxury and vanity. She walked aimlessly, her thin body wrapped in a simple green gauze dress, and under the illumination of the big red lanterns, she cast a hazy and lonely shadow, just like a green butterfly that could not fly in the cold wind in late autumn. She didn't want to go back to the 7th profound martial house. With her talent, she would not achieve much in martial arts in this life without the support of precious medicinal materials. She didn't want to go back to Qianxue City either. She was too ashamed to go back. She didn't know how to face her parents and the neighbors. And, most importantly, she didn't want to see Lin Ming again. She couldn't see him again. Lin Ming was sitting in the carriage of the snow dragon horse, and he had no idea about the changes in the fate of Zhu Yan and Lan Yunyu and everything against him. Of course, he knew that his hatred with Zhu Yan was irreconcilable, and he guessed that Zhu Yan might take the opportunity to retaliate in the future. However, he couldn't kill Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was a formal disciple of the 7th profound martial house after all. Anyone who killed him would be challenging the authority of the martial house. Lord Lin, please get off the carriage. The carriage stopped, and a eunuch in the prince's mansion said respectfully to Lin Ming. Lin Ming lifted the curtain of the carriage. He thought that the prince would ask him to meet in the study of the prince's mansion. Unexpectedly, he left Xianan City and came to the foot of Dazhao Mountain. It was not far from the Qianxue mansion. After getting off the carriage, Lin Ming found that the carriage stopped in front of a mansion. This mansion was not luxurious, but it was built very elegantly. There were small bridges and flowing water everywhere, rockery and corridors. It did not look like a mansion, but more like a garden. Haha, brother Lin, do you like this house? Lin Ming was slightly startled. He had already vaguely guessed what Yang Lin wanted to do. He wanted to give the house to himself. If he accepted this house, he would become a member of the prince's faction. Chapter 117 Yang Lin's Gift. Lin Ming had no interest in the struggle for imperial power, but the crown prince and Mu Yi had done him a favor. On the day of the examination at the 7 Zuanwu Palace, if it had not been for the Crown Prince's sound transmission note, Lin Ming would not only not be able to take the exam, but he might also be beaten badly or even disabled. Lin Ming was a person who knew how to repay favors. Being ungrateful was not in line with his heart. If he did so, his own heart would not be fulfilled. He asked bluntly, "Your Highness, do you want me to help you?" Yang Lin did not expect Lin Ming to get straight to the point. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin is really a quick-witted person. Then I will also speak frankly. Today Xianan Kingdom is at the time of the throne change. The people who may inherit the throne are me and my 10th brother. I have been pushed to the position of Crown Prince, which is already a difficult position. Now, the lives of my mother and sister are connected with me, and I must fight for it. I know that warriors like Brother Lin dislike the power struggle in the palace the most. Brother Lin can rest assured about this. If Brother Lin is really willing to help me, I will not let Brother Lin do anything. Brother Lin just needs to support me. With Brother Lin's title as the quasi-core disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, I have benefited a lot. Even if I fail to inherit the throne, my 10th brother will never dare to touch Brother Lin. Lin Ming said, Your Highness the Crown Prince has misunderstood. I'm not afraid of the revenge or assassination of the 10th prince. I'm just afraid that I will not stay in Xianan Kingdom in the future. Oh, so. Yang Lin sighed in his heart. Lin Ming was indeed ambitious, just like Qin Xingsun. This small Xianan Kingdom could not accommodate him. Lin Ming said, Your Highness, but I can promise that, unless I leave Xianan Kingdom too far, I will try my best to come back, to help Your Highness in the battle for the throne. Yang Lin said happily, Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Yang Lin took Lin Ming to visit the whole house. This was actually a manor. There were hundreds of acres of arable land behind the house, as well as farms for raising livestock and poultry, and fish ponds for raising fish and shrimp. With such a large house, the expenses of the servants, guards, and maids inside could be completely self-sufficient, and there was still some surplus. In the bedroom of the house, there were also some gold and silver jewelry. In the sandalwood box on the table, there were neatly arranged Xinyuan stones. These Xinyuan stones were pure in color, and obviously of high quality. A rough count showed that there were more than 100. Even if Lin Ming used these true essence stones every day when practicing, they would be enough for half a year. The true essence stones with pure colors contained twice as much true essence as ordinary true essence stones. This gift was quite heavy. Beside the box containing the true essence stones, Lin Ming found an ancient ring. The ring looked like it was made of bronze, but it faintly emitted a faint true essence fluctuation. This is. Lin Ming's eyes were fixed on the ring. His soul power was extended, and he felt that this ring was unusual. Yang Lin smiled and said, Brother Lin has good eyesight. This is a lower grade Sumeru ring of the human level. My teacher, Mr. Mu Yi, gave it to Brother Lin. Sumeru ring? Lin Ming was stunned. He had heard of this kind of ring. It had an unstable small world inside, which could store things. Although it was unstable, it could actually exist for hundreds of years. After that, the space would break and collapse, and the things inside might be destroyed. Zumi rings can be divided into many grades according to the size and stability of the small worlds in them. Although the Zumi ring in front of us is only a low-grade human level 1, its value is equivalent to a medium-grade human level treasure, because it is too difficult to create a Zumi ring. It is not easy for a warrior to open up a space, even if it is just to open up an unstable space that can only exist for a few hundred years. It is very difficult, so the value of the top-grade Zumi ring with a huge internal space and stability is immeasurable. Mr. Mu Yi gave it to me. Well, to be honest, the reason why the teacher got this Sumeru ring was because of you, Brother Lin. At that time, when you first entered the 7 Profound Martial Arts Mansion, Elder Zhu of the 7 Profound Martial Arts Mansion was an old acquaintance of Wang Yanfeng's father. He was not satisfied with you getting the first place among the freshmen, so Mr. Mu Yi made a bet with him, betting on who between Wang Yanfeng and Brother Lin would enter the Heavenly Palace first. In the end, Brother Lin entered the Heavenly Palace first, so Elder Zhu lost, and this Sumeru ring was the bet. So that's how it is. I remember Elder Zhu. After I defeated Wang Yanfeng, this Elder Zhu came to the stage to cause trouble for me. Yes, it was him. So Brother Lin, you can accept this Sumeru ring as an apology from Elder Zhu. Then, Your Highness, please thank Mr. Mu Yi on my behalf. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then put it away. Since he had decided to lend a helping hand to the prince, he would no longer be pretentious. What's more, this Sumeru ring was indeed useful to him, and it would be much more convenient to store the materials for the inscription technique in the future. Don't worry, Brother Lin, there is something in this Zumi ring. Brother Lin can try to take it out. As long as you put your soul power deep into the Zumi ring, you can do it. Oh. Lin Ming followed what the prince said, and put his soul power deep into the Zumi ring. Sure enough, he could feel something like a piece of clothing inside. He took it out, and saw that it was a purple gold vest soft armor. This soft armor seemed to be woven from some kind of metal wire. It felt soft to the touch, almost like leather. On the soft armor, there were several scarlet blood symbols. The blood symbols were complicated and mysterious, bright and dazzling. Lin Ming paid a little attention and found that these blood symbols had completely penetrated the metal texture and became part of the soft armor. These blood symbols were obviously written after the soft armor was made, but they could penetrate the metal. People with this kind of writing power are definitely masters among masters. Yang Lin said, "This soft armor is called purple gold soft armor. The soft armor itself is a mid-grade human level treasure, and these blood talismans were written by a peak acquired master who is proficient in talismans. He spent his own blood and essence to write them, and they can weaken the attack of true energy." Well, weaken the attack of true energy. Lin Ming was a little surprised. True energy is a kind of energy that can flow in the body, so it can easily penetrate soft armor. This soft armor can actually weaken the attack of true energy, and it itself is a mid-grade human level treasure. Its value can be imagined. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin is in a sensitive position now, and he may be assassinated. I will give this soft armor to Brother Lin." This soft armor is difficult to break even for ordinary acquired masters. However, even so, this soft armor can only block a sneak attack and delay time. If you face an acquired master head on, it will be meaningless, even if Brother Lin wears soft armor. Although an acquired master cannot break this soft armor, it does not mean that Lin Ming wearing the soft armor will be fine. If an acquired master hits him with all his strength, the attack force transmitted through the soft armor is enough to rupture a person's internal organs. Moreover, this soft armor only weakens a true essence attack and cannot completely block it. This soft armor is priceless. Yang Lin spent a lot of money to give it to Lin Ming. After a little hesitation, Lin Ming decided to accept it. Now, his status is indeed sensitive, and this soft armor can be regarded as a talisman. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Haha, Brother Lin, you are too polite. I should thank you, Brother Lin. These are all the things I can offer. To be honest, what my 10th brother, Prince Yun, can offer is much better than what I can offer," Yang Lin said calmly. Lin Ming followed the prince into the inner room. This was the master bedroom in the manor. The master bedroom was decorated very luxuriously. In the middle was a mahogany bed more than 10 feet wide, which was big enough for 4 or 5 people to sleep together. At this time, 4 maids had already made the bed for Lin Ming and stood respectfully at the 4 corners of the bed. These 4 maids should be between 15 and 16 years old, and each one was more beautiful than the other. They were obviously carefully selected. Maids were generally daughters of poor families and were sold when they were young. Some beautiful ones would be selected and trained with emphasis, and even taught to play the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, so that they could be provided to princes and nobles in the future. After a maid is bought, her body belongs to the master, and the master can visit her at will, especially the maid who is responsible for taking care of the master's daily life. She is equivalent to a concubine. This kind of maid is responsible for the housework of the mansion. In addition to making the bed, cleaning, and sleeping with the master, she does not have to do other work. The monthly salary and status are very high. It is a position that the maids in the outer courtyard envy. Many people want to squeeze in but cannot. After all, for them, being a concubine or even a concubine is the best ending. Otherwise, they will be resold and married. It is quite difficult to meet a good family. Therefore, most of the time, the maids often cry bitterly when they hear that they are going to be resold. When the 4 maids saw Lin Ming coming, they were a little panicked and their breathing was a little disordered. The housekeeper had already told them who the young man in front of them was. He was the most dazzling new star in Xianan country, a genius of the 7 Zuanwu mansion for 100 years, and a person who might even become a core disciple. The housekeeper had specially asked them to serve them attentively tonight, and to do everything meticulously. If they could leave a good impression on Mr. Lin, they would have a chance to rise in this life and become a phoenix from a sparrow. So this night was very important to them. As maids, being able to serve such a legendary and good-looking boy as a maid was a blessing they had earned in several lifetimes. They had made the bed countless times without any creases. The furniture, curtains, incense burners and other things in the room were all new, and the floor was cleaned so brightly that one could see a mirror. When Lin Ming saw these 4 beautiful maids, and then looked at the fine mahogany furniture, the purple sandalwood incense burner burning expensive spices, and the quilts woven with silk velvet, he could not help but sigh at the comfort and enjoyment of the life of a wealthy family. Yang Lin said, "If Brother Lin is tired, you can rest here tonight. I will also stay here with Brother Lin, and I will sleep in the guest room." Lin Ming knew that Yang Lin did this to reassure Lin Ming and not worry about assassination. As the crown prince of the current dynasty, Yang Lin certainly has experts to protect him. Otherwise, the 10th prince would not need to assassinate Lin Ming at all. He could just kill the crown prince and everything would be fine. Lin Ming glanced at the 4 maids who were as timid as little white rabbits. Seeing the hopeful and fearful look in their eyes, he shook his head slightly and said to Yang Lin, "No, I'll go back to the 7th Xuanwu mansion." Huh? The mansion doesn't suit Brother Lin's taste? That's not the case. Lin Ming smiled slightly and said, "The life here is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet days in the 7th Xuanwu mansion are more suitable for hard training. I really have to ask for this monthly ticket, please bear with me. I ask for one, if you have one, thank you." Chapter 118 Zhangguanyu. Lin Ming smiled slightly and said, "Life here is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet days in the Qianxue mansion are more suitable for hard training. So, Brother Lin is too hardworking. In fact, it is good to take a proper rest. It is not necessarily a good thing to keep the bowstring too tight. It is also good to have a moderate tension. Since Brother Lin wants to leave, I will have someone send Brother Lin back to the mansion." The prince did not try to stop him and called the guards to protect Lin Ming to the Wu mansion. When Lin Ming left, the 4 maids were relieved, but they were also a little disappointed. There were hundreds of people in the whole house, and they were busy for several days. The 4 of them carefully cleaned the house for 2 days, but Master Lin just took a look and did not even sit down. However, this house will belong to Lin Ming in the future. Even if Lin Ming does not come to sleep, they will clean it spotlessly every day. What? Challenge me in 4 months. In a luxuriously decorated hall, on a soft silk velvet mat, a handsome young man leaned against a pillow, holding a charming beauty in his arms. In front of the mat, a maid-like woman knelt down to massage the man's legs, and on the other side, a charming woman held a plate of crystal grapes, picked them one by one, gently pinched them with her slender jade fingers, and put them into the young man's mouth. This man is Zhangguanyu, the 3rd-ranked master of the 7 Xuanwu mansion ranking stone. He is also the only top genius with the 5th grade talent in the 7 Xuanwu mansion besides the core disciples. Not only that, Zhangguanyu is also an elite trained by the United Chamber of Commerce, and may become the president of the United Chamber of Commerce in the future. The United Chamber of Commerce has a huge foundation in Xianan country and even in several nearby countries. It has existed for a longer time than the Xianan dynasty. Such a huge organization has an unimaginable deep foundation. Zhangguanyu holds such an important position, and he is a genius among all the young warriors born and raised in Xianan country, second only to Qin Xingsun. He can be said to be the most favored of the favored, with beauty, wealth, and power at his fingertips. However, compared with Zhangguanyu's superb talent and the strong resource support provided by the United Chamber of Commerce, Zhangguanyu's achievements are not so amazing. He ranks 3rd in the 7 Xuanwu mansion, second only to Ling Sen and Tuoku. Ling Sen is fine. This person has sure martial arts, a powerful pervert, and it is reasonable that he can't beat him. But Tuoku, a 4th grade upper level talent, is born with supernatural power, and his talent is not as good as Zhangguanyu. The resources he has are far less than Zhangguanyu. However, in this case, Zhangguanyu is still suppressed by Tuoku, which is unreasonable. In the final analysis, Zhangguanyu's martial arts heart is not strong enough, and he is overly obsessed with beauty. When Zhangguanyu passed the illusion level, his performance was very bad. However, knowing the crux of the problem, the United Chamber of Commerce could not force Zhangguanyu to abstain from sex, because if a warrior's thoughts are not satisfied, it may also lead to key stagnation and hinder cultivation. In this case, the United Chamber of Commerce came up with a solution, and simply let Zhangguanyu practice the Qianxue mansion Hehuan sect skills. However, the advanced skills of the Hehuan sect are only passed on to core disciples. If Zhang Guanyu wants to learn, he can only learn the end of the side branch. At this time, the family's accumulation of heritage showed its effect. The United Chamber of Commerce, with its sky-high means, forcibly opened up the way and let the Kixuan Valley Hehuan sect pass on some of the core skills to Zhang Guanyu for cultivation. Now Zhang Guanyu has practiced this skill for half a year, and his cultivation has greatly improved. Zhang Guanyu has been like a fish in water since then, with endless sex every day, and his cultivation is still steadily increasing. He is intoxicated and dreaming, and very comfortable. Tonight, Zhang Guanyu was about to enjoy the two delicate concubines around him, but he got the news that the Kixuan mansion wanted Lin Ming to challenge him within 4 months. This greatly dampened his interest, and he was furious. This 7th profound martial palace really treated him as a whetstone. Haha, that's right. Eunuch Wang sent the 7th profound order directly to the Crown Prince's palace, and wanted to conduct a 7th profound martial palace assessment on Lin Ming. The assessment content is to reach the peak of the 4th level of the body training Yijin realm at the age of 16, or to reach the initial stage of the 5th level of the body training bone forging realm at the age of 18. In addition, if you can enter the top 10 of the 10,000 killings formation within 3 months, defeat Yu within 4 months, defeat Tuoku within 5 months, and defeat Ling Xian within 6 months, there will be additional rewards, and the rewards are very generous. The speaker was a man in his 20s. He was one of the 7 core disciples of the 7th profound martial palace of Xianan country. His name was Zhao Yu, and he came from a martial arts family. He also practiced the Hehuan sect skills, and had a good relationship with Zhang Guanyu. HMPH. You want to use me as a whetstone? Very good, then I will grind off his knife. This Lin Ming has been too arrogant these days. A kid with a 3rd grade talent bears to call himself a genius of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. In these years, although Zhang Guanyu's strength is not as good as Tuoku and Ling Xian, in terms of talent, he has always been known as the 2nd most talented person in the young generation of Xianan country. The person ranked first is Qin Xingxuan. He is not jealous of Qin Xingxuan, because Qin Xingxuan is a woman. Zhang Guanyu never envies women. As long as he conquers a woman, no matter how talented or powerful she is still his. If he cannot conquer her, it doesn't matter. As long as the woman is not conquered by other men, then Zhang Guanyu can bear it. But this Lin Ming is different. These days, Lin Ming has taken away all his glory. Who among the various forces and warriors and people in Xianan city still remembers Zhang Guanyu? What is he? Zhang Guanyu. He is only ranked 3rd among the stones. Although he has an extraordinary talent, people often care about the results instead of talent. In the streets and alleys of Xianan city, whenever people mentioned the younger generation of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, they would all mention the name Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu was extremely unhappy just by hearing this name, and now, it was even more direct. For Lin Ming's assessment, the 7 Zuanwu mansion actually offered such conditions, intending to let Lin Ming step on him to achieve the legend of genius. This touched Zhang Guanyu's reverse scale. He has always stepped on others. When will it be someone else's turn to step on him? Question mark. You are so good, the lord of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. You use me as a stepping stone for others. Then I will step on the person you like. Step on him hard. It just so happens that my Hehuan divine art has been practiced to the 1st major success realm. Let me show you the difference between the 5th grade talent and the 3rd grade talent. A trace of ferociousness flashed across Zhang Guanyu's face. While he was holding the charming woman in his arms, he also pulled over the woman who was feeding him grapes. With the woman's cry, the 3 of them rolled onto the bed at the same time, and the curtains naturally dropped. When you are angry, you naturally have to vent it, and Zhang Guanyu's way of venting is very direct, that is, venting it on women. Listening to the sound on the bed, Zhao Yu shook his head, and turned to leave. After being in contact with Zhang Guanyu for so long, Zhao Yu has some understanding of Zhang Guanyu's character. Zhang Guanyu will not be willing to be a stepping stone for others. However, now that the 7 Zuanwu mansion has pushed Zhang Guanyu to the opposite side of Lin Ming, then Zhang Guanyu will definitely take some measures to deal with Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu is extremely arrogant and possessive. He wishes that all the beauties and good things in the world are his own. He will never give in, just because Lin Ming's future achievements are limitless. Don't think that Zhang Guanyu is a playboy. He is not only lustful, but also extremely arrogant. However, he grew up in the United Chamber of Commerce, which is full of talents and complex environment, but he can stand out. The main reason is naturally Zhang Guanayu's superb talent, but in terms of brains, he is definitely not a fool. Zhao Yu knows that anyone who despises Zhang Guanayu, because of his arrogance, will definitely die miserably. Zhang Guanayu is very scary. In this world, there are two kinds of people with martial arts hearts that are not easy to mess with, idiots and madmen. The former is a martial arts idiot, that is, Ling Sen, with terrible personal strength, while the latter is a madman, just like Zhang Guanayu, who is paranoid and crazy by nature, and will not hesitate to fight to the death. The strong are afraid of the strong are afraid of the desperate, and the desperate are afraid of the mentally ill. Zhang Guanayu is a mentally ill person, like a mad dog. You stabbed him with a knife, he will not dodge, but rush to bite your throat. To deal with such a person, most people don't dare to fight him. I'm afraid that Zhang Guanayu will fight with Lin Ming once before the 4-month duel period, but I don't know what means he will use. Zhao Yu showed a playful smile on his face. It is not so easy for Lin Ming to become a core disciple. First of all, he has to pass Zhang Guanayu. It was already 3 o'clock when Lin Ming returned to the 7 Zuanwu mansion. He took out the Zumi ring in his hand and looked at it carefully. He had stored all the golden Zinyu stone inside. Although the internal space of the Zumi ring was unstable, it would not collapse suddenly as long as the ring was not damaged. When the life of the ring was really about to end, the warrior could also sense it, so there would be no situation where things suddenly disappeared. Now Lin Ming already had more than 200 Zinyu stones. There were gifts from the Crown Prince, Wan Qian, and rewards from the 7 Zuanwu mansion after entering the Heavenly Mansion. There were also some princes and nobles who wanted to give Lin Ming Zinyu stones, but Lin Ming refused them all. Accepting things from others would make him owe them favors, and he didn't want to be entangled in the future. These Zinyu stones were enough, and the time for practicing the 7 killing formations was also very ample. However, it was still very difficult for Lin Ming to surpass Zhang Guanayu in 4 months. He had to open up a new way, and Lin Ming thought of the inscription talisman. There are 4 types of inscription talismans in the divine domain: inscription of instruments, inscription of medicine, inscription of body, and inscription of soul. These 4 types are more difficult to learn than the other. For example, even Lin Ming is not clear about the soul inscribed talisman. Lin Ming has now learned the lower level inscription talismans for inscription tools and medicines. Drawing the body inscribed talisman requires more true essence. Lin Ming did not have enough true essence before. Now that the chaos true essence art has reached the 2nd level, and his own strength has also improved to the 3rd level of physical training, he finally has enough confidence to learn to draw this body inscribed talisman. I will attend the author gathering of Kidian today and tomorrow. I'm quite nervous to attend the gathering at this time. I'm thinking about the new book list in my heart. I can't sleep or eat well. I'm carrying a notebook and typing in the hotel. I should update a lot. If you have a monthly ticket, please give me one. I will be very grateful. If you don't have a monthly ticket, recommendations and subscriptions are also very important. Thank you everyone. Chapter 119 Maddening Material. Body inscriptions are inscriptions on the body that can increase a warrior's training speed or combat effectiveness. Like the weapon inscriptions, body inscriptions are also limited in number. Depending on the grade of the body inscriptions and the physical condition of the warrior, a body inscription can only be used for 4 or 5 at most. The match with Zhang Guanayu is 4 months later. This body inscription can only be used to its maximum effect if it is drawn within a month. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced, or even just a waste of time. However, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to draw the body inscription within a month. Although there is the memory of the ownerless soul, it still takes a long time and a lot of rare materials to practice in order to draw it successfully. Cultivation is still simple, but it is more difficult to collect the rare materials needed for the body inscriptions. The rarity of these materials makes Lin Ming shudder just thinking about it. Lin Ming now remembers 2 of the simplest body inscriptions. One is the Juan talisman used to increase the speed of training, and the other is the Dal's Heian used to improve combat effectiveness. However, even for these two simplest body inscriptions, listing the materials used one by one is crazy. Just 1 ounce of blood from the level 5 beast is worth 30,000 gold. Lin Ming needs to buy 2 ounces, which is 60,000 gold. He has money, but no place to buy it. No one in Qianxue country is a match for the level 5 beast. Only a strong warrior at the peak of the acquired realm can barely deal with the level 5 beast. Such warriors are usually from large sects or martial arts families. The blood of the level 5 beast can only flow out from large sects. If it flows to these small countries, it will definitely be a sky-high price. Besides, the starshine stone is the iron essence condensed by the high temperature of the atmosphere after the meteorite falls from the sky. This kind of iron essence can only be formed naturally by the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, not every meteorite has starshine stone. Only those meteorites weighing more than 1,000 pounds can produce 1 or 2 pounds of starshine stone. The lowest market price of 1 pound of starshine stone is 150,000 ounces of gold. And it is extremely difficult to find. Fortunately, Lin Ming only needs 2 ounces. Lin Ming estimated that, if all the materials were sold at the lowest market price, that is, if he had to meet some people who occasionally obtained these materials, and were eager to sell them, then it would take more than 300,000 taels of gold to collect all these materials. Of course, this was simply a dream. Many of these materials were in short supply, such as the blood of level 5 beasts and the star stone. This meant that the actual cost might be more than 500,000 taels or even 600,000 or 700,000 taels. Even if you had 600,000 or 700,000 taels of gold, it would take a year or 2 to find all these materials, if you were lucky, but it might take 10 years, if you were unlucky. Even the relatively low-level materials on the list were treasures in the Inscriptionist Guild of Qianxue country. Moreover, the Inscriptionist Guild needed points, and Lin Ming had used up all his points last time. If he didn't have points, the Inscriptionist Guild would not sell these so-called low-level materials, no matter how much they were offered. These were all treasures of the Inscriptionist Guild. Looking at the list, Lin Ming felt a headache. It was impossible for him to find all of them. Now, he could only rely on the Crown Prince. This is the benefit of joining a big power. The prince has many people under his command and extensive channels, which can help him a lot. However, even if the prince does his best, the materials he can find are limited. Thinking of this, Lin Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. I joined the prince's command, and I haven't done anything yet, but he asked for such a large amount of materials all of a sudden. Let alone those rare materials that are in short supply. Even if they are relatively low-grade materials, it is not easy for the prince to come up with them. Lin Ming knew that the prince was not rich. Although the prince's mansion was decent and beautiful, in fact, the various expenses of hundreds of people in the prince's mansion, plus banquets, gifts, rewards and other expenses, and also need to win over people and support his own power. The money spent every year is probably 200,000 or 300,000 taels of gold. For example, the gift given to Lin Ming this time, more than 100 pure true essence stones cost more than 100,000 gold. A manor located near Qianxue city, 100 acres of land, and so many servants and maids also cost about 100,000 gold, plus that purple gold soft armor whose value is hard to say. It would cost at least 300,000 taels of gold. Because of the huge expenditure, the prince's financial situation is not even as good as some well-known inscription masters, such as Mu Yi and Wangzi. They have a lot of income, but very little expenditure. After years of accumulation, they have already become rich. The prince spends so much money every year. It is a drop in the bucket to rely solely on the salary of the prince. The prince's income mainly comes from manors, fields, and shops. Manors and fields are given to manors like Lin Ming, and as for shops, Lin Ming notes that the prince will not have many, because the main shops in Qianxue city are controlled by the United Chamber of Commerce. Compared with the 10th prince who fought all over the world and plundered countless people, the prince is very poor. Because of his poverty, he can't win over people, so the prince's power has always been suppressed by the 10th prince. The prince spent a lot of money to give me this gift. The total amount of the gift is more than 300,000 taels of gold. The prince took it out all at once. I'm afraid I can't make ends meet. I just received the gift and now he wants materials. It's not appropriate, but I must have the materials, otherwise I can't collect them all by myself. At the beginning, just collecting the materials for the inscription medicine talisman took me a lot of effort, not to mention the inscription body talisman. The materials needed are even more precious. If it doesn't work, the prince can only help me find a way. I'll find a way to get the money myself. Zhuangzi can return it to the prince first. The Juan talisman and the Dalxian, 2 inscription body talismans, plus my ethereal martial arts, combined with my strength training, and the chaos mysterious bone sutra, I will have the confidence to fight Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. However, I'm still not sure about facing Ling Sen 6 months later. The stronger I am, the more terrifying I can feel about Ling Sen. But the premise is that the prince can find the materials for the complete inscription talisman. I'm afraid that some of the materials I listed are only available in the sect. How many can I find with the prince's channels alone? Inscription Master Guild, Inscription Hall. Lin Ming had just stepped into the Inscription Master Guild when he was immediately spotted by the receptionist who had received him last time. The lady's eyes lit up and she immediately put down her work and walked towards Lin Ming quickly. Her breathing became a little short as she walked. Not many people in Xianan City knew Lin Ming yet. They had only heard of his name, but didn't know what he looked like. The receptionist had been in charge of Lin Ming's Inscription Master assessment and had Lin Ming's information. The Inscription Master Guild certainly knew that the most brilliant genius of the 7 Zuanwu mansions in Xianan City was the young man who had been assessed by their Inscription Master Guild. This was an incredible person. Mr. Lin. The receptionist put on a sweet smile and bowed to Lin Ming. Her beautiful figure and close-fitting reception clothes gave her a special charm. Oh, it's you. I want to see the president. Lin Ming recognized the receptionist. Okay, follow me. The receptionist's heartbeat quickened. He still remembered her. Excuse me. It's my honor to serve Mr. Lin. The receptionist took Lin Ming straight to the inscription room. At this time every day, the president would stay in the inscription room. This was the time when he taught his granddaughter. Wang Zuanji was now having difficulty making breakthroughs in both martial arts and inscription skills, so he put most of his energy into his granddaughter. The receptionist pushed open the door of the inscription room. This inscription master, Lin Ming, had come for the 2nd time. The last time he took the test was here. At this time, Wang Zuanji was sitting next to a green inscription table, instructing a girl's fingering next to her. The girl was wearing a white inscription master's robe and looked elegant and refined. She was Wang Zuanji's granddaughter, Wang Yuhan. After Wang Zuanji noticed someone, she turned around and was a little stunned. Mr. Lin? President Wang. Lin Ming bowed slightly. Ha. Mr. Lin is a rare guest. I haven't been here for a long time. I never thought that Mr. Lin is not only a genius in inscription, but also a genius in martial arts. At the age of 15, he defeated the disciple ranked 32nd in the 7th Zuanwu mansion. His future is limitless. President Wang is too kind. Lin Ming was not surprised at all that the Inscription Master Guild already knew about his situation. At this time, Wang Yuhan also stopped the inscription at hand and looked at Lin Ming with a complicated expression. She was already a top genius, with a 4th grade martial arts talent and a 5th grade soul talent. This qualification, combined, is better than Beijing Gan and Mirengzi. In the aristocratic circle, the children of the noble families who want to marry Wang Yuhan are no less than Beijing Gan and Mirengzi. But compared with the young man in front of her, she was simply ashamed. The inscription technique was far behind her, not to mention her combat effectiveness, because Wang Yuhan put her main energy into the inscription technique. In terms of martial arts, she only focused on cultivation, because the inscription technique required deep true essence, so she had to have sufficient cultivation. As for combat skills, Wang Yuhan knew nothing at all. Not to mention the monsters in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, she couldn't even beat ordinary warriors of the same level. How did this guy practice? I started to learn the inscription technique when I was 8 years old. There is a sequence in cultivation, and there are specializations in skills. Even the talented Qin Xingxuan was only equal to her in the inscription technique. In recent days, she has made rapid progress and may have surpassed Qin Xingsun. But compared with Lin Ming, Wang Yuan was completely speechless. Even if he had been practicing the inscription technique since his mother's womb, he wouldn't be so abnormal, right? I was still practicing the basic fingering, but he could already use the Ming Focalian. Mr. Lin, you are here today, is there something? When Wang Zuanji asked this, Lin Ming felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was a registered inscriber of the Inscriber Guild. However, he had never been here since registering. He came here occasionally for materials and inscription practice. Chapter 120 Guest Inscription Master. Lin Ming said, President Wang, I came here for 2 reasons. The first is that I want to buy some materials. The second is that I want to become a guest inscriber of the Inscriptionist Guild, provide services to customers, and at the same time, earn some points for myself. The Inscriptionist Guild has direct inscribers, guest inscribers, and registered inscribers. Registered inscribers only need to register their names, while the former 2 need to complete some tasks of the Inscriptionist Guild, such as solving some problems for fellow inscribers, and making some special inscription symbols for customers. These tasks are awarded with points. Lin Ming now wants to draw the inscription symbol. Regardless of his own cultivation and attainments in the inscription technique, it is very difficult to support it. He needs to take out special time to practice the inscription technique. However, practicing the inscription technique costs money, especially for his advanced inscription technique. If you want to practice, you often need some precious materials. Even if you have money, these precious materials are not so easy to buy in a short time. In the past, in order to save money, Lin Ming did not use materials before he was sure, and only used true essence simulation. This method was too inefficient. Now Lin Ming could not afford to waste this time, so he thought of coming to the Inscription Master Guild as a guest inscription master. In this way, he would encounter a variety of difficult problems, which was the best training for himself. And the key is that all kinds of rare materials are provided by customers, saving time and money, and Lin Ming does not have to worry about it at all. Every day, he can come into contact with different precious materials and different problems, and these materials are provided free of charge. After the successful drawing, there are also points rewards. What is more suitable for cultivation than this? However, not everyone dares to use this cultivation method, because you must at least guarantee an 80% to 90% success rate. Lin Ming decided to practice with this method. He already had a general idea of how to collect those precious materials. He also did not intend to continue to conceal his identity as an inscription master. At the beginning, Lin Ming had no strength and no status. He was outstanding in inscription skills. He could sell an inscription rune for 2 or 3,000 taels of gold. He was like a goose that lays golden eggs. Some people who are greedy for profit may directly put Lin Ming under house arrest because of this, so Lin Ming concealed his identity as an inscription master. Now, Lin Ming is already a hot figure in Xianan City. Even the 10th prince dare not touch him. Moreover, he has the dual protection of the 7 Zuanwu mansion and the prince. With such a status, Lin Ming naturally has no need to continue to conceal his identity as an inscription master. Guest inscription master? Wang Zuanji was slightly startled. This guest inscription master can only be held by the inscription master, because once the customer's materials or treasures are damaged, the inscription master association will compensate. Without a certain foundation, you dare not do this job at all. To become a guest inscriptionist, one must pass the strict assessment of the Inscriptionist Guild. Those who can pass the assessment are all top figures in the inscription world. It is true that Lin Ming is outstanding, but this is only compared to his peers. The last time he drew an inscription rune, the increase rate was 32%. This result is a monster among his peers, but it is still a little short of becoming a guest inscriptionist. And the key is that Lin Ming is too young after all. Guest inscriptionists have to face all kinds of problems, some of which are quite tricky and require rich experience. Experience is something that cannot be accumulated without years of experience. If Lin Ming fails repeatedly, not only will the reputation of the Inscriptionist Guild be ruined, but the loss of materials and treasures will also be a headache for the Inscriptionist Guild. Mr. Lin, generally speaking, the problems that can be solved by the Inscription Master Guild are not too simple. Moreover, because the materials are precious, the guest inscription masters must guarantee at least an 80% success rate. To solve complex problems, they must also guarantee such a high success rate. Even in the Inscription Master Guild, there are only a dozen inscription masters who can be competent for this position. Wang Zuanji tried to remind Lin Ming tactfully, hoping that he would give up when faced with difficulties. After all, given Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Master Guild must also try its best to please him. Lin Ming smiled and said, "President Wang, don't worry. How about this? If I fail 3 times in a row, I will take the initiative to withdraw, and I will also be responsible for the losses." This. Wang Zuanji frowned slightly. The reputation loss caused by 3 failures could be borne, but the key was that Lin Ming was still a child. How to explain to the customer if a child failed to draw the inscription rune? However, considering Lin Ming's current status, Wang Zuanji did not want to refuse directly. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed, saying, "Then 3 times." At this time, Wang Yuan suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, I want to ask, do you have a suitable assistant?" Assistant? Inscription masters usually have 1 or 2 assistants, because many materials cannot be used directly after purchase, but need to be processed, such as some rare plants to extract juice, and some minerals to be ground into powder, or use solutions to extract the effective ingredients, which requires assistance. In the past, Lin Ming did these jobs by himself. Being an assistant is not an easy job. Many materials are very delicate and will be scrapped if you are not careful, so it is usually necessary for the apprentices of inscription masters to take on the task. Lin Ming said bluntly, "I don't have an assistant." Wang Yuan glanced at her grandfather, bit her lip and said, "Do you mind if I become your assistant?" Girls in Qianxue country are traditionally reserved. A girl who actively recommends herself to a young man as an assistant is actually suspected of being deliberately approaching, which is easy to be misunderstood. Especially now that Lin Ming's status is so sensitive, there are countless girls in Qianxue City who want to marry him. Wang Yuan mustered up a lot of courage to say this. However, thinking of Lin Ming's painting techniques that are obviously not from the same school as Qianxue country's inscriptions and calligraphy, and those unique basic patterns and basic inscriptions, Wang Yuan didn't care about the girl's reserve. She wanted to see the schools outside Qianxue country. This is the best opportunity. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Having an assistant can save a lot of time. With Wang Yuan's ability, she will definitely be able to handle the materials properly. Thinking of this, Lin Ming nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Wang. I wonder if Miss Wang has eaten lunch. If she has, then we can start." Wang Yuan was slightly stunned. This Lin Ming is vigorous and resolute. It's about to start. "Well, I've eaten." "Okay." Lin Ming, Wang Yuan, Wang Zuanji and the receptionist went to the inscription hall together. It was a lunch break for the guest inscription masters. There were not many people in the hall, but there were still a few people waiting here, ready to wait until the lunch break was over so that their problems could be solved as soon as possible. According to the regulations of the Inscription Masters Guild, customers can leave after leaving their materials and treasures and explaining their problems. However, in fact, most customers would rather wait here and watch the guest inscription masters solve their problems with their own eyes, because no matter whether it is materials or treasures, they are often priceless, and they are worried. Several people have been waiting for a long time. When they saw someone coming, especially the president of the Inscription Masters Guild, Wang Zuanji, they immediately perked up. Could it be that President Wang would personally take action this afternoon? You know, Wang Zuanji rarely takes action nowadays. Those who can ask him to take action are at least dukes and princes, or top masters who have reached the acquired level. The same materials, after being made into finished products in Wang Zuanji's hands, the effect is much better than that of ordinary inscription masters. If Wang Zuanji is willing to take action, it would be great luck. Several people looked at Wang Zuanji with burning eyes, and their eyes were as eager as they could be. Seeing Wang Zuanji walking towards them, they hurriedly came forward. A warrior who looked to be in his 40s took the lead and said, "President Wang, I didn't expect to meet you." "Can you help me take a look at this armor?" the warrior said and held out a simple black armor. This armor looks like it is made of top grade black steel. It is obviously a bit old. There are some very fine scratches on the surface of the armor, especially the one on the chest, which is half a foot long. The end of this scratch extends to the diamond pattern. Because of this scratch, the diamond pattern is damaged. The diamond pattern was the mark left by an inscription rune after it was used. However, because the armor itself had been severely damaged, the mark of the inscription rune was also destroyed. The original effect of the inscription rune was naturally greatly reduced, or even completely ineffective. Treasures are not indestructible, especially armor treasures, because of the accumulated damage over time, coupled with the attacks of top masters, they may be broken. Obviously, this warrior hopes that the Inscription Master Guild can repair the inscription rune, but it is very difficult to repair an inscription rune that has been used on a treasure. Moreover, this diamond rune is a complex inscription rune called Divine Power Rune. It is not easy to repair. Even Wang Zuanji feels that this job is not easy. However, it is very appropriate to give this job to Lin Ming, because the inscription rune is already broken. Even if Lin Ming fails, it will not make it worse. The armor will not be damaged. At most, some materials will be lost. The Inscription Master Guild can compensate for the lost materials with an identical one, but if the treasure is damaged, there is nothing to do. Wang Zuanji looked at Lin Ming with a smile. He was sure that Lin Ming would not be able to repair the Divine Power Talisman, because Lin Ming did not belong to the Xianan Kingdom's inscription school at all, and this Divine Power Talisman was a complex inscription talisman developed by the Xianan Kingdom's inscription school. If you don't understand its composition and drawing method, you have no way to start. If Lin Ming becomes a guest inscription master, he will definitely encounter similar problems in the future. He still can't solve them, so it's better to let him give up as soon as possible. So, Wang Zuanji used his true essence to transmit sound and asked knowingly, "How is it, Mr. Lin? Do you have a way?" At this time, Lin Ming was probing his soul power into the armor, feeling the internal structure of the inscription talisman. It is very difficult to use soul power to detect an already formed inscription talisman. If you don't understand the structure of the inscription talisman itself, you have no way to start. Lin Ming frowned slightly and finally came to the conclusion that this diamond-shaped inscription symbol should have some effect of increasing the speed of true essence gathering. As for its structure and texture, Lin Ming knew nothing about it. After all, the inscription system of Xianan Kingdom was very different from the inscription system of the Divine Realm. Chapter 121 Repairing the Divine Power Talisman. Lin Ming's level of inscription skills is great, but he is not omnipotent. Facing this inscription rune that he has never seen before, he cannot repair it. However, after thinking for a while, he still used the true essence to transmit sound to Wang Zuanji. "President, I will try." Since reaching the third level of physical training, Lin Ming's control over the true essence has been further improved. He has learned the true essence to transmit sound without a teacher. Wang Zuanji was surprised. Could it be that Lin Ming had seen the Divine Power Rune before? Even if he had seen it, this Divine Power Rune developed by the Xianan Kingdom's inscription school is very complicated. Even the inscription master may not be able to draw it. Lin Ming is only 15 years old. How could he know this drawing method? Lin Ming is indeed a top talent, but Wang Zuanji never believes that Lin Ming can repair this Divine Power Rune. It's really interesting. I want to see what Lin Ming is capable of repairing this Divine Power Rune. Wang Zuanji showed a playful smile and said directly, "Okay, then you try it." Lin Ming nodded and sat on the inscription table. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Ming sitting down. He hurriedly said, "President Wang, this is..." He couldn't understand. He didn't know Lin Ming and only thought he was an apprentice of the Inscription Master Guild. Did Wang Zuanji intend to let this young apprentice repair his armor? Wasn't this a joke? Wang Zuanji said, "It's okay. Just let him try. If it doesn't work, I'll help you finish it." But the middle-aged man looked at the materials he had carefully prepared with distress. According to the regulations of the Inscription Master Guild, Customers who come to the Inscription Master Guild to request services need to pay materials as compensation, and at the same time, prepare the materials that may be used for this service. If they are not prepared, they can be provided by the Inscription Master Guild. Of course, the customer needs to exchange them with other materials of equal value. Although he is a warrior in the condensation vein stage, it is painful to take out so many precious materials at once. These materials cost 7 or 8,000 taels of gold. It took the middle-aged warrior more than a year to collect these materials. If this armor was not a human-level middle-grade treasure passed down from their family, it was too precious, and he would not be willing to spend so much money. Wang Zuanji smiled and said, "It's okay. These materials are here. If he fails, I will do it. I can guarantee that I can repair your armor." Well, okay. With Wang Zuanji's guarantee, the middle-aged man had no choice but to let Lin Ming, the little kid, do it. He hoped that he wouldn't make it too bad, so that even Wang Zuanji couldn't fix it. But where did this kid come from? Why would Wang Zuanji let him do whatever he wanted? There is no other genius inscription master apprentice in Xianan City, except Wang Yuhan and Qin Xingsun. What can he do with such a complicated divine power symbol? The middle-aged warrior was puzzled. Lin Ming took the armor in his hand and immersed his soul power into the divine power symbol. With the supreme soul method of Tei Solat, he condensed his soul power into silk, constantly sensed the composition of the divine power symbol, and carefully recorded every pattern structure. At this time, Lin Ming, because of the high concentration of his soul power, looked more focused than ever before. When he was dissecting bones in the kitchen of Demingsun, he had the same expression. Whether it was the crude and barbaric dissecting of bones that required brute force, or the delicate and complicated inscription technique that required the delicate control of soul power in Lin Ming's hands, they were essentially the same. One was to record the veins and bones of the beast, and the other was to record the composition of the basic inscriptions and basic patterns. All he had to do was to cleverly decipher these complex patterns. Wang Yuhan stood behind Lin Ming, quietly staring at Lin Ming's profile. She could clearly feel the concentration and sharpness of Lin Ming's eyes. This look, combined with the sharpness that he revealed intentionally or unintentionally between his eyebrows, gave the boy in front of him a momentum that did not match his actual age. Wang Yuhan had to admit that this momentum was easy to fascinate people. Some girls who were just beginning to fall in love were easily attracted by this momentum and fell into it. Can he really repair this divine power symbol? Wang Yuhan couldn't believe it. Even though Lin Ming had created many miracles before, this time it was too difficult, almost impossible. Lin Ming was not from the Xianan Kingdom's inscription school. At the age of 15, it was impossible for him to have achieved the pinnacle of 2 inscription schools at the same time. Lin Ming looked at this for a full quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, he did not move at all until the middle-aged man became a little impatient. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly spoke. "President Wang, I want to ask, if you repair this inscription rune, how much of its effectiveness can be restored?" Wang Zuanji was slightly startled and smiled and touched his beard. "This kid, could it be that he wants to compete with me?" Wang Zuanji said, "If I repair this divine power rune, I can probably restore more than 80% of its effect. The divine power rune is an auxiliary inscription rune. Although it cannot directly increase the defensive power of the armor when engraved on it, it can increase the user's true energy gathering speed. The original effect of this divine power rune should be 36% to 37%. I will repair it, and the final effect will be about 30% to 31%. The effect of the repaired inscription rune is always not as good as the original one, even if Wang Zuanji takes action." "Oh, I understand. In other words, no matter what method I use, as long as I can make the final true energy gathering speed of this armor increase by 30%, I will be considered successful." Ha. This kid is confident enough. Wang Zuanji looked at Lin Ming with interest. There are not many people in the entire Xianan Kingdom who dare to say that they can restore the final effect to 30%. What is this kid going to do? He laughed and said, "Generally, if a guest inscription master can restore 28% of the inscription, it is considered good. If you can restore 28% of the inscription, you can be considered qualified. Lin Ming nodded and touched the ring on his ring finger. The next scene made everyone in the audience dumbfounded. Lin Ming slowly pulled out a spear as thick as an egg from the zoomy ring. The spear shaft was 8 feet long and the spearhead was 8 inches long. The spear shaft was purple black and the spear blade was dark red like blood. It was the piercing rainbow spear. At this moment, even Wang Zuanji and Wang Yuhan were confused. Why was he repairing the inscription runes and pulling out a spear? Young man, what are you going to do? The middle-aged warrior was frightened. What a guy. He pulled out such a big spear, and it looked like this spear was made of purple black iron. Although it was not a treasure, it was definitely very sharp. This guy was not trying to poke his armor with the spear. Lin Ming looked up at the middle-aged warrior and said, "Destroy this divine power symbol and red-row it." Destroy, destroy. The middle-aged warrior could hardly believe his ears. If he hadn't taken into consideration Wang Zuanji's presence, he would have gone up to hit him. You're crazy. Once an inscription symbol is used on a treasure, it is difficult to destroy it, because the structure and texture of the inscription symbol will be imprinted inside the treasure, and become a part of the treasure. As for the surface, such as the diamond pattern of the divine power symbol, it is just the brand logo of the inscription master, which serves a decorative effect, just like Lin Ming's flame pattern, which is just drawn by the inscription master according to his personal preference. Destroying this decorative pattern will not destroy the complex structure and texture of the inscription symbol that has been deeply buried in the treasure. If you really want to destroy it, you usually ask an alchemist who is familiar with fire control to burn it with flames, which takes a long time to burn these spider web-like dense and layered textures. Although this method can destroy the inscription rune, it will also slightly damage the treasure. Most importantly, it will affect the effect of the next inscription. Therefore, in most cases, if the inscription rune on the treasure is damaged, it can only be repaired. Repairing is actually more difficult than redrawing, but it is much better than destroying it. Lin Ming does not understand the divine power rune at all, so he naturally cannot repair it. The method he adopted is to destroy the divine power rune and red-row it. Lin Ming does not know how to control fire, so he can only draw out the rainbow spear to destroy the inscription rune. Boy, if you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. This middle-aged man is at least a warrior in the condensation vein stage, ranked among the nobles, and has a certain status in Xianan City. Although he has to be respectful to Wang Zuanji, he certainly will not be polite to a young man like Lin Ming who came out of nowhere. At this time, Wang Zuanji snorted lightly, and this snort fell into the ears of the middle-aged man like thunder. The middle-aged man trembled and immediately calmed down. Wang Zuanji said, "Your treasure is a human-level mid-grade one. Even if a warrior in the condensed vein stage comes to destroy it, it will take some effort. Are you so nervous?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm sorry, it's just that this armor is my family's heirloom, so I was a little anxious." In front of Wang Zuanji, who was at the early stage of the acquired cultivation and had the best in inscription skills in the entire Xianan city, the middle-aged man naturally did not dare to act rashly. Wang Zuanji looked at Lin Ming, waiting for Lin Ming to explain. Lin Ming himself was an inscription master, so it was impossible for him not to know the taboo of destroying the inscription runes. Lin Ming said, "President Wang, I dare to do this naturally with a certain degree of confidence. Although I can't guarantee that there will be no damage to the treasure, the damage will not be great, and I have a way to repair it." The damage will not be great? Using a heavy gun to destroy the texture of the inscription runes that have been integrated with the armor by brute force, will the damage not be great? Wang Zuanji frowned and did not speak. If Lin Ming destroyed the original inscription texture in the armor, even he would not be able to repair the armor. Lin Ming said, "How about this? With my cultivation, it will take a while to destroy the texture of this armor. If President Wang thinks it's not okay, how about stopping it?" Wang Zuanji nodded. "That's fine. Even if this human level mid-grade armor is not infused with true energy, it is still extremely hard. Even if it only destroys the texture, it will take a while." The middle-aged man had no choice but to accept his fate. He had decided to take the armor back immediately if he found something wrong. At worst, he would not repair the armor. Lin Ming fixed the armor on the inscription table, and then he stepped back a foot away, holding the piercing rainbow spear and casually shaking a gunflower. Everyone present was paying attention to Lin Ming's actions, wanting to know what he was going to do. Chapter 122, Heavy Rain of Pear Blossoms. Lin Ming fixed the armor on the inscription table, and then he stepped back a foot away, holding the piercing rainbow spear and casually shook the gunflower. Everyone present was paying attention to Lin Ming's movements, wanting to know what he was going to do. If you really want to use brute force to destroy the inscription rune texture in the treasure, it is best to use a carving knife or something like that, because the texture is as fine as a spider web. How could Lin Ming use such a big gun smoothly? At this moment, Lin Ming took out the gun, shook his wrist, aimed at the inscription rune, and stabbed it fiercely. You can clearly hear the whistling sound of the gun blade breaking through the air. Not only that, this gun also contains an unstoppable momentum, as if thousands of horses are galloping, and a murderous aura is spreading over. This gun can easily pierce even a steel plate. The middle-aged man's eyelids jumped, and he subconsciously wanted to stop him, but at this moment, Lin Ming instantly put away the gun, and his momentum was instantly restrained. The tip of the gun just touched the armor, but it did not penetrate at all. The middle-aged man's words got stuck in his throat. He stared at the tip of Lin Ming's gun with wide eyes, and was shocked. What kind of abnormal force control ability is this? The gun thrust out with the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping, but it can be restrained in an instant, without even a little momentum spilling out. The position where the gun tip suddenly stopped is exactly right. You know, this is a heavy gun made of purple black iron, weighing no less than 800 kilograms. Who is this boy? Someone with such strength at this age is definitely not an unknown person. However, although this boy's gun skills are amazing, what does he want to do? The gun thrust out, the gun tip suddenly stopped when it touched the armor. Such a gun did not destroy the lines in the treasure at all. How can this help the inscription technique? It can't be, to show off his gun skills, right? Lin Ming's gunshot, let alone the middle-aged man. Even Wang Zuanji didn't understand it. He was also just amazed at Lin Ming's gun skills, but because he knew Lin Ming's identity a long time ago, he was not too surprised. At this time, Lin Ming stabbed the second time, just like before. The gun stabbed out with a momentum like a rainbow, and then, just when it touched the armor, it suddenly converged. Next, Lin Ming frequently fired the gun. The gun speed became faster and faster. The momentum became stronger and stronger. Gradually, this momentum rolled up a strong wind, and Lin Ming's gun tip fell like raindrops. This is another gun move in basic Gunju, Rain of Pear Blossoms. The middle-aged man was more and more shocked. This boy looked only 15 or 16 years old. At this age, he had such strength, and he used a gun. Could it be Lin Ming, who was recently in the limelight of the 7 Zuanwu mansion? It shouldn't be. Lin Ming has such abnormal strength. If he is also proficient in the inscription technique, then he will not let others live. The reincarnation of the devil is no more than this. What is this guy doing? Lin Ming has been firing the gun for dozens of breaths, and the number of times he fired the gun is hundreds of times. Such a high speed of firing, and the weight of the piercing rainbow gun weighing more than 800 kilograms, the muscle load is quite large. If it weren't for the solid foundation, abnormal strength, and thorough tempering of the true essence, the warrior would have strained his muscles long ago. Slowly, Wang Zuanji discovered the mystery behind Lin Ming's shooting. He used his soul power to explore the armor, but was shocked to find that every time Lin Ming shot, he shot a stream of true essence into the armor. What surprised Wang Zuanji the most was that he used his soul power to track the true essence that was shot into the armor, but found that they actually flowed along the texture of the inscription runes, and then used a strange power to disintegrate those structural textures. How did he do this? Wang Zuanji took a breath of cold air and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In the attack, letting the true essence turn into a thin stream like a silk thread and flow in the texture was already incredible to him, and using an incredible power to disintegrate those structural textures made him feel even more impossible. How could such a thin stream of true essence have such great power? Lin Ming used the method of training strength like silk in the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra not only emphasizes the strength, but also the control of strength. Training strength like silk is a method of controlling strength. The so-called strength here refers to both physical strength and true energy. After the training of strength like silk is a small success, the true energy will turn into silk, and it will be as easy as using an arm. However, just turning the true energy into silk is not very effective, because the tiny true energy silk does not have much lethality. If you want to give it offensive power, there is a way, that is, vibration. The strange power that Wang Zuanji discovered that disintegrated the structure and texture was the vibration of the true energy. This vibration, ignoring defense, can be transmitted to the inside of any object. The true energy turns into countless filaments, and then each filament trembles deep into the object, acting on every tiny structure and texture, which will cause very terrible damage. So when Lin Ming stabbed the stone pillar of the martial arts arena with a gun, the stone pillar instantly collapsed into countless small stones. This was because Lin Ming's training of power like silk was not thorough enough, and the separated true essence silk was too little, and the frequency of vibration was too low. If the training of power like silk reached perfection, the true essence silk would be transformed into trillions, and penetrate into the particles that make up matter, and the frequency of vibration would also be high to a terrifying level. Then, if a gun stabbed the stone pillar would turn into dust, and the wind would blow it away. Of course, Lin Ming was still far away from such a realm. If he really reached such a realm, Lin Ming could easily remove the inscriptions and runes in the treasure without damaging the treasure at all. He didn't have to shoot so many times like now, but still damaged the treasure. Wang Yuhan noticed the shock on Wang Zuanji's face and couldn't help but use her true energy to transmit her voice and ask, "Grandpa, what is Lin Ming doing?" Wang Zuanji sighed lightly and said, "Use your soul power to feel the texture of the inscriptions on the armor, and you will know what he is doing." Wang Yuhan sent out her soul power in confusion, deep into the armor. Although Wang Yuhan's soul power was relatively weak, she could still vaguely feel everything that was happening inside the armor. She covered her mouth in surprise. "Grandpa, how did you do this?" Wang Zuanji shook her head and smiled bitterly. "This is the first time I've seen this technique. I can only guess that this effect is achieved through a special method of manipulating the true essence. This method of manipulation turns the true essence into countless filaments, and then manipulates each filament to shake off the texture structure of the inscription rune. This requires extremely high control of the true essence. I really can't imagine how he did it." Wang Yuhan stopped asking questions. She just tried to feel the energy changes in the treasure. At this time, she looked at those true essence filaments, as if they were spiritually destroying the inscription rune textures that penetrated into the treasure like spider silk. She felt as if a mysterious store of the truth with infinite mysteries was placed in front of her, but no matter how hard she tried to see, she could not see it clearly. This feeling of being within reach of the mysterious laws between heaven and earth, but being unable to touch them, made Wang Yuhan excited, but also anxious. After about half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming fired 600 or 700 shots in one breath. Even though he had amazing physical strength and the chaos true essence art to replenish his true essence, his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this time, Lin Ming finally stopped, flipped his right hand casually, and put the piercing rainbow spear into the zoomy ring and disappeared. As for the armor treasure, except for some white spots on the surface that could not be seen without careful observation, there was no other damage. Finally, it was completed. Although the training force was as exquisite as silk, the inscription rune texture in the armor had long been integrated. Lin Ming still inevitably damaged some of the internal structures of the armor, that is, the true essence array refined in the armor, when the master refiner refined the treasure. This kind of damage will not hurt the defense of the armor, but in the future, when the warriors inject true essence into the armor, they will encounter some obstacles. But even so, it was enough to surprise Wang Zuanji. Even if they asked the master of alchemy who was proficient in fire control to do it, they would not be able to achieve such an effect. After clearing the old inscription rune, Lin Ming did not immediately engrave a new one. Instead, he practiced the chaos true essence technique, meditated for a while, and restored his true essence to its best state. The chaos true essence technique was very effective in replenishing true essence. Within an incense stick of time, Lin Ming had fully recovered. He took out a piece of paper and casually wrote down the list of materials to be used. These days, Lin Ming had been constantly exposed to the inscription system of Qianxue country, and he was very familiar with the names of the materials, so there would be no situation where the names of the materials in the divine realm did not match. Then he handed it to the receptionist of the inscriptionist guild and said, "Please prepare a copy according to the contents of this list." "Oh, okay." The receptionist finally reacted and took the list. At this time, Wang Yuan hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." She was Lin Ming's assistant, and preparing materials was one of the basic tasks of an assistant. The inscriptionist guild was the place with the richest material reserves in the entire Qianxue country. Even though some of the materials listed by Lin Ming were slightly off the beaten path, it was still easy to prepare them. The inscription rune that Lin Ming was going to draw today was a simplified version of Frost Guardian. This kind of inscription rune is specially used for armor. It can not only increase the speed of the warrior's true essence gathering, but also slightly enhance defense. If the original Frost Guardian comes with an inscription skill called Frozen Ring, when the attacker attacks, it can emit a ring of frozen true essence to affect the opponent's speed of action. However, the original Frost Guardian requires very precious and rare materials, and some inscription master guilds may not be able to find them. In addition, Lin Ming is drawing Frost Guardian for the first time today, and there is a great risk of failure to draw a more complex original version. So he decided to draw a simplified version. At Lin Ming's current level, it is relatively easy to draw a simplified version of Frost Guardian. Grind 3 coins of Xianxing stone into powder, add half a cup of level 3 fierce beast blood and mix well. Grind the black bone grass to extract the juice, and add 3 times the dose of cold spring water essence. Lin Ming used the true essence to transmit a series of material processing methods to Wang Yuan quickly, many of which were quite complicated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Frost Guardian. Lin Ming used his true essence to transmit his voice to Wang Yuan, quickly telling her a series of ways to process materials, many of which were quite complicated. However, Wang Yuan had a solid foundation in the art of inscription, and her memory was very good. After Lin Ming spoke a lot, she only said "I understand" and began to operate those complicated materials. Wang Yuan's skills in processing materials were very proficient. In his hands, various materials were like fireworks in the hands of a magician, constantly changing colors and luster. Such tedious operating steps, under Wang Yuan's fair and dexterous 10 fingers, actually had a kind of beauty like flowing water. Even Lin Ming felt that Wang Yuan did better than him in terms of processing materials. After all, most apprentice inscription masters started with processing materials when they first came into contact with the art of inscription, but Lin Ming skipped this step directly. With Wang Yuan's assistance, Lin Ming's inscription runes were more handy. Running the Tai Soul art, Lin Ming made a move, and a drop of dark blue liquid emitting a strong chill jumped onto his palm. Then, as Lin Ming's fingers danced, the drop suddenly turned into a string of gorgeous rainbow light. After the first basic pattern was drawn, Lin Ming waved his hand again, and the second drop of liquid jumped onto his palm. The bright rainbow light lit up again. At this time, the light after image left by the first basic pattern was still on everyone's irises. One after another, bright runes appeared in the air, constantly stacking and accumulating. Lin Ming rarely failed. Wang Yuan, who had already processed all the materials, stared at Lin Ming's every move with a pair of beautiful eyes, watching every move of Lin Ming without blinking, fearing that she would miss any details. However, in fact, it is impossible to learn the method of making an inscription rune by watching. It involves complex soul power control, and the slightest deviation of the basic pattern will cause a 1,000-mile effect, which is not visible to the eyes. Wang Yuan naturally understood this, but through such observation, she could still get some inspiration. She had learned all the skills of her grandfather Wang Zhuangji. The skills she could not learn were because her martial arts cultivation was not enough. She wanted to learn, but there was no way. However, the inscription technique in Lin Ming's hands was completely different from the Xianan Kingdom's style, and it was obviously more mysterious and profound. She did not expect Lin Ming to teach her step by step. It was a rare opportunity to just watch from the side. As time passed, Wang Yuan became more and more frightened. Lin Ming seemed to not need to think at all when he took action. It seemed to be an instinctive action, which was done at will without any sense of stagnation. These actions seemed simple, but laymen watched the excitement, while experts saw the doorway. Wang Yuan could clearly feel that in Lin Ming's casual stroke, there were 7 or 8 changes in the strength of his soul power. Such rapid changes could not be achieved without long-term practice and imprinting these changes deep in his memory. A quarter of an hour later, there were already dozens of inscription runes floating in the air. The inscription runes formed by the superposition of dozens of inscription runes were considered to be relatively complex inscription runes. Generally, only higher-level inscription masters, or even inscription masters, could draw them, because the true essence of low-level inscription masters was not enough to support it. However, Wang Yuan was not too surprised about this. Lin Ming's strength was already close to that of a warrior who had reached the great stage of bone forging. It was not surprising that he had such a thick true essence. Another quarter of an hour later, the number of inscription runes floating in front of Lin Ming had accumulated to more than 70. At this time, Lin Ming retracted his hands, and all the inscription runes in the air flashed with light one by one, and then gradually collapsed. For a moment, the inscription hall seemed to be filled with starlight, and finally all the inscription runes merged into one. Lin Ming added another stroke, and the inscription rune turned into a flame-shaped pattern, and then slowly fell on the armor. With the sound of kai kai, a flame-shaped inscription appeared on the chest of the armor. At this moment, an amazing scene happened. The armor began to shake slightly. With the flame-shaped inscription as the center, a series of blue-light circles spread out like ripples. The armor, which was originally close to black, gradually turned into ice blue in the light circle. Wang Zuanji's eyes widened. It can actually change the color of the treasure? Wang Zuanji read a lot of classics and knew that some inscriptions were recorded in the classics. Because they carried a strong 5-element attribute power, when engraved on the treasure, it could change the color of the treasure. For example, the inscription rune of fire attribute can make the treasure appear red, the inscription rune of ice attribute can make the treasure appear ice blue, and the inscription rune of gold attribute can make the treasure shine with golden light. However, this is only recorded in the classics, because the inscription school of Xianan country has limited foundation. Although some inscription runes also contain the power of the 5-element, such as the Lishu rune and the Jinshan rune, Wang Zuanji has never heard of anyone drawing an inscription rune that can change the color of the treasure. Today, he saw it for the first time. The middle-aged warrior watched his armor turn blue, and he didn't understand what was going on. At this time, Wang Zuanji had already stepped forward excitedly, took the armor, and poured his true essence into it to feel the effect of the inscription rune. In this experiment, Wang Zuanji took a deep breath, and the effect of the true essence gathering increased by 30%. A 30% increase is nothing for a general treasure, but this treasure has been slightly damaged. If the treasure is intact, it can at least increase to 36%. Even if Wang Zuanji draws the inscription rune himself and attaches it to the intact treasure, the best case is only 42%. 36% is only 6 points away from 42%. Lin Ming is only 15 years old, but in terms of his attainments in inscription art, he is only so far away from himself who has been immersed in inscription art for nearly 100 years. This makes Wang Zuanji feel deeply frustrated. Not only that, when the inscription rune drawn by Lin Ming passes through this inscription rune, the true essence will spontaneously transform into a protective film of icy air, increasing the defense of the armor. Although the increase is not much, it is also extremely rare. An inscription rune produces 2 effects. In the inscription art school of Xianan country, there are no more than 30 inscription runes with 2 effects, and each of them is worth more than 3,000 taels of gold. A genius in the art of inscription, and also a martial arts genius who has comprehended the meaning of martial arts, and has amazing comprehension. With so many halos concentrated on one person, even the heavens would be jealous. Wang Zuanji threw the armor to the middle-aged warrior and said, "Check it out." The middle-aged warrior poured his true essence into the armor. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. As the owner of the armor, he naturally knew the original condition of the armor very well. "Are you satisfied?" Wang Zuanji asked casually. "Satisfied. Satisfied." The middle-aged warrior nodded repeatedly. He looked at Lin Ming again, and there was already a respectful look in his eyes. However, the middle-aged warrior was not an inscription master after all, and he didn't know much about the art of inscription. He just knew that this young man was very remarkable, but he didn't have a clear concept of how abnormal he was. "Is this President Wang's apprentice? It's true that a good teacher produces good students. Incredible. Incredible. My apprentice?" Wang Zuanji laughed at himself. "I can't teach such a great apprentice. President Wang is too modest, but the little brother is indeed the most talented inscription master I have ever heard of in my life." The middle-aged man wanted to say a few flattering words and get to know Lin Ming. After all, knowing an inscription master with such great potential will be of self-evident benefit in the future. However, at this moment, Wang Zuanji said indifferently, "Are you okay? If not, you can leave." The middle-aged warrior had a sentence stuck in his throat and could only smile awkwardly. "Then I won't bother you anymore. I will come to thank you another day." The middle-aged warrior left with an apologetic smile on his face. At this time, Wang Zuanji was not in a very good mood. He had invested all his efforts in Wang Yuhan, thinking of training Wang Yuhan to become the most powerful inscription master in Xianan country in the past 100 years. However, Lin Ming suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which made Wang Zuanji feel extremely frustrated. Not to mention Wang Yuhan, even he himself would probably be surpassed by this perverted boy in a few years. He had studied the inscription technique for most of his life. Could it really be so bad? Wang Zuanji inevitably had such a thought in his mind. Lin Ming was not clear about Wang Zuanji's thoughts. He took a short rest and prepared to solve the second problem. The second customer was a young man from an aristocratic family who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had witnessed Lin Ming's amazing inscription technique before. When he saw Lin Ming calling him, he hurried over, told him his problem, and laid out a pile of materials. Seeing these materials, Lin Ming's heart moved. This was another pile of rare materials. This guest inscription master was right. With so many precious materials to practice, the inscription technique would advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't take long before he could draw the body inscription rune. Lin Ming had been solving various problems for an entire afternoon. In order to avoid interference, Lin Ming asked the inscription master guild for a separate inscription room. After the materials were brought in, the door would be closed. Only Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan were left inside. Wang Yuhan was responsible for preparing the materials, while Lin Ming began to draw the inscription rune. Drawing the inscription rune consumes both soul power and true essence. Generally, low-level and intermediate inscription masters would consume almost all of their energy after drawing an inscription rune. Senior inscription masters and masters of inscription techniques would only consume 2 or 3, or 3 or 4. Lin Ming had already drawn 5 times in a row this afternoon, and now he was about to start the 6th time. This made Wang Yuhan tremble with fear. Even she, who was only responsible for processing the materials, had already run out of true essence, while Lin Ming was like a tireless machine. In fact, after each drawing, Lin Ming consumed a lot of energy. At this time, he would practice the Tai Soul art to nourish the lost soul power and use the Chaos True Essence art to replenish the true essence. Chapter 124 The Disappearing Blood Talisman. With his pure soul power and deep foundation of true essence, Lin Ming had been able to hold on for the whole afternoon. During this period, he had also approached his limit several times. However, if one does not push himself to the limit, it is difficult to make progress in cultivation. When his true essence was completely consumed, Lin Ming would take out a true essence stone without hesitation, and then enter the state of ethereal martial intent. In the state of ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming's true essence would spontaneously operate at a speed far exceeding the usual speed, and with a nearly perfect line. In this state, cultivation progressed rapidly. Gradually, the sun set in the west, and the light in the room dimmed. Wang Yuhan turned on the lights, and saw that Lin Ming had been meditating and regulating his breath. Wang Yuhan wanted to say something several times but stopped. Seeing that it was approaching the first watch, Wang Yuan finally couldn't help but said, "Mr. Lin, we should eat." "Oh, really? Go and eat. Bring me some back. I've almost finished regulating my breath. Let's finish this one first." Still drawing, Wang Yuan was speechless. If he drew another one, it would be the 7th one. Drawing 7 inscription runes in one afternoon, and each of them is a complex inscription rune that requires dozens of inscription runes to be integrated together. Even an inscription master can't support it. Wang Yuan no longer compares herself with Lin Ming, but takes it for granted that Lin Ming is at the same level as her grandfather. Shaking her head helplessly, Wang Yuan had to go to eat. After returning from dinner, as expected, Lin Ming had already started drawing the 7th inscription rune, and it seemed that he had already completed half of it. Wang Yuan put the food aside and quietly watched every move of Lin Ming, memorizing it carefully, and even occasionally subconsciously stretched out her hand and moved with Lin Ming's movements. Although she also knew that, even if she remembered these movements, it would be futile if she didn't know the mystery. Time passed by minute. Wang Yuan looked at the inscription rune patterns that were as gorgeous as flowing light, looked at Lin Ming's dancing fingertips and extremely smooth control of true energy, and looked at his face covered with fine beads of sweat but extremely focused. Gradually, Wang Yuan was lost in thought. Her eyes unconsciously moved from Lin Ming's fingers to Lin Ming's face. At that moment, she felt that she was infected by the boy's concentration. After a while, with a light whoosh, dozens of inscriptions in front of Lin Ming merged into one. In the shining light, Wang Yuan suddenly came back to her senses and withdrew her eyes in a panic, her pretty face slightly red. The 7th one. Lin Ming let out a long breath, and his body completely collapsed on the chair. Now, he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. "Mr. Lin, the food is getting cold." "Oh." Lin Ming propped himself up, took the food, and ate it in big mouthfuls, while Wang Yuan sat aside a little awkwardly, staring at the hourglass in the room unnaturally, watching the quicksand falling one by one. In the basic pattern, when drawing the rock pattern, it might be better to add a folded structure. Lin Ming, who was halfway through his meal, suddenly said such a meaningless sentence. Wang Yuan was slightly startled, and then she was overjoyed. Lin Ming was teaching her the art of inscription. This was an independent system of inscriptions from the Xianan kingdom, and in terms of its sophistication, it was far superior to the schools of the Xianan kingdom. At this time, Lin Ming had recovered some of his true essence. He casually drew a rock pattern in the air. This time, he tried to slow down the speed as much as possible, so that Wang Yuan could have time to see the changes in the soul power. Especially when drawing the extra folding structure, Lin Ming reduced the speed to the lowest. Lin Ming certainly knew why Wang Yuan took the initiative to ask to be his assistant. She accompanied him for an afternoon, helped a lot, and consumed a lot of energy, but what she could learn was extremely limited. A girl who was the apple of the eye of the president of the Inscription Master Guild, such a proud girl, put down her reserve and became his assistant for an afternoon. If Lin Ming didn't give something back, he would feel bad. So during the meal, Lin Ming taught Wang Yuan several basic patterns. Although learning these basic patterns is still a long way from practical application, Lin Ming believes that with Wang Yuan's talent, as she continues to improve her inscription skills, she will definitely gain a lot of inspiration from them. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Wang Yuan thanked him sincerely. "I should thank you. Then, will Mr. Lin come tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Well, I should come in the afternoon. In the morning, I will practice in the 7 Zuanwu mansion." Because of the core disciple assessment, the 7 Zuanwu mansion promised to give Lin Ming 10 full days of use of the 7 killing formations. The use time of the 7 killing formations is extremely precious and cannot be wasted because of practicing inscription skills. "Can I still be your assistant tomorrow?" Wang Yuan asked expectantly. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Of course." That night, Lin Ming returned to the 7 Zuanwu mansion and began to digest what he had learned from the day's practice. In the afternoon, 3.5 hours, Lin Ming drew a total of 7 inscription runes, and the materials used in these 7 inscription runes were all very valuable. Lin Ming also made many mistakes in the drawing process, resulting in some waste of materials, but there was no situation where the inscription runes were completely out of control and exploded and collapsed. As long as there was no collapse, a certain degree of mistakes could be tolerated. According to the rules of the Inscription Master Guild, the total value of the materials used by the customer to pay for the service must be twice the value of the materials used for the service, and sometimes even a certain amount of remuneration must be paid. The remaining materials were divided 60% by the guest inscription master and the Inscription Master Guild, 60% by the guest inscription master and 40% by the Inscription Master Guild. Lin Ming deducted a few types that he could use and exchange the rest for points from the Inscription Master Guild. According to this rate of earning points, it will probably take me more than 10 days to earn enough points to buy some materials that can be purchased from the Inscription Master Guild. As for other more precious materials, I can only get them when my inscription skills are further improved. The materials needed for these 2 inscription talismans are too difficult to collect. However, the process of earning points is also the process of my cultivation. Continuously using so many precious materials to draw inscription talismans, not only has my inscription skills improved rapidly, but even my soul power is slowly growing. The Chaos True Essence art has also improved, and it is already faintly approaching the 2nd level of minor success. I never thought of such a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's just that the True Essence stones are consumed a little too quickly. 3 are consumed in 1 day. It's really a waste of money. The price of a True Essence stone from the Xianan Kingdom is between 500 and 1000 taels of gold, depending on its purity. The ones distributed for free by the 7 Zuanwu Mansion are basically the lowest level True Essence stones worth 500 gold. The more than 100 True Essence stones that the prince gave to Lin Ming were pure, high quality True Essence stones, and each one was worth 1000 taels of gold. True Essence stones were scarce in Xianan country, and it was difficult to buy them in large quantities. On the other hand, it was not easy to sell True Essence stones in exchange for gold. After all, even the children of wealthy and noble families could not afford such expensive prices. Using 4 or 5 True Essence stones was equivalent to a treasure. There were not many people like Lin Ming who had more than 200 True Essence stones on hand and used them like candy beans every day. The True Essence stones will be used up in about 2 months. I can ask the prince to buy them for me. At most, I will pay for them. After becoming a guest inscription master, Lin Ming found a way to practice and make money at the same time. He estimated that it would not be a problem for him to earn more than 100,000 or 200,000 gold a month. Of course, the premise is that there are enough wealthy warriors seeking his services. For ordinary guest inscription masters, it is not enough to work once or twice a day, because once the number of times increases, although they can support it, they are not in the best condition, and it is difficult to draw perfect inscription runes, which will damage their reputation. These inscription masters work for 20 days a month and make 20 or 30,000 gold. This is considered good, and they must ensure that they do not fail. And people like Lin Ming, who work 7 or 8 times a day and 30 days a month, are really freaks. After taking a casual bath, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intention in the bathtub, allowing the true essence in his body to operate automatically according to the perfect route. Lin Ming sat there for 2 hours. Because of the continuous high-speed operation of the true essence, the water in the bathtub heated up, and a thick white mist rose. The whole bathroom was filled with water vapor. Lin Ming exhaled casually, and he could stir up an air vortex. It was not until midnight that Lin Ming woke up from the state of ethereal martial intention. The small units all over his body were vibrating together, and the vibrating true essence overflowed like a tide, and the fog in the room was immediately swept away. However, because the mist had been lingering for a long time, the whole room was wet, and Lin Ming's clothes were all wet. Standing up from the bathtub, Lin Ming inadvertently saw the purple gold soft armor that the prince gave him. Seeing this, Lin Ming was stunned. This is... Lin Ming grabbed the purple gold soft armor, unfolded it, and was shocked. How could the blood rune drawn by the acquired peak master with his own blood and essence disappeared? Question mark? Today he went to the Inscription Master Guild. For the sake of safety, Lin Ming put on this purple gold soft armor. It was fine when he put it on, but when he took a bath, he found that the blood runes were gone. To be precise, most of the blood runes were gone, and only a corner of the blood rune remained, but it was completely blurred. This blurred feeling was like ink being soaked in water. Could it be that the steam from the bath soaked the blood rune? Then this acquired peak master was too inferior. Or was the prince deceived? This soft armor itself is a fake. No, when the prince sent out the soft armor, he used his soul power to investigate, and it was indeed the essence of a master with powerful blood and energy, and it was written on the soft armor with exquisite techniques, deeply embedded in the wood, and has become a part of the treasure. This is like the inscriptions and runes that penetrate deep into the treasure. Unless some special methods are used, such as the alchemist controlling fire to refine, or the method of practicing strength like Lin Ming, it is impossible to destroy and separate it. So what is going on? Thank you for the second reward of 10,000 by Xiandi Wuhan, and the monthly tickets that come with the reward. At this moment, I feel deeply in love with you. Thank you to some book friends who subscribed to the completed old book of Kanjian, in order to vote for the monthly tickets. It is a timely help and I will remember it in my heart. Chapter 125 The Rubik's Cube reappears. Lin Ming couldn't understand. Could it be that someone had used a secret method to plot against him during the day and was blocked by the blood talisman, so the blood talisman was destroyed? It was impossible. If someone really had such a skill and could erase the blood talisman without him knowing, he must be a congenital master. Such a person would be easy to kill him, and Zhu Yan and the 10th prince couldn't persuade him at all. Lin Ming really couldn't figure out what happened, so he had to put the soft armor aside and go to bed to rest. This sleep, perhaps because of excessive consumption, Lin Ming slept very sweetly. He came to a dark space in a daze. It was extremely vast, like a dark starry sky, with transparent ghost-like gases floating around. In these gases, there were countless shining light spots like broken mirrors. The light spots were of different sizes and moved in a strange and mysterious trajectory. In the middle of all the light spots, there was a ball of light 1 foot in size. The light ball emitted a milky hazy halo, giving people a soft and warm feeling. This is the magic cube space. Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. How did he come to the Rubik's Cube again? Since the first time he entered the Rubik's Cube space, the magic cube had hidden in his body and could no longer be summoned. Why did it suddenly enter today? Although in a dream, since he realized that this was the Rubik's Cube space, Lin Ming's consciousness was instantly awake, but he could not withdraw from the Rubik's Cube space. Of course, Lin Ming was not ready to withdraw. His eyes were focused on those soul fragments that shone like stars. His expression was a little excited, but more of it was solemn. At the beginning, it was a soul fragment that brought him so many opportunities. If it weren't for this fragment, even if he could still comprehend the ethereal martial spirit, he would at most stop at the acquired stage, and could not set foot on the innate stage. There is no doubt that these fragments contain endless treasures, but they also contain murderous intentions step by step. If you are not careful, Lin Ming's consciousness may be swallowed up by the fragments and he will never recover. Is every fragment an ownerless soul? Are there some fragments that still have spiritual imprints that have not been erased? The human soul is composed of two parts, one is memory, and the other is spiritual imprint. If the spiritual imprint is erased, and only the memory is left, it is an ownerless soul. An ownerless soul has only instincts and no consciousness. If the spiritual imprint is not erased, then the soul fragment will have its own consciousness. Devouring such a fragment, not to mention that Lin Ming has no confidence in dealing with the spiritual imprint in the fragment. Even if he can suppress it, it may cause his personality to split and lose himself. Lin Ming stood in this dark sea of stars for a long time, and he was not in a hurry to move. He would never touch those palm-sized, shining fragments. As for the light ball in the center of all the fragments, Lin Ming was even more afraid to avoid it. He suspected that this light ball was the magical woman he saw in his dream. This is. When Lin Ming looked at the light ball, he suddenly found something unusual. There seemed to be a faint blush on the light ball, as if blood was dissolved by water. Blood. This sudden thought made Lin Ming's heart tremble. The blood rune on the purple gold soft armor was also blood. Thinking about it carefully, he wore the soft armor close to his body at the beginning, and the magic cube was sleeping at the position of his heart, and those blood runes were probably in that position. Could it be that the blood rune on the soft armor was absorbed by the magic cube? The magic cube absorbed the essence and blood of the peak master on the soft armor? This sudden thought made Lin Ming's heart chill. Perhaps it was because of this blood sucking that he could enter the magic cube again. The magic cube actually absorbs essence and blood. This discovery made Lin Ming happy and worried. He was happy that he had discovered some secrets of the magic cube, but he was worried that this secret made him feel evil. This magic cube was obviously not a good thing. However, no matter what, entering the magic cube again was an opportunity. Of course, it also meant danger. Lin Ming stood in the ocean of fragments in this magic cube space for a long time. Which one should he choose? There are so many fragments. Picking one at random is completely a matter of luck. If the things he gets are useless to him, it will be a waste of effort. Lin Ming looked at the soul fragments one after another, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not tell what was inside. These soul fragments were like thousands of jadeite stones. Some stones contained jadeite, while some stones contained nothing, and some stones might even have demons cut out of them. This fragment is too bright, like a star, so it's better not to touch it. This piece is too small, not even as big as a grain of rice, about the same size as the soul fragment I chose the first time. Now that I'm stronger, I can at least choose a bigger one. But how big is bigger? Why is this piece red? It feels so weird, as if it's stained with blood and full of evil spirit. The owner of this soul fragment must have been a demon who killed countless people when he was alive. Such a person has a strong obsession, so it's better not to touch it. There is also a red gold one. What's the principle of this red gold color? Faced with such an important choice, even the always decisive Lin Ming hesitated. How about this one? Lin Ming finally locked his eyes on a soul fragment the size of a mung bean. The light of this fragment was not very bright, and the size was also moderate. Lin Ming approached the fragment carefully avoiding contact with any of the fragments. When he was about to touch the soul fragment, Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. What would happen if he used his soul power to explore the soul fragment? Thinking of this, Lin Ming tried to run the Tai Soul Art and use his soul power to sense the fragment. The soul power of a warrior is connected to the spiritual imprint. If it is used indiscriminately, it is easy to be backfired. Once the soul is injured, it is difficult to heal. At least in Xiaonan country, Lin Ming has not seen a panacea that can repair the soul. Lin Ming's idea is to use soul power to explore the fragment to see if he can get a piece of valuable information. Even, is it possible to try to read a little bit of the memory in it to see if this memory is useful to him before deciding whether to swallow it or not? However, just as Lin Ming's soul power came into contact with the soul fragment suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew along Lin Ming's soul power like lightning. Lin Ming didn't have any time to react at all. The ownerless soul fragment had already sunk into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness with a swoosh sound, aiming at Lin Ming's spiritual imprint and launching a fierce attack. Damn it. This result caught Lin Ming off guard. He only felt as if a sharp cone had pierced his brain fiercely. The intense pain made his eyes go black, and he almost fainted on the spot. My cultivation is so much stronger than before, but I still feel irresistible. It's just a small piece of soul consciousness, but it's so strong. The strength of the soul has nothing to do with the true essence. It only depends on the soul itself. Lin Ming's soul power has naturally increased through this long period of drawing inscriptions and using the Tai Soul Art, but the ownerless soul fragment he chose this time is also larger in size and brighter in light than before. So it is still very laborious to swallow it. Lin Ming's sea of spirituality has once again turned into a battlefield. The pain that penetrated deep into his brain was like countless insects drilling around in his brain. Various complicated scenes flooded into his mind. Lin Ming held his head, endured the severe pain, and operated the Tai Soul Art, sticking to his original intention. With the experience of the last time, Lin Ming was much calmer this time. The severe pain made him feel like fainting, but Lin Ming knew very well that once he fainted and lost his self-consciousness, he would definitely die. As long as he could get through this period and wait for the soul power of the ownerless soul to be exhausted, he would win. However, the soul power contained in this soul fragment was much more than the last one. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and held on to the last clarity in his mind. The first time, I didn't understand the Tai soul art, and I held on with just a heart of martial arts. But this second time, my soul power is much stronger, plus a more perfect heart of martial arts. How could I lose? In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it seemed as if a storm was blowing up. The ownerless soul fragment was constantly consumed in the battle with Lin Ming's spiritual imprint, and the light gradually dimmed. The pain surged like a tide. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. After an unknown amount of time, the pain slowly subsided. At this time, Lin Ming was already soaked with sweat and felt a little cold. After a long time, the ownerless soul fragments finally gradually turned into a group of completely pure soul energy, which gradually merged into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming suddenly found that he had exited the magic cube space. In front of him was the simple and quaint wooden ceiling on the top of his wooden house, with a familiar wood fragrance that made people feel at ease. Reviewing the things in his mind, Lin Ming felt a splitting headache again. This feeling was as if he had experienced a long sleep for several days and nights, which led to a headache in his head. Array pattern, array diagram, talisman. This seems to be a array master. After checking these, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His luck was really bad. He actually took the memory of a array master. There is no doubt that the formation master is very strong. Just look at the 10,000 killing formation, the 7 major training formations of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the exquisite tower, and the jade platform to imagine how powerful the formation master is. One of the 7 founders of the Qixuan Valley sect specializes in the study of formations. If a formation like the exquisite tower is set up and sold to the Xianan kingdom, it may be sold for tens of millions of taels of gold. However, it is impossible for Lin Ming to set up such a formation. The formations of the Qixuan mansion were all set up by several innate masters together. The total amount of true essence required is extremely terrifying. Putting aside such a large formation, the role of ordinary formations is very limited. Although a little frustrated, Lin Ming is not discouraged. The memory in this ownerless soul fragment is very rich, not just the formation, and the formation is only temporarily useless to Lin Ming, which does not mean that it will be useless in the future. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.